Chapter 15. On Wednesday afternoon, after sleeping almost 15 hours, I drove with Cleet Purcell and his caddy to City Park and sat under a barbecue pavilion in the rain on the banks of Bayou Teche. "A guy pissed in your face?" he said. "No. First he pissed in my face, then he pissed all over me," I replied. He lit a lucky strike and spit a piece of matter off his tongue. A moment later, he flipped the cigarette into the bayou and watched it float away. "Don't let me light one of these again," he said. "I won't." "The Flanagan broad set you up," he said. "I don't believe that." "She got you out of your house and into a bar? What's that? Working the steps one drink at a time?" "It was my idea to go over there." "Why? You got some big obligation to keep other people from drinking if they want to?" I didn't answer. I tried to avoid his eyes. "Are we talking about Boom Boom out of times past?" he said. "Why don't you give some thought to the way you talk to other people, Clete?" "Did you ever get it on with her or not?" he asked. "Maybe." "Maybe." He nodded profoundly. "So after you made your ex-punch's father look like a vindictive prick in front of his friends, you don't think she'd lure you to a slop shoot in hopes you'd get either killed or drunk again?" Perish the thought. I stared at the rain dimpling the surface of Bayou Teche. "Theo isn't connected with people like Tito and Cesar Della Croce," I said. "Murchie worked for the Teamsters in Baton Rouge. They'd force guys to buy a union book, then get 'em fired after a month so they could crank up their membership numbers. That's how he got into the pipeline business." "That doesn't mean he's mobbed up today." "A guy who trucks oil waste into black neighborhoods? Not a chance. When I was a kid, we had a rumble with Ibervilles. It was supposed to be fists, feet, and elbows, no shanks, no chains. Murchie opened a switchblade and busted it off in my cousin's arm. In my opinion, he's still a Project Street rat, as well as a full-time punk and gash hound. Quit defending these assholes." "Gash hound," I said. "Forget it, Big Mon. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Your head is encased in cement." I had long ago learned there was no point in arguing with Cleet, or expecting him to understand that the people he resented most were those who came from the same background he did. He pushed his pork pie hat down on his brow and stared disgustedly at the rain. "I'm going to cripple the motherfuckers behind this, Dave. I mean that literally," he said. He walked away under a dripping live oak toward his caddy, his sports coat stretched to splitting on his huge shoulders. He dropped me off at the house, and I went inside and lay down on the bed in the back room. Earlier, I said I'd slept for 15 hours. The truth is a little different. I couldn't rid myself of the sense of violation I'd experienced at the hands of Tito and Cesar Della Croce and the man who'd urinated on me. I felt that soap couldn't cleanse my skin or my hair. When I closed my eyes and began to drift into sleep, I didn't dream of the Della Croces, but instead of a war few people are interested in today. I heard automatic weapons fire, the thropping of helicopter blades, and I saw strings of white light fountaining inside jungle foliage from the explosion of a phosphorus round. I felt a medic from Staten Island tying my wrists so that I wouldn't tear at the compress on my side. I smelled the odor of blood and feces in the uniforms of both the living and the dead, being piled around me on the floor of an overloaded, slick piloted by a 19-year-old warrant officer who'd taken a steel splinter in one eye. Sleep occurred in 10-minute intervals, and each time I awoke, I wanted 4 inches of blackjack straight up, vodka that had been at least 12 hours in a freezer, beer that hit the back of the throat like a spray of golden needles, yellow mezcal with a thick green worm in the bottom of the bottle. An hour after Cleet had dropped me off, I sat on the side of the bed with a head full of cobwebs, my mouth dry and tasting like bitters. Helen had told me not to come back to work until the following Monday, but memory was the enemy, and solitude and inactivity gave me no respite from it. I called NOPD and left a message for Clotilde Arsenault. A half hour later, she called me back. "What's happening, baby cakes?" she said. Baby cakes? I heard her laugh. "What can I help you with?" she said. "What have you got on Murchie Flanagan?" "A pipeline, an oil guy, grew up in the projects, did some time when he was a kid." "That's the one." "I'll check, but I think he's pretty inactive." Cleet thinks maybe Murchie and his wife might have been mixed up with the Delacroce brothers. "What about the Delacroces?" "They're dead. Max Call smoked them both." "So much for inter-department communications. Call killed him?" "He's posing as a priest and carrying a couple of .45 autos in a briefcase. Tito and Cesar Delacroce abducted me. They took me to a fish camp not far from where Call killed their cousin." It sounded foolish when I said it. She paused a moment. "What'd they do to you at this fish camp?" she asked. "Nothing. Call kept them." She paused again, and I could tell she didn't believe me. "Let me give you a tip. Screw Max Call and screw the Delacroces. The issue is porn and crystal meth. Everything else is secondary. New Orleans was made for it. You with me on this?" "No." "That's what I thought." "Sorry to bother you," I said. "Don't give me any of your guff, Robichaud. You doing okay over there?" "Why?" "'Cause you don't sound like it," she said. So that's why she was undercover at NOPD, I thought after I hung up. Some cops were probably on a meth pad, and maybe the pornographers had gotten to a few of them too. Porn had always been there in one form or another, and sex and the economics of New Orleans tourism were long-time business companions. The mob maintained they didn't traffic in porn, just as they claimed they didn't deal in narcotics. But they lied. They were involved in every pernicious enterprise in the United States, and decades ago had branched into shipping, the meat industry, and coal mining. The numbers racket used to be the lubricant that fueled and greased all their other machinery, but since state lotteries and legalized gambling had replaced numbers as their chief source of money, the progeny of Lucky Luciano and Benny Siegel had shifted gears to keep up with the times. Not only had the internet provided huge new markets for porn producers, their businesses had a built-in edge on dope trafficking. They had the First Amendment to hide behind, and most zoning boards had no problem in allowing them to open their businesses in neighborhoods where the residents, usually the poor and elderly, had no power. The overhead was low. Junkies, demented sluts, and perverts of every stripe couldn't wait to take off their clothes in front of the camera, convinced their acting careers were just beginning. The subject of pornography brought to mind Fat Sammy Figarelli again. He'd warned me about a man he said hurt people without cause, although Sammy, in his self-serving fashion, managed not to mention the man's name. Cleet was right. I'd given Sammy a free pass too long. I called Clotilde Arsenault again. "I need a favor," I said. "What kind?" While my eyes were taped shut, a guy urinated in my face. I think Fat Sammy Figarelli knows who he is. "Say all that again?" I did, this time in detail. She was quiet a long time. "What do you want from me?" she said. "Help me jam up Sammy Fig." "Can't do it." "Why not?" "We think Fat Sammy might be talking to us soon." "As an informant?" "Think FBI and witness protection." These guys were going to burn my kite on film, one frame at a time. I'm not too interested in hearing about federal needs right now. Too bad. Stay in New Iberia, Robichaud. That's not just a cautionary statement either, she said. That evening, I took Cleet to dinner at the patio in Lauraville. After we ate, we walked to the iron bridge over Bayou Teche and stared down at the water. The sky was crimson, full of birds, the air heavy with the smell of the sugar mills grinding cane. In the distance, I heard a boat horn blowing on the water. "I'm worried about you, nobleman," Cleet said. "You shouldn't. You fool lots of people, but you never fool your Pajo. Tell me I'm wrong." I couldn't, so I changed the subject. "Fat Sammy knows who put the hit on me," I said. "I told you he is a grease bag." "I need to put the squeeze on him. NOPD was no help." "You mean the black broad, what's her name? Clotilde whatever?" "She's got her own problems. Save the St. Francis of Assisi routine for another time." "What's today?" "Wednesday," I said. Cleet put a stick of gum in his mouth and looked at the shadows the trees made on the bayou's surface. "You really want to put a freight train up Sammy's cheeks?" I couldn't have said it better. "Remember Janet Gish? Used to be a dancer out on the airline," he said. "What about her?" "She was Gunnar Ardouin's co-star in one of Fat Sammy's films." "You like Italian opera?" During the next 2 days, Cleet made several phone calls to New Orleans and was mysterious about all of them. But taciturnity in Cleet, at least with me, usually meant he was working on a scheme that was so outrageous no sane person would involve himself in it. No one who reviewed Cleet's record could doubt his creativeness when it came to spreading mayhem and chaos wherever he went. He not only shot a federal witness to death in a hog lot, he filled a New Orleans gangster's vintage convertible with cement, destroyed a $500,000 home out on Lake Pontchartrain with an earth grater, pinned a hitman on the floor of the Greyhound Depot's men's room, and poured the contents of a liquid soap container down his throat, dropped a Teamster steward off a fourth-floor hotel balcony into a dry swimming pool, handcuffed a U.S. congressman to a fire hydrant on St. Charles, cuffed a dirty cop to the conveyor chain in a car wash and hot wax machine, and was believed to have put sand in the fuel tank of an airplane that crashed and exploded in the mountains of western Montana, stringing the spruce trees with the remains of several Galveston and Las Vegas mobsters. He considered his own behavior perfectly reasonable, and did many of the above deeds and others that were worse with a lopsided grin on his face, thinking them hardly worthy of mention. His best friends were drunks, grifters, and brain-fried street people. His girlfriends, strippers and junkies. Gangbangers, pushers, strong-arm robbers, and dirty cops crossed the street when they saw him coming. He swallowed his blood and ate his pain and never flinched in a fight, no matter what his adversaries did to him. He was the bravest and most loyal man I ever knew, and also the most irreverent, reckless, irresponsible, and self-destructive. I tried not to think of how Janet Gish could be a player in Cleet's plan to jam up Fat Sammy Figarelli. Friday evening, I found out. He told me to meet him in Metairie, in front of a rented hall on the edge of a middle-class neighborhood. Metairie had become a white flight refuge during the mass exodus from New Orleans in the 1970s, known for its strict law and order attitudes and the distinction of having given David Duke his start in the state legislature. I waited for Cleet in the parking lot, the sky ribbed with strips of pink cloud, the trees ruffling in the yards of the modest homes beyond the shopping mall, the rental hall filling with families dressed as though they were going to church. The scene made me think of Levittown, but not in a bad way. The rental hall, with its gravel roof and artificial brick shell, seemed to transcend its own cheapness, like an excursion back into an earlier era when American neighborhoods had sidewalks and were defined by their sense of community and generational continuity. I looked again at my watch. Where was Cleet? The light was fading, the air growing cold. From inside the hall, I could hear someone adjusting the volume on a microphone. Then I saw Cleet's lavender Cadillac coming hard down the street, the front and back seats packed with people, slowing down for a stop sign just before he bounced into the parking lot, dust and exhaust fumes rising like a dirty halo from the car frame. When he cut the engine, the entire car body seemed to gasp and shrivel like an animal that had been mortally wounded. The windows were open, and I could smell a heady, thick odor, like burning leaves drifting out on the wind. Then someone flicked a marijuana roach sparkling onto the pavement. Cleet got out of the car and closed the door behind him, then leaned down to the window. "Crack open another six-pack and go easy on the stash. I'll be right back," he said. "Where's the fucking opera? You said we're going to see an opera," a woman in back said. "I've got reserved seats. Trust me, just be cool." "Everything's copacetic," he replied. He walked past me so I would have to follow him out of earshot of the people in the car. He lifted his shirt off his chest and sniffed at it. "Do I smell like a whorehouse?" he asked. "What's going on?" I said. "Fat Sammy belongs to this group of amateur opera singers. They perform once a month at the hall. It's Ozzie and Harriet night by way of Palermo. The Archbishop is a big fan and sits up on the front row." "Starting to get the picture?" "No." "You won't squeeze Fat Sammy? Forget conventional methods. Sammy's a geek and a closet pervert who always wanted people to like him. So he comes out here and pretends he's a normal member of the human race. That's about to end." "Who's in the car?" "Janet Gish and Big Tit Judy LaVale and 4 others who got bonds with Willie Bemstein and Ned Rosewater. Either Sammy gives up the guy who put the whack on you, or I'm marching all of 'em right up the front aisle and turning 'em loose." "This doesn't sound too good, Clete." "Oh, Sammy Fig as victim, I forgot. Every one of those broads has worked in either his porn films or his massage parlor. Ask Sammy how they like giving $20 blowjobs to conventioneers from Birmingham." I walked back to the Cadillac and looked inside. "How y'all doing?" I said. "Hey, Roby Show, Cleet say you taking us to supper at Galatoire's," a black woman in shades said. She called herself Cody, Wyoming, although she'd grown up on Britannia Street, New Orleans, not far from where Lillian Hellman was born. "He hasn't filled me in on that yet," I replied. "You might be getting the old streak, but I bet you still got the trust under the hood," she said. Everybody in the car roared. I walked back to Cleet. "Galatoire's?" I said. "Nig and Willie owe me $1,000 for running down a skip in Mobile. Except they say they don't owe me anything because I told Willie to write the bond on this guy when I knew he was mainlining 6 balloons a day. So I told them they pay for the dinner at Galatoire's. I tell the girls it's on Willie and Nig, which means they'll tell all the other hookers in New Orleans Willie and Nig are great guys, and we call it even. I don't think this is going to work." "It'll work. Ever hear that story about Sammy taking a girl to the Britannia and a bunch of kids in the balcony hitting them with water bombs made from condoms? I was one of the kids in the balcony. I guess I'm sorry for what we did, but that's the way it was back then. Come on, Streak. This is the life we chose." On that note, I walked through the double doors of the hall into the heart of Middle America, cloistered, far from the inner city, passenger jets decelerating overhead as they approached the airport, a bustling shopping mall close by, and a freeway streaming with headlights to reassure everyone God was in his heaven and all was right with the world. Cleet hadn't lied to Janet Gish and her friends about reserved seating. 8 folding metal chairs in the front row remained empty, a program resting on the seat of each one. Otherwise, the house was packed. Sammy Figarelli stood resplendent on the stage with his fellow singers, beaming, stuffed inside a summer tux, the footlights surrounded by bouquets of plastic flowers. Cleet took out his cell phone and pushed a button on the speed dial. "I'm down in front, Janet. I'll wave to you when I'm sure we got the right seats." "Yeah. Wait for me to wave. It's mass confusion here," he said, and clicked off his phone. By now, Sammy had seen us and was watching us out of the corner of his eye while he tried to hold a conversation with the other singers. Cleet mounted the wood steps that led onto the stage as though he were part of the production, stepping carefully over the plastic flowers clumped around the footlights. "Got a second, Mr. Figarelli?" he said. Fat Sammy walked toward him, his eyes like hot BBs. "What you think you're doing, Purcell?" he asked. "Check out the ladies in the doorway at the back of the hall. They've been doing a little weed, so I hope they don't get too giggly," Cleet replied. Sammy stared at the back of the hall like a man witnessing the erection of his own gallows. His cheeks bladed with color, and pinpoints of sweat popped on his forehead. He labored down the steps, forcing Cleet to follow him. "You get rid of them people," he said hoarsely. And miss the reception afterwards? You kidding? Can we get introductions to the Archbishop? Cleet said. What do you have to? Sammy said, his breath coated with funk. Give us the name of the guy who sicked the Delacroces on Dave. Sammy's face was shiny with a greasy film now, his boutonniere like a red wound on his jacket. You got no right to do this to me, Purcell, he said. I'm counting to 3, then waving Janet Gish into action. The guy's out there now, you dumb Mick. Where? Cleet said, twisting his head to survey the crowd. Don't do that. You're going to get me clipped, Sammy said. I don't see anybody out there I know. Do you, Dave? We're done here, I said. No. Sammy's going to give us a name, Cleet replied, waving a finger. Sammy's going down with the ship. Right, Sammy? I said. But Sammy Figg's embarrassment was such he could no longer speak. In fact, I thought he was on the edge of having a coronary attack. The fatty layer under his chin trembled, his chest heaved, and sweat ran like hair oil into his shirt collar. I was convinced at that moment that inside every adult human being, the child was still present. In this case, an obese little boy struggling to free himself from the metal coils of a tuba while a packed football stadium laughed at his discomfort. We're gonna boogie. Tell the guy who pissed on me I'll be looking him up, I said. You already burned me. Y'all don't know what you're doing, Sammy said. That's the breaks. Anything else happens to Dave, I'm gonna see you first. That means you're gonna be the deadest douchebag in New Orleans, Cleet said, jabbing Sammy in the chest with his finger. We left Sammy standing numb and shaken in front of his audience and rounded up Janet Gish and her friends and headed for Galatoire's on Bourbon Street. On the way out of the rental hall, I searched the crowd for a familiar face, one that might belong to the man who had crisscrossed me from head to foot with his urine. But if he was there, I didn't see him. You blew it, Dave. Fat Sammy would have cracked, Cleet said later. What did Sammy do when you and your friends threw water bomb condoms at him and his girlfriend? I said. We were coming out of Galatoire's into the pre-Christmas holiday atmosphere of late-night Bourbon Street. The street was loud with music, the neon like purple and pink angel hair inside the fog blowing off the river. He cried and came at us with both fists, Cleet said. He's still the same kid. All of us are. Except Fat Sammy became a pimp and dope pusher. It's only rock and roll, Dave. Everybody dies. Go with the flow and try to have a few laughs, Cleet said. He propped his shoe on a fire hydrant and buffed the tip with a cloth napkin he'd taken from the restaurant. Chapter 16. I went back to work Monday morning. I took a legal pad from my desk drawer and wrote Junior Crudup's name at the top of it, then drew a circle around it. This is where it all started, I thought, both for me and the Lejeune family. Under Junior's name, I wrote the names of Castile Lejeune, Theodosia, Murchie, and Theodosia's psychiatrist in Lafayette, the man who supposedly committed suicide. Then I angled a line from Castile Legion's name to the names of Will Guillot and the dead daiquiri shop operator and Dr. Parks, who died in Will Guillot's driveway. To one side, I placed the names of the New Orleans players, Father Jimmy Dolan, Max Call, the Della Croce family, and Gunnar Arduina, the part-time porn actor. The connections between the names and the deeds associated with them seemed Byzantine on the surface. But for me, the answers in the investigation lay in the past, and the key was still the first name on the page, Junior Crudup. Helen opened my office door. "The Lafayette Sheriff's Department just called. Get this," she said. "The Archdiocese is having a clerical conference of some kind. One of the out-of-towners happened to be an Irish priest. His jokes were a big hit. Then a pistol fell out of his shoulder bag in the lobby of the Holiday Inn." "Our man Max? What's with this guy?" "He's nuts." "That the best you can do?" "Got a better explanation?" "Where'd he go?" "They don't know. They think he was driving a rental." "He'll be back." "You sound almost happy." "He saved my life." "Maybe he has redeeming qualities," I said, grinning at her. "The guy who said suck on this and blew away 2 people?" "It's only rock and roll," I said. "Fire your psychiatrist," she said, and closed the door. I studied the names and lines on my notepad. Years ago, after the murder of my wife Annie, I went twice a week to sessions with an analytically oriented therapist in Lafayette. He was one of those who believed most aberrations in behavior and personality development were caused by fairly obvious dysfunctions in the patient's environment. The problem in treating them, he maintained, was that they were so obvious the patient usually wouldn't buy the connection between the cause and the problem. Theodosia had told me her husband Murchie was having what she called another flop in the hay, and that she couldn't blame him for it. I took that to mean she had a sexual problem of her own, one that had sent her husband elsewhere. But I also remembered a remark our dispatcher Wally had made about Murchie Flanagan, as well as one made by Clete Purcell. I walked up front and leaned on the half door that enclosed Wally in the dispatcher's cage. He was writing on a clipboard, the top of his head and his neatly parted little boy haircut bent down. His shirt pocket was stuffed with cellophane-wrapped cigars. "What you want, Dave?" he asked without looking up. "You told me Murchie Flanagan was a bum, that he was a guy you never liked. Let's clear that up," I said. "So I got a big mount," he replied. "This is part of a murder investigation, Wally. I'm not going to ask you again." "He's got a wife, but he messes around on the side." "A lot of men do." "He was driving my wife's niece home. She was working at his office in Lafayette. She was 17 years old at the time. He asked her if she wanted to go swimming at his club. It was late and the club was closed, but he said it didn't matter, 'cause he had a key and the owner and him was golf buddies. She didn't have a suit, but he said that wasn't no problem, 'cause they'd get one from behind the counter and put it on his tab. There wasn't no lights on in the pool when she came out of the dressing room. She started swimming back and forth across the shallow end. Then he come up to her and asked her if she could swim on her back. She said she always got water up her nose, and he says, "Just turn over and rest on my hands, and I'll show you how to do it." I waited for him to go on, but he didn't. "What happened?" I said. He told her how pretty she was, and how she had to be careful about young boys who only got one thing on their mind. She told him she was cold and she better go back inside and get dressed. He said it was okay, they'd come back another time, that she was the prettiest girl he'd ever seen. He stopped again, ticking his pencil on the clipboard, looking at nothing. "That was it?" I said. "It was enough for her daddy. He was going to go over to Flanagan's house and break his jaw, but his wife hid the car keys. So the next morning, he walked into Flanagan's office and made sure the door was open so everybody could hear it, and told him his daughter wouldn't be coming back to work no more." "Thanks, Wally." "What do I know?" he said. "A lot," I thought. I went back to my office and started in on the paperwork that had built up during the days I was off. The phone on my desk rang. "Tell me what I'm hearing isn't true," the voice of Clotilde Arsenault said. "I'm not too keen on rumors." "Did you and your buddy Purcell brace Sammy Figg out in Metairie Friday night?" "Maybe. Some federal agents are seriously pissed off about this, as well as somebody else, meaning myself. What gives you the right to go into another jurisdiction and intimidate other people's witnesses?" "I don't read it that way." "Well, read this. Sammy Figg thinks either I or federal agents gave you information that sent you over to Metairie. He says he'll no longer be cooperating with us, and we can shove witness protection up our ass." "That's the way it flushes sometimes." "I love your metaphors. I even like you. But right now, I'd like to push you off a tall building." "Where's Sammy now?" "I left that part out, did I?" "We have no idea. Gone. My guess he's going to try to take it to them before they get to him first." "Take it to whom?" "To whom? I'd love to talk to cops who need to show me how educated they are. How would we know since 18 months casework just got dumped in the toilet? You're something else, Robichaux. I hope you come out of this all right, but remind me to be on vacation next time I catch a case you're involved with. Did you and Purcell really take a bunch of hookers to Galatoire's?" "I think we've got a bad connection. Let me call you back later." "Not necessary. I've had all the horse shit I can take in one day," she said. Top that. At noon, I signed out of the office and drove up the bayou to Hogman Petin's house. He was building a chicken coop under a pecan tree in his side yard and pretended not to see me when I turned into the drive. He slipped his hammer through a hole in a leather pouch on his belt, looking intently at his creation, then walked around the back of his house out of sight. I left my truck on top of the oyster shell drive, the engine ticking with heat, and followed him. He was sitting on his steps, his big hands cupped on his knees, the knife scars on his arms like the backs of worms that had burrowed under the skin. The sun's reflection wobbled brightly on the bayou's surface, but he stared at it without blinking. "Ain't gonna let the past alone, are you?" he said. You have to confront it to get rid of it, Hogman, I replied. I done told you almost all I know. Won't you let it be? What happened to Jackson Posey, the guard who had to keep taking Junior up to Miss Andrea's house? Cancer, eat him up. Heard he died at Charity Hospital in Lafayette. Died hard, too. I picked up a handful of moldy pecans from a shady, damp area and began chunking them into the bayou. You never told anybody why you made a bottle tree in your backyard, have you? I said. Ain't nobody else's business. You're a religious man, Hogman. Each one of these bottles represents a different prayer. Every time the wind makes the glass sing in the branches, a prayer goes up from each of those bottles, doesn't it? He lowered his eyes and pared one of his fingernails with a toothpick. What a man do in his home is what he do in his home, he said. You helping to cover up a murder, Hogman? Ain't right you talk to me like that, Dave. No, sir. Maybe not. But why do you want to protect the Elysian family? I ain't seen what happened after I left the camp. Can't tell you about what I ain't seen. Don't want to tell you about what I ain't seen either. Somebody saw. Somebody knows. He breathed hard through his nose, his nostrils flaring in his frustration with me and his own conscience. The wind was cool and wrinkled the bayou's surface, and Hogman's bottle tree rang like spoons clinking on crystal. There's a man down at Pecan Island, stacked time in the same camps as me and Junior. He was a check writer and used to carry the water can when we road ganged. Him and his granddaughter steal crabs and vegetables off a truck out on the state road. His name is Woodrow Reed. How does he feel about talking to a white man? He don't care what color you are. He climbed up on a power pole to get a cat down and got electrocuted. His eyes cooked in his head. You'll think he's looking at you, but don't no light go through his eyes. His eyes scare people. Maybe that's why ain't nobody ever been around asking Woodrow questions about what he's seen. I drove back to New Iberia and on south of Abbeville, where sugarcane acreage gave way to sawgrass and clumps of gum trees and the miles of wetlands that bled into the Gulf of Mexico, forming the watery, ill-defined coastline of southwest Louisiana. I crossed a bridge onto one of the few remaining barrier islands left in Louisiana, a reef composed of hard-packed shell ground up by the tides, the crest topped with alluvial soil that's among the richest in the Western Hemisphere. The adjacent islands had been dredged and scooped out of the surf and hauled away on barges decades ago for highway construction material. But portions of Pecan Island, preserved largely by an oil corporation as recreational area for its CEOs, contains wooded acreage where the canopy of live oaks rises perhaps 200 feet into the sky, and the sunlight breaking through the moss and branches and air vines is the same color as light filtering through green water in the Florida Keys. In the midst of duck hunting camps with wide screened-in porches and adjacent boathouses was the tiny vegetable farm and Blue Point crab business of Woodrow Reed. Stacks upon stacks of collapsible wire crab traps, webbed with dried river trash, stood by the side of his small, paintless house. A middle-aged black woman was chopping up nutria parts on a butcher block a short distance away. The rubber gloves on her hands spotted with brown matter. Woodrow Reed's eyes were large, round, and flat, unblinking, like painted facsimiles that had been cut out of paper and pasted on the face of a mannequin. They stared at me intently, the pupils dilated and black, although it was obvious Woodrow Reed was sightless. "I'm Dave Robichaux, with the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department," I said. I opened my badge holder and held it aloft so the middle-aged woman in the side yard could see it. "I knowed you was coming," he said, rising from where he sat on the front steps. "Hogman called you?" I said. "Yeah, but he didn't have to. I knowed somebody was coming one day. Want to come in, sir?" He opened the rusted screen door to his front porch and waited for me to enter. He couldn't have been over 5 feet. His skin was the color of a razor strop that had yellowed with wear. His body compressed and hard-looking, his cheeks and chin scrolled with gray whiskers. But I couldn't get over his eyes. I'd seen eyes like his only once before, in the body of a man who had been exhumed from a grave in northern Montana, where he'd lain for decades under frozen ground. "How'd you come by your farm, Mr. Reed?" "You already know the answer to that." "Can you tell me how Junior Crudup died?" I asked. Woodrow Reed was sitting on what looked like a motion picture theater seat, mounted on a wood block. His palms propped on his thighs, his denim pants were neatly pressed, the cuffs and pockets buttoned on his long-sleeve work shirt. "The doctor give me another year. I already put my farm in my daughter's name. Ain't a whole lot can touch me no more. I got cancer, just like Jackson Posey, although I never smoked like he did, or had no problems with my skin," he said. "Tell me about Junior, sir." "Junior was gonna be Junior. He didn't wear no other man's hat. That was Junior," he said. For the first time, he smiled. In the waning days of summer, when the amber light at evening turned the countryside into a yellowing antique photograph, Junior Crudup took his 12-string Stella guitar out on the steps of the cabin in the work camp and began composing a song whose lyrics he penciled on a paper bag flattened down on the board plank beside him. "What you callin' your song?" Woodrow asked, sitting down next to him in the dusk. "The Angel of Work Camp Number 9, Junior replied. Woodrow rubbed the whiskers that grew like black wire on his chin. "Think that's a good idea, Junior?" he asked. "Gonna record it up in Memphis one day. You gonna see," Junior replied. "I seen her car out here last night, parked right there on the road. She was smoking a cigarette behind the wheel and playing the radio in the dark." "You better not be fooling with me, Woodrow." "It was her. Captain Posey walked up to the window and asked if anything was wrong. She said she was just taking a drive. Then she drove on down the road toward the little store by the bridge. A little while later, I seen her drive on back to the big house. She was drinking a bottle of beer, tilting her chin up each time she took a sip. Why didn't you come get me?" "You spent too much time up north, Junior. You're having thoughts ain't no nigga in Louisiana ought to be having." Maybe it was that way at first, but not now. You know what she got that make her special? Her tits ain't bad. Don't be talking that way, Woodrow. She's special, 'cause she got respect for other people. Junior adjusted the belly of his guitar on his thigh and slipped his 3 steel finger picks on his right hand, then corded the neck of the guitar and began singing. At Camp Number 9, it's roll, nigga, roll. No heaven for you, boy, the state on your soul. They took my home and family, give me chains, fat side, and beans. Boss man making me a Christian. God Almighty, hear that Betty scream. You risking your ass for somebody don't know you alive, Woodrow said. Rich ladies like that got all kinds of things they gotta do, places they gotta travel to, Woodrow. She can't be coming down here all the time. Don't let Boss Posey hear that song. When she invites me back up to the house, Junior said. Yeah? That's the first song I'm gonna play. There was drought in the fall, and the fields hardened and cracked under a merciless sun and an empty sky that by noon was like white glass. The leaves of the cane baked in the wind and frayed into thread on the ends and rattled dryly on the stalks, and by evening the sky was cinnamon-colored with dust, and the convicts, filling mule-drawn water tanks with buckets they flung into the bayou on ropes, had to tie wet handkerchiefs across their nostrils and mouths. To conserve water, the convicts bathed in the bayou, then sat listlessly on the porches of their cabins until lockup. Every third or fourth evening, while the cicadas sang in a grove of cedar trees near the camp, Junior worked on the song he was composing in tribute to Andrea Lejeune, waiting for the invitation to play on her lawn again, telling himself she was contacting the governor and that any day a parole order for his release would be delivered at the camp's front gate. At bell count on a September morning, Jackson Posey saw the folded brown paper sack covered with penciled lyrics sticking from Junior's back pocket. "What you got there, Junior?" he asked. The early sun was already a dull red inside the dust blowing out of the fields. At the bottom of the slope that led down to the bayou, the water was low and swarming with gnats, algae-webbed snags protruding from the surface, all of it smelling of dead fish that lay bloated and fly-specked on the banks. "Just little notes to keep for myself, boss," Junior replied. "Let's see it," Jackson Posey said, fitting a pair of glasses on his nose. He took the bag from Junior's fingers and studied the words on it, his lips moving slightly as he read. The sores on his arms seemed deeper, more black than purple now, his eyes fixed on Junior's. "You got Camp Number 9 in here," he said. "Yes, sir." "Camp Number 9 is us." "It is and it ain't, boss." The guard read both sides of the paper bag, then shook a camel loose from his cigarette pack and slipped it into his mouth. He laughed to himself and handed the song lyrics back to Junior. "I ain't a big judge of poetry, but I'd say keep this one." "Thank you, sir." "To wipe yourself with." "You never cease to entertain me, Junior," Posey added. At morning bell count 2 days later, Andrea Lejeune got out of her Ford convertible at the camp's front gate, wearing a polka-dot sundress and dark glasses, and a blue bandana tied tightly on her head, the wind whipping her dress around her legs. "We're taking Junior to a recording studio in Crowley, Mr. Posey. Make sure he brings his guitar and his harmonica and a sack lunch. Y'all'll follow me in your truck," she said. Jackson Posey involuntarily looked toward the big house. "Mr. Lejeune at home, ma'am?" he asked. "No, he's not. And I resent your asking," she replied. Junior wrapped his Stella in a blanket, tied string around the belly and the neck, and slipped his E major Marine Band harmonica in his shirt pocket. Before they left the camp, Posey put chains on Junior's ankles and handcuffs on his wrists, and set the guitar in the bed of the truck. As they drove away, Junior looked out the back window at his friend Woodrow, flinging a bucket into the bayou on a rope under the gaze of a mounted gunboat. Then Junior and Jackson Posey were on the highway, driving through a long tunnel of oak trees behind Andrea Legeune's purple convertible, the broken sunlight flicking by overhead, the wind cool in their faces. "You gonna make the big time, huh?" Posey said. "Don't know about that, sir." "Think it's a coincidence she's taking you to Crowley?" "I ain't following you, boss." "That's where she meets a man I wouldn't take time to spit on. Castile Lejeune should have invested some of his money in a chastity belt. Know the difference between rich people and us?" Posey said. "No, sir," Junior answered. "They don't get caught." When they pulled into the Crowley town square, Andrea Lejeune parked her car next to one of the old elevated sidewalks and went inside the dime store, one with a popcorn machine in front, to use the pay telephone. Then they drove out into the countryside again, through rice fields that were separated by hedgerows, to a white-painted flat-top building constructed entirely of cinder blocks that was located inside a grove of cedar and pine trees like a machine gun bunker. This was the same primitive studio where a few years later Warren Storm and Lazy Lester would record and Phil Phillips would cut the master for Sea of Love, which would sell over 1 million copies. The equipment was pre-war junk: the resonator for Junior's acoustic Stella, a chunk of storm sewer pipe with a microphone on the other end. But each person working in the studio knew who Junior Crudup was, and his identity as both a black man and a convict seemed to melt away as the session progressed. He recorded 8 pieces, the last of which was The Angel of Work Camp No. 9. As he sang the lyrics, he looked through a greasy side window and saw her by the front fender of her convertible, talking to a tall white man who had just gotten out of an Oldsmobile with grillwork that resembled chromium teeth. The white man was thin, dark-haired, his crisp shirt tucked tightly inside his seersucker slacks. He rested one foot on the bumper of his car and removed a blade of grass from the tip of his two-tone shoe, then took his car keys from his pocket and inserted his finger through the ring and spun them in the air. He drove away toward town in his Oldsmobile, and Andrea Lejeune followed him. Junior's voice broke in the middle of his song, and he had to start again. Later, Junior and Jackson Posey rode back through the town square of Crowley, past the colonnaded storefronts and tree-shaded elevated sidewalks, inset with iron tethering rings, past the dime store with a popcorn machine in front, from which Andrea had made a phone call. Junior was hunched forward on the seat, his wrists cuffed, the chain between his ankles vibrating with the motion of the truck, his expression concealed from Jackson Posey. "I'll show you something," Posey said, and cut down a side street and out onto a state road past the shady motor court that featured a swimming pool in back and a supper club in front. Posey slowed the truck so he and Junior could have a clear view of the stucco cottages inside the trellised entrance. "Don't need to be seeing none of this, boss," Junior said. "There's his Oldsmobile. There's her little Ford. What do you reckon he's doing to her right now?" Junior stared at the tops of his cuffed hands and didn't speak again till they were back at the camp. But his day wasn't over. Just after supper, Jackson Posey came for him again. "She wants to see you," he said. "Why out, boss?" He was alone, sitting on an upended Coca-Cola box in the corner of the dirt yard, next to the fence topped by 5 strands of barbed wire tilted back at an inward angle. His guitar still wrapped with a blanket and tied with a string on top of his bunk inside. The sun was only a smudge on the western horizon, and the lilac-colored sky throbbed with the droning of cicadas. "Get your skinny ass up, before I kick it up between your shoulder blades," Posey said. "One other thing." "What's that, boss?" "You tell her I drove you past that motor court today. I'm going to take you out to a stump, nail your balls to it, and leave you there with a knife." "Ain't storying to you, Junior. I seen my daddy do it when I was a boy," Posey said. But Junior didn't get up from the Coca-Cola box. "I ain't playing no more today," he said. Posey raised his fist and knocked him to the ground. "Whoop me, or put me on the bucket. I ain't gonna play no more," Junior said. "I don't have to whoop you. I'm gonna do it to Woodrow Reed instead," Posey said. On the way to the house of Castile and Andrea Lejeune, Junior wondered what he'd done in this world to earn the grief that seemed to be his daily lot. He waited on the patio with his guitar and harmonica for Andrea Lejeune to come downstairs and through the French doors. When she emerged, she was still wearing the polka-dot dress she'd worn earlier. Her face looked haggard, somehow thinner in the evening light. "I wanted you to know the producer at the studio called to say how thrilled he was. I'm just sorry I didn't get to hear you perform," she said. "I understand, ma'am," he replied. "I have to go away, Junior, but I'm going to do everything I can to see you released from prison." "What happened to your head?" "Fell down the steps," he replied, his face empty. She gave a long, hard look at Jackson Posey, standing by the pickup truck in the driveway. "Come in the house," she said. "That ain't a good idea, Miss Andrea," Junior said. She walked to the edge of the drive. "Mr. Posey, Junior is coming into the living room for a few minutes. We're not to be disturbed," she said. "I can't allow that, ma'am." "You can't what?" she said. She stared him down, then turned on her heel and marched inside her house, curling one finger for Junior to follow her. "Sit down," she said. "Miss Andrea, Boss Posey ain't an ordinary man," Junior said. "I'm going to call every week and have someone check on you. You have nothing to be afraid of. It don't work like that." She sat down in an antique chair with an egg-shaped crimson pad inset in the back and folded her hands in her lap. "The producer said you wrote a song called The Angel of Camp Number 9. Is that about me?" He hesitated, then said, "Yes, ma'am. I reckon it is." "That's one of the most touching compliments I've ever received. I'd appreciate it very much if you'd play it." He slipped the guitar over his neck and began to sing. "White Coke and a red moon sent me down. Judge say 99 years, son, you Angola bound. It's the Red Hat Gang from Can't See to Can't See. The gumbos say they're the graveyard boy if you wants to be free. Lady with roses in her hair come to Camp Number 9. Say you ain't gonna stack no more Louisiana time. Gonna carry you up to Memphis in a rubber-tied hack. Buy you whiskey, cigars, and oxblood Stetson hat. Miss Andrea is an angel, drive a little purple car. Live on cigarettes, radio, and a bluesman's guitar." Even before he looked through the front window and saw the automobile of Castile Lejeune approaching the house, he knew there was something terribly wrong. Andrea Lejeune's face seemed repelled, as though someone had touched it with a soiled hand. "You don't need to sing any more," she said. "Ma'am? What you've done is very nice, but I don't think this song needs to be recorded." "I don't rightly understand," he said. "This particular composition would probably be better deleted from your recording session. I think that's clear enough, isn't it?" He felt his mouth pucker, as though a nerve ending had been cut in his face. From outside he heard a car door slam, then footsteps on the gallery. He lowered his eyes. "Why ain't it supposed to be recorded?" he asked. "Well, I don't think I should have to explain that to you," she replied. His throat felt as though he'd swallowed a handful of needles. "I'm ready for Boss Posey to take me back now," he said. He pulled the Marine Band harmonica from his shirt pocket and set it on a flower-patterned couch by the French doors. "I'm not in the habit of having people return gifts to me," she said. "I'd really appreciate it, ma'am. I mean, appreciate more than anything else in the world. If you could just yell at Boss Posey for me. Tell him I was on my way," Junior said. Just then, Castile Lejeune opened the front door and walked into the living room, a Panama hat hanging from his fingertips, his mouth twisted in an incredulous smile. "Please explain it to me, or I'll have to conclude I've either lost my mind or walked into the wrong house," he said. I heard the cell phone ring on the front seat of my truck. I went outside and picked it up. "Where are you?" Helen Swallow's voice said. "Pecan Island." "What are you doing at Pecan Island?" "Interviewing a man who did time with Junior Crudup." She exhaled her breath into the phone. "We've got a submerged car in West Cote Blanche Bay. The driver's still in there. A witness says he heard firecrackers going off before the car went into the water. Then the car drove off a pier. How about sending someone else?" "Dave, your separate itinerary ends right now. Get your butt over there." "Soon as I can," I said. "Not good enough." I turned off the ringer on the cell and went back inside to finish my interview with Woodrow Reed. Chapter 17. Mr. Lejeune and Miss Andrea had a big fight that night, Woodrow said. How do you know? My cousin was a maid. She told me later. That was after I was out of the joints. She told me that Mr. Lejeune went crazy that night. He picked up Miss Andrea's clothes off the floor and smelled them. Did what? He smelled her clothes and knowed she was messing around on him. He was yelling all over the house, saying his wife went to bed with a nigger. My cousin was so scared, she run out the door and hid in the trees down by the bayou. She said Mr. Castile come crashing out of the house and drove his car down to the white camp. Looking for Junior? No, sir. He was after Boss Posey. A man like Castile Lejeune don't go after a nigger convict. It was Boss Posey he took it out on. I don't understand. Jackson Posey knew Junior was innocent, that Andrea Lejeune was having an affair with a man in Crowley. What was Boss Posey gonna say? Your wife been sleeping with another white man and I knowed about it and I ain't said nothing? Boss Posey was caught, just like Junior. Boss Posey was gonna save his job and his ass only way he knew how. Woodrow Reed stopped his account, his hands fixed rigidly on his thighs, staring at me with his flat, sightless eyes. The pupils were overly large, like black dimes, as though they contained thoughts and remembered images that were bursting inside his head. Save his ass how, Woodrow? I said. I got great shame about this, Mr. Robichaud. The story of Judas ain't only in the Bible. 30 pieces of silver can come to you in lots of ways. He looked at me a long time, while fireflies sparked in the darkness outside and moths thudded softly against the screens. Then he told me the rest of it. 2 weeks passed at the camp, and still there was no rain, only heat and dust blowing from the fields and dry lightning at night and the rumble of distant thunder over the Gulf. Cigarettes thrown from automobiles and pickup trucks started roadside grass fires that spread into the cane. And after sunset, Woodrow and Junior sat on the front steps of their cabin and watched the dull red glow inside the clouds of brown smoke on the horizon. Junior no longer played his guitar or sat in on bourrée games or sassed the guards. Until lockup, he loitered in the corners of the yard or sat on his upended Coca-Cola box, which everyone now called Junior's box, or sat on the steps with Woodrow, staring at the empty dirt road that led down to a small general store by the drawbridge. You tearing yourself up over something that was never real, Woodrow said. Miss Andrea is a nice white woman, but that's all she is. She ain't set down by God to take care of Junior Crudup. Shut up, Woodrow, Junior replied. Sure, I can do that. Then you can talk to yourself, 'cause everybody else around here thinks you done lost your mind. Woodrow took a worn pack of playing cards out of his shirt pocket, shuffled them, then cupped and squared them in his palm. Here, I'm going to give you one of my readings. Won't cost you a cent, he said. Don't be giving me none of your truck, Junior said. But Woodrow went ahead and turned the cards over one at a time, placing them in a circle in the space between him and Junior. See? There's you, the one-eyed Jack. Slick, with a little thin mustache. Got the mojo going on the rest of the world. Up top there is the Queen of Hearts. Guess who that is? Over here is the King of Diamonds. Guess who that is? Notice the King and the Queen ain't interested in whether the one-eyed Jack is playing pocketball with himself or not. What that means, Junior, is that rich white people don't care about what goes on down here in this camp. Ain't got time for this, Woodrow. Woodrow peeled 3 more cards off the deck and snapped them down in a vertical line traversing the circle. See? There's the Joker, right over the head of the one-eyed Jack. That means our man, the one-eyed Jack, is a full-time fool. Sure you don't want to rename your song The Dumbest Nigger in Camp Number 9? But Junior only stared at the fires and brown clouds of smoke on the horizon and the buzzards that were slowly descending in a vortex toward the woods on the far side of the bayou. Woodrow put 3 cards down on the step in a horizontal line, completing a cross inside the circle. Junior expected another ridiculing remark, but instead there was only silence. He glanced sideways at Woodrow. "Why you got that look on your face?" he said. Woodrow started to scoop the cards up, but Junior held his wrist. "Answer me, Woodrow," he said. "It's just a card trick. Been playing it on people for years. Don't none of it mean anything," he replied. Junior peeled loose a card that was cupped inside Woodrow's palm. "How come you trying to hide the Jack of Spades?" he asked. Woodrow rubbed one eye with the heel of his hand and stared sadly at the bayou. "It's Boss Posey, Junior. Lord God, it's Boss Posey. Why you gone and done this to yourself?" he said. Then he rushed away to be by himself, leaving his deck of cards scattered on the steps. The next day, Junior received a contract in the mail from the recording studio. He sat on the edge of his bunk and read the letter that accompanied it, then walked to the fireplace and held a match to the letter, the contract, and the envelope they came in, and watched the pages blacken and curl into ash on the hearth. The next morning at bell count, Junior stood unshaved and dirty in the front row of men who were about to go into the fields to trench fire lines around unburned cane and shovel dirt over stubble that was still smoldering. Jackson Posey looked at the puffiness around his eyes and sniffed at his breath. "Where'd you get the julep?" he said. "Don't remember, boss," he replied. "Woodrow, run back to the shed and bring me a case of them empty pop bottles," Posey said. Woodrow started toward the rear of the camp. "I said run, boy." "Yeah, boss," Woodrow said. He ran to the shed and lifted a wood case of Royal Crown Cola bottles by the handles and closed the door behind him with his foot, the bottles clinking between his hands. Then, as though a choice lay before him that would forever define who he was and the place he'd inhabit in the world, he hesitated. On the perimeters of his vision, he could see the Elysian home high up on the slope, built to resemble a steamboat, surrounded by live oaks and palm trees. He could see a bulldozer and scooped-out hole between the camp and the house where a damaged gas storage tank had just been removed. He could see the soot and brown smoke blowing out of the fields, the buzzards circling in the sky, the barbed wire that surrounded the camp, the tin roofs of the cabins already expanding against the joists with the heat of the day, the hard-packed clay smoothness of the yard, the gunbows and trusty guards already mounted on their horses, most of them armed with double-barrel cut-down shotguns, whose steel was the color of a worn 5-cent piece. And in the midst of it all, Woodrow's best friend, Junior Crudup, drunk on julep made from yeast, raisins, and cracked corn boiled in a syrup can, about to be destroyed by his own pride. Drop the bottle case on the ground, he told himself. Let him ship you back to Gola. Do can't see on the Red Hat gang. Take the sweatbox treatment on Camp A. But don't help them to hate Junior. Please, Lord, make me strong when I'm weak, he prayed. God damn it, boy, move your ass, Jackson Posey shouted. I'm coming, boss, Woodrow said, running, the empty pop bottles rattling inside their wooden slots. Junior sat down on the ground, pulled off his shoes and socks, and mounted the pop bottles, extending his arms out sideways for balance. The other men marched out the front gate, their eyes straight ahead, and began climbing into the trucks that waited for them. When the trucks drove away in the dust, Woodrow looked through the slats in the tailgate and saw his friend, quivering like jello, atop the rows of RC Cola bottles, his pain sealed inside his closed eyelids. Junior was still there when the trucks returned in the evening, except he didn't look like Junior anymore. There were skinned places on his face and knots on his head. One eye was swollen shut, and his denims were dark with his own urine. At sunset, Junior was allowed to come off the box and sit in one corner of the yard. As the other men passed on their way to the mess shack, they saw the bottoms of Junior's feet and had to look away. But Junior's trial by ordeal wasn't over. Jackson Posey stood over him, thinking private thoughts, touching at the corner of his mouth with one finger. Posey looked up the slope toward the gouged hole in the landscape where a gas storage tank had been pried out of the ground. Get your shoes on, Junior. Woodrow, bring a spade from the shed. Get my lunch bucket and a chair for my office, Posey said. The three of them walked together up the slope in the twilight, Junior limping like he had glass in his shoes, while purple martins darted through the haze of smoke in the air. A fat thumbbuster .45 revolver creaked in a holster on Boss Posey's hip. Woodrow set down the chair for Boss Posey to sit in, and speared the spade into a huge mound of wet clay by the hole, then set down Posey's lunch bucket on the ground by the chair. For just a moment he thought he smelled rain inside the wind. You don't need me no more, huh, boss? He said. Hunker down on the dirt pile and keep me company, Posey replied, opening his lunch bucket and removing a pint of whiskey. He wants you to attack him, Junior. Then he's gonna kill you. He brung me to be a witness and cover his ass, Woodrow said to himself. Look at me, Junior. Can you hear the words I'm thinking? Dozer man run out of gas today, Junior. So you got to fill up that hole for me. Better get on it, Posey said. Stood all day on the bottles, boss. Ain't got nothing left, Junior said. You done this to yourself, boy. Posey unscrewed the cap on his whiskey bottle and took a sip, rolling it in the corners of his mouth before he swallowed. Then he seemed to think a long time before he spoke again. "You believe you're better'n me, don't you?" "No, sir," Junior replied. "Smarter, been more places, slept with better-looking white women than I have, been wrote up in northern magazines. Men like me don't get his name in the paper unless it's in the obituary." Junior pulled the spade out of the clay mound and began shoveling into the hole, keeping his bruised feet stationary, swiveling his back to throw each spadeful. Boss Posey drank from the bottle again, then removed a piece of wax paper-wrapped chocolate cake and a slapjack from his lunch bucket. The slapjack was perhaps 8 inches long, thin, mounted on a spring, lead-weighted, and swollen at the tip like the head on a snake. He rested it on his thigh and ate part of the cake, then put both the slapjack and the remnant of the cake back in the lunch bucket. The sun dipped over the rim of the earth, and the fields went dark, and night birds began calling to one another in the woods across the bayou. At first, Woodrow tried to close his eyes and sleep on his feet. Then, without asking permission, he sat down on the back side of the pile Junior was spading into the hole. But Boss Posey didn't seem to mind. He was drinking steadily from the bottle now, bent slightly forward in the chair, the cancer on his arms like small poisoned roses buried in his skin. Off in the distance, Woodrow heard the dry rumble of thunder and saw a tree of lightning splinter across the sky. Junior's movements with the shovel became slower and slower. Then it slipped out of his hands and clattered down into the darkness. "I had it, boss." "You gonna shoot me? Go ahead on and do it," he said. He stood erect, his face slick with sweat, his body glowing with stink, one eye swollen into a knot with a slit in it. "I'm about to lose my job 'cause of you. My pension goes out the window with it. That's what you done, you black sumbitch. Now you fill that goddamn hole." "Know what the problem is, boss?" Junior asked. "It ain't Miss Andrea. It ain't Mr. Lejeune either. It's 'cause you ain't no different from us. Eat the same food, stack the same time, kiss the same pink ass as the niggas do. Maybe it's time you wise up." The first blow of the slapjack caught Junior across the temple, splitting the skin to the bone. Then Jackson Posey whipped him to the ground, just as though he were chopping on a piece of wood. But Woodrow believed it was the first blow that killed Junior, and that the others were visited upon the body of a dead man because Junior made no sound as the slapjack whistled down on his head and neck and back, thudding to the ground on his knees, his eyes already rolled upward in his head. And while his friend died, Woodrow stood by impotently, his fists balled in front of him, a cry coming from his throat that sounded like a child's and not his own. Jackson Posey's chest was heaving when he looked down at his work. He flung the slapjack aside. "Damn," he said. He paced up and down, staring back at the camp, then at the lights burning in the Elysian house. Woodrow was so frightened his teeth knocked together in the back of his mouth. Posey steadied his foot against Junior's shoulder and tried to shove his body over the edge of the hole. But Junior's body fell sideways, and Boss Posey couldn't move it with his foot. In fact, Woodrow couldn't believe how weak Posey was. "Get a hold of his feet," Posey said. sir. Pick up his feet or join him. Which way you want it? Woodrow gathered up Junior's ankles while Boss Posey lifted his arms, and the two of them flung Woodrow's friend over the rim of the hole. The thump it made when it hit the bottom was a sound Woodrow would hear in his sleep the rest of his life. Go over there and sit on the ground, Posey said. Posey mounted the bulldozer and started the engine. With the lights off, he lowered the blade and pushed the huge pile of clay into the hole, backing off it, packing it down, scraping it flat, until the hole was only a dimple in the landscape. When he cut the engine, Woodrow could hear the first drops of rain pinging on the steel roof over the driver's seat. Junior, transferred out of here tonight. Ain't none of this happened. That's right, ain't it, Woodrow? If you say so, boys. There's a half-inch of whiskey left in that bottle. You want it? No, sir. Have a Camel, Posey said, and shook two loose from his pack. Go ahead and take it. It's a new day tomorrow. Don't never forget that. Sun gonna be breaking and a new day shaking. That's what my daddy always used to say. How'd you come by this little farm here? I asked Woodrow. Mr. Lejeune sold it to me. Give me a good price without no interest, he replied. To shut you up? He sent a black man to me with the offer. Never saw Mr. Lejeune. Woodrow stared at me with his flat, sightless eyes that could have been large painted buttons sewn on his face. Lightning jumped in the clouds over the gulf. I slipped my business card between his fingers. Let me know if I can do anything for you, I said. His hand folded around the card. Whatever happened to Mr. Lejeune's little girl? The one named Tio, he asked. Theodosia? She's around. My cousin? The maid for Mr. and Miss Lejeune? She always worried about that little girl. She said things wasn't right in that house. I asked him what he meant, but he refused to explain. How long were you inside? I said as I was leaving. 5 years. What'd you go down for? $53 bad check, he replied. Chapter 18. As I drove back toward New Iberia, a thunderstorm blew in from the Gulf and marched across the southern tip of Vermilion Parish, thrashing the sugar cane in the fields, the rain twisting in my headlights. I couldn't shake the tale told me by Woodrow Reed, nor the sense of needless death and cruelty and loss that it instilled in the listener. I turned on my radio and tried to find a station that was playing music, but my radio went dead, although it had been working fine earlier. I tried to get Helen again on my cell phone, but I couldn't raise the wireless service and gave it up and tossed the cell phone on the seat. I passed flooded rice fields, wrinkled with wind, and lighted farmhouses that looked like snug islands inside the storm. Then I passed a billboard on a curve, and my lights flashed across a woman standing by the side of the road. She wore blue jeans and an unbuttoned tan raincoat that whipped back in the wind. Her hair was honey-colored, tapered on her neck, her skin almost luminous in the glare of the headlights. Hey, G.I., give a girl a ride? I thought I heard a voice say. I braked the truck to the side of the road, my heart beating, and looked through the back window. The woman stood on the shoulder of the road, silhouetted against the light that shone on the face of the billboard. Don't buy into this, I told myself. It's not her. Your wife is dead, and all the delusions and misery you inject into your life won't change that inalterable fact. Then I put the truck in reverse and began backing toward the figure on the side of the road. She glanced back over her shoulder once and began running. I accelerated faster, swerving on and off the pavement until I was abreast of her. Through the rain-streaked glass, her face stared at me, beaded with water, eyeshadow running down her cheeks, her mouth glossy with lipstick. I closed and opened my eyes like a man coming out of darkness into light, her face forming and reforming in the rain. I shoved open the passenger door and held up my badge holder. "Get in," I said. She hesitated a moment, then sat down in the passenger seat and slammed the door behind her. She gave me a hard look in the glow of the dash panel. Her cheeks were pitted and heavily made up, her clothes reeking of cigarette smoke and booze. "Thanks for the ride. My old man threw me out," she said. "Where do you want to go?" I asked. "First bar we pass," she said. "For a minute you scared me. I had trouble with a couple of black guys last night." "You stopped just 'cause you saw me in the rain?" "I thought you were somebody else," I said. She gave me a look. "There's a bar past the curve, right by the motel," she said. I put on my turn indicator and began to slow the truck. I knew the bar. It was a ramshackle, sullen place owned by a man who ran dog fights. "I left my purse at the house. The son bitch I live with has probably drunk it up by now," she said. I stopped in the parking lot and waited. She took a cigarette from her shirt pocket and lit it with a plastic butane lighter. She continued rubbing the striker wheel under her thumb. "Look, I can't drink in there for free. You want some action or not?" she said. "Get out," I said. "I can really pick 'em," she said. She stepped out into the storm and slammed the truck door as hard as she could. Lesson? Chasing a nighttime mirage on a rain-swept highway has no happy ending for either the quick or the dead. The one-car fatality at West Cote Blanche Bay seemed to lack any plausible explanation. The witness, an elderly Cajun hired to pick litter out of the ditches along the roadside, had seen an expensive large car parked next to a compact in a grove of pine trees. Children had been lighting fireworks all evening, shooting Roman candles and rockets over the bay. Then he'd heard firecrackers in the trees just before the compact had driven away. When he looked again at the grove of pines, the large car started up and drove out onto a pier, snapping the supports on the guardrail into sticks, finally plunging off the end of the pier into the water. Ellen Swallow had arrived at the bay only a few minutes before me. She walked with me up a shell ramp and introduced me to the witness. As with most elderly Cajun men, his handshake was as light as air. "How many firecrackers did you hear?" I asked him. "2, maybe 3, he replied. He was a tiny man, dressed in neat khakis, with cataracts and a supple face that resembled brown tallow. He seemed nervous and kept glancing over his shoulder at the bay and at the splintered guardrail on the pier and at the wrecker that so far hadn't been able to pull the sunken car off a submerged pipeline, all of it lit in the glare of searchlights mounted on a fire truck. Is anything wrong? I asked. I seen a big man behind the wheel. Seen him go crashing right off the end of the pier there. I can't swim, me. I kept thinking maybe there was air inside the car. Maybe if I brung help sooner. You have no reason to feel bad about anything, sir. Who was in the compact? Just somebody driving a little car. It was an old one. Ain't sure what kind. Was a man or a woman driving? He shook his head, his face blank. What color was the car? I asked. I just ain't paid it much mind, no. You see a license tag? I asked. No, sir. The firecrackers you heard, those were in the pine trees? You sure about that? I said. No, sir. I ain't sure about none of it no more. I patted him on the shoulder and walked down to the water's edge. The bay was black, dimpled with rain rings, and the tide was pushing small waves that glistened with gasoline up on the sand. 2 scuba divers, both of them sheriff's deputies, had already been down on the wrecked car. They were sitting on the running board of the fire truck in their wetsuits, sharing a thermos of coffee. What's it look like down there? I asked. The vehicle landed on its side. Driver's face is down in the silt. The ignition is on and the gear shift in drive, one of them said. His name was Darbon. He was unshaved and had curly black hair, his throat prickled with cold. Any chance air was trapped in there? I asked. The front windows were down. The driver's arm was tangled up in the seatbelt like he couldn't find the release button. All that water probably hit him like a hammer, Darbon said. The witness blames himself for not getting back with help sooner. Tell him about the air situation, will you? I said. Darbon nodded and yawned. When they drive off bridges or piers, they're drunks, nutcases, or suicides, he said. If a guy in a caddy ices himself, he should have the courtesy to do it without inconveniencing people who make $25,000 a year. Say again? The whale had just offed himself. I wish he'd gone to a heated indoor pool to do it, the diver said, then looked at my expression. What? I just spit on the floor in church? A few minutes later, the divers went down again to reset the hook on the Cadillac's frame so the car could be flipped over on its top and slid off the pipeline it partially rested on. Helen and I stood by the water's edge and watched. The moon had broken through a slit in the clouds, and far out on the horizon there were whitecaps that looked like tiny birds' wings. Castile Lejeune's lawyer called again. He's talking about a harassment suit against the department, she said. He'd like my job? What'd you find out down at Pecan Island? She said, ignoring my question. Castile Lejeune had Junior Crudup killed. He was beaten to death by a prison guard, a guy named Jackson Posey, I replied. She looked at the black surface of the bay and at the slickness of the record cable as it extracted the submerged car from the water. Her face didn't change expression. She wiped away a raindrop that had caught on her eyelash. Where's Crudup's body? She asked. Probably still buried on the Lejeune's property, I said. Get a search warrant, she said. The wrecker man winched the Cadillac upside down out of the shallows and slid it up on the bank, the front windows gushing with water and oil-blackened silt. The body of a huge man hung against the safety strap, his shoulders and neck pressed against the roof, his face twisted toward the open window, so he appeared to be staring at a bizarre event taking place outside his automobile. I squatted down to eye level with him and shone a flashlight on his face and inside the rest of the car. There was a small entry hole in his neck, his cheek, and the side of his head. The wounds had bled out and had washed clean in the water and had started to pucker around the edges. "Ever think anybody could sucker drop Fat Sammy Figarelli?" Helen said behind me. "No," I said. I reached inside the car and closed Sammy's eyes. The inverted weight of his massive buttocks and thighs had curved his spine so that his back and neck were compressed like a gargoyle's. "Don't waste your sympathy, Streak. He was a pimp and a pusher, and the world's a better place every time one of these shitbags gets stuffed into a hole," Helen said. "I guess you're right," I said. But I couldn't help remembering the stories of a French Quarter fat kid who had spent years being the butt of people's jokes. Helen stood up from the spot where she'd crouched behind me. "Wrap it up here. At 0800 tomorrow, I'll go to work on the warrant. It's time Castile Lejeune learned this is the United States," she said. "You got it, Doc," I said, referring to her old rank in the U.S. Army. "Call me that again, and I'll tear off your head and spit in it," she replied. I think even Fat Sammy would have enjoyed that one. We had the warrant by late Tuesday afternoon. Without announcement and with the balmy breeze at our backs and a sky the color of a ripe peach, 2 cruisers from the Iberia Sheriff's Department, 3 from St. Mary Parish, a front-end loader and a bulldozer chain-boomed on a flatbed tractor-trailer rig, all came down Castile Lejeune's front drive, raking through the lone tunnel of oaks right into the middle of an outdoor dinner party Lejeune was holding on his terrace. Helen and I, in a plainclothes from the St. Mary Sheriff's Office, served the warrant on him in front of his guests, which included, among at least a dozen others, Theo and Murchie Flanagan. Lejeune tried to feign an amused dismay and the good cheer of the professional bon vivant, but Theo imposed no such restraints on herself. She wore a low-cut white evening dress and a necklace of red stones around her throat. Her skin was flushed with either the challenge of the moment or the glass of bourbon and crushed ice with a sprig of mint she'd been drinking. She placed her small fists on her hips, as a drill instructor might, and turned her face up into mine. "You're an idiot," she said. "Excuse me, madam, but you need to sit down and stay out of this," Helen said. "And you need to work on your sexual identity problems before you lecture other people in their homes," Theo said. Helen gazed through the trees at the bayou and the deserted shacks that had once housed prison inmates, her breasts hard-looking as softballs against her shirt. She reread the warrant to herself, seemingly indifferent to Theo's insults. Then she lifted her eyes into Theo's. "Repeat what you just said." "You have no business here," Theo said. "Where do you think the burial site is?" Helen said to me, ignoring Theo. "On a line between here and what would have been the front gate of the prison camp. I'd put it pretty close to that pond inside the fenced area," I said. Lejeune raised his hands. "Listen to me," he said. "I don't know anything about this man, Junior Crudup, or whatever his name is. My wife befriended the convicts who worked out their sentences on our farm. She was a kind, gentle, decent person. How in God's name can you accuse us of hiding the remains of a murdered man on our property?" Helen walked out into the yard. "Take out that fence and start in a circle. Drain the pond if you have to," she said to the two heavy equipment operators. Helen went back to her cruiser, and I began walking down the slope toward the old work camp. Inside the evening shade of the trees, I could hear the conversation and tinkle of glasses resume among Lejeune's guests on the patio. "Dave, stop," Theo said, catching my arm. She just had her hair cut, and it was thick and even and shiny on the whiteness of her shoulders. The bourbon and smell of ice and mint on her breath touched my face like the tracings of a kiss. "Your father commissioned a murder," I said. "You have it all backwards," she said. "Then why are you afraid to go down to the pond?" "For reasons you don't understand. You can tell the jury that at your father's trial." "Why do you hate him so much?" "Because he's a son of a bitch." "I'll remember you said that to the day I die." "Go back home, Theo. Your guests are waiting." "I can't believe I slept with you. I want to peel my skin off." Perhaps her response was justified, but at that moment I didn't care one way or another. Down below, the bulldozer and front-end loader were tearing apart a white rail fence and a sloping green pasture, looking for the bones of a man who had been beaten to death so a cancer-ridden prison guard could keep his pension and a cuckolded husband his pride. The heavy equipment operators worked by a gasoline-powered light until midnight, blading away the grass and topsoil, pushing it into water-beaded black-green mounds. They came back at sunrise and started in again, scooping huge amounts of wet clay and feeder roots from the oak trees onto Lejeune's lawn, trenching a drainage into his fish pond, smashing his dock into kindling. By noon, the entire landscape between trees in his backyard and the cluster of cabins by the bayou was an ecological disaster. Water oozing from the substrata, perch and catfish fighting for survival in small pools, the cow's ribs arching out of the clay like a woman's comb. A half-dozen uniformed deputies in rubber boots raked and probed for hours, but found no sign of a human burial. By Wednesday afternoon, the excavation area had become a giant water-filled pit. Since the previous day, I'd slept 3 hours. My eyes stung, my jaws were like sandpaper, and a stale, clammy odor rose from my clothes. The heavy equipment operators shut down their machines and waited. Helen shook her head, and the operators climbed down and began packing up. "We're in the dumpster, Bono," Helen said. "That body was here. He moved it," I said. "Ride back with me. You look like a car wreck," she said. "He's not going to get away with it. I'm going to fry that bastard." "You probably will, even if you have to take everybody down with you. You might give that some thought," she said. I opened and closed my mouth and felt my ears popping, the horizon tilting slightly, a buzzing sound inside my head, as though my old companion, the malarial mosquito, was having its way with me again. Helen cupped her hand around my upper arm and kneaded the muscles in it. "Come on, Lute. Give a girl a lift," she said. "What? What did you say?" I said. She looked at me strangely. Her eyes filled with a mixture of pity and sadness. Not far away, Just outside the little town of Jenrette, Cleet Purcell drove down a back road past 3 antebellum homes that were so stunning in appearance, the tree-shaded lots they sat on so perfect in arboreal and floral arrangement, they looked like Hollywood movie fabrications rather than homes that people of enormous wealth actually lived in. He turned at the green embanked property corner of the last house in the row, crossed a steel bridge over the Teche, and passed within 50 yards of the last antebellum home, a rural slum composed of rusted trailers, desiccated sheds, and junker cars that could have been replicated from a photograph taken in Bangladesh. He removed a pair of binoculars from his glove box and went inside a cafe from which his line of sight allowed him to see the trailer slum that spilled haphazardly to the edge of the bayou. It hadn't been a good day for Cleet. Early that morning, he'd picked up a bale skip for Wee Willie Bimstein in Opelousas and was about to transport him back to New Orleans when the skip began jerking against the D-ring anchored on the floor of the caddy, his face twisted with visceral pain, threatening to soil himself and the convertible if he wasn't allowed to use the bathroom. Cleet cuffed him to a pipe next to the toilet in a filling station and waited outside. In less than 2 minutes, the skip managed to put 75 cents in a sexual enhancement dispenser, smear his wrist with a desensitizing lubricant, slip the cuff, and escape out a window. Score 1 for the meltdowns, Cleet thought. A half hour later, a woman did a hit-and-run on his convertible in a church parking lot. The investigating traffic officer gave him a citation for an expired inspection sticker, and while Cleet argued the situation, a flock of robins lit in a tree above his car, the top of which was down, and defecated all over the seats and upholstery. He drank coffee and focused his binoculars on a trailer that was broken in the center and had vinyl garbage bags taped across the windows. It was the home of the skip's one-time fall partner, an Angola parolee who had been down twice for sexual battery against children. There was no movement inside the trailer, but next door a woman in faded jeans, tennis shoes without socks, and peroxided hair that was waved on only one side, walked down to the school bus stop and waited for her child. Then she escorted the child, a boy of about 8, back home, and closed the door behind her. A moment later, she reemerged with a tall, equestrian-looking man who had a hard, flat stomach and a purple birthmark that seeped from his hairline to the corner of his eye. They kissed on the mouth, and the man put on a yellow hard hat and got into a waiting car driven by another man wearing an identical hard hat. The 2 men parked in front of the cafe and came in and sat down in the booth next to Cleet's. "Kid come home a little soon?" the driver of the car, a truncated, moon-faced man, said. The man with the birthmark didn't reply, but instead snapped his fingers repeatedly for the waitress's attention. After she took the order and went away, he said, "This guy Robichaux is a walking hemorrhoid. You should see the old man's property. Looks like a bombing zone." "Tell me about it," the other man replied. His blonde hair was combed straight back from a receding hairline, and he kept leaning forward reverentially each time the other man spoke. But the man with the birthmark was silent now, not interested in whatever the blonde man had intended to say. The blonde man, who wore a pair of electrician's wire snips in a leather case on his belt, tried again. His house was so dried out, a popcorn fart could have set it on fire, but he blames me for it. Tried to screw me with the Better Business Bureau, get my license pulled. But the man with the birthmark, whom Cleet had now connected with the name Will Guillot only sipped his coffee and looked out the window at the bayou and the antebellum home on the far side of the steel bridge. "You think he sent that doctor to your house?" the moon-faced man said. "Probably." "You're a mean machine, Will." "No." "The guy came at you with a sawed-off shotgun?" "He thought he could go into a man's house and kick ass. He lost. End of story," Will Guillot said. "Pow," his friend said. Both men became silent, eating slices of apple pie, drinking their coffee, picking their teeth. Cleet went to the restroom, then waited for his check. The men in the other booth were talking about football now. Go home, he thought. You don't need any more bad luck today. He looked out the window and saw the child of Will Guillot's girlfriend playing on a swing set, a cheap one that was probably bought at Walmart. The skip's fall partner, the sex predator, pulled up next door, talked to the boy briefly, tousling his hair, then went inside his trailer. Cleet paid his check and started toward the door. He paused, thinking to himself, then reset his pork pie hat and walked back to Will Guillot's table. He grinned without speaking, his Hawaiian shirt partially unbuttoned on his chest, his eyes flicking sideways as though he didn't know how to introduce himself. "Help you?" Guillot said. "You guys were in the crotch," Cleet said. "The what?" the blond man said. "I heard you say something about a mean machine, so I thought you were talking about Mother Green's mean machine. See, jarheads call—" "Yeah, I know all about that. What can I do for you?" Guillot said. Cleet cleaned an ear with one finger, looking sideways again as he did it, his face filling with thought. "I think I know who you are," he said. "You do," Guillot said. "You popped a doctor from Lauraville in your driveway. Guy was some kind of weirded out Vietnam vet, right? That's some kind of irony, huh? Guy probably had 1,000 AK rounds shot at him, then loses his Kool-Aid and gets smoked in the suburbs." Guillot looked across the table at his friend and tapped his fingernail on the cover of his wristwatch. The two men started to get up. "Whoa," Cleet said. "Whoa, what?" Guillot said. "The lady up there in the trailer, the one you're banging, she's got a little boy. The guy next door happens to be a sex predator. So while you're getting your twanger taken care of, the freak who is just patting her kid on the head is figuring out ways to sodomize him. My suggestion is you take your mind off your dick long enough to move the lady and her son out of that shithole before the kid's life is ruined. Can you relate to that?" "You've got some fucking nerve," Guillot said. The owner of the cafe had come from behind the counter and was standing behind Cleet now, resolute, his feet planted, his thumb raised in the air. "Out," he said. "No problem," Cleet said. He pulled 2 $1 bills from a brass money clip and dropped them on his table. But outside, Cleet couldn't give it up. Standing by his car door, flipping his keys back and forth, his face growing darker, he watched Will Guillot and the electrical subcontractor with him get in their car. "Hold on a minute," he said. "Get a life, queerbait," Will Guillot said from the passenger window as his car rolled past Cleet. Cleet watched the two men cross the steel bridge over the Teche and turned down the tree-shaded back road that led past the row of antebellum homes. In his mind's eye, he saw himself running them off the road, strolling back to their car, his blackjack in his side pocket, moving the situation on up to the full-tilt boogie. Why not, he thought. The day couldn't get any worse than it was already. He got into his caddy, slammed the door, and turned the ignition. He heard a dry, clicking sound. Then nothing. The battery was as dead as a butcher block. It took an hour for a filling station a half-block away to send a truck that gave him a quick start. He sat behind the wheel, revving the engine to charge the battery. Oil smoke pouring from under the frame, bird shit smears on his clothes. All immediate hope of squaring the beef with Will Guillot gone. He looked through the windshield at the trailer slum by the bayou, and the parolee was now drinking a can of beer on his steps and talking to the little boy from next door. Cleet retrieved a pair of leather work gloves from under the seat and put them in his pocket, then dropped the caddy into low gear and rolled into the trailer slum, gravel and oyster shells ticking softly under his tires. "You Bobby Joe Fontenot," he said. The man on the steps was relaxed, smoking a cigarette with his beer, barefoot in the sunshine, his arms flecked with blue tattoos done by a needle improvised from the guts of a ballpoint pen. He wore imitation black leather pants and a tie-dyed strap undershirt, his black hair scalped on the sides and braided into a matador's pigtail and back. "I'm going to take a guess. Casting director from what's that TV show called? Survivor," he said, squinting against the sunlight. Cleet grinned and got out of the caddy, opening his badge holder briefly. "Looking for your friend who jumped his bond with Wee Willie Bimstein in Nick Rosewater," he said. "Slipped his cuff this morning and left me with shit on my nose. Haven't seen him. Mind if I look inside?" "Get yourself a beer. It's in the icebox." "Thanks," Cleet said, and gave him the thumbs-up sign. Cleet stepped inside. The garbage can in the small kitchen was overflowing, the counters covered with pizza and fried chicken cartons. The television set was playing without sound, the VCR under it lighted. A cassette pushed halfway into the loading slot. Cleet shoved the cassette all the way into the unit with his thumb and waited for the video image to transfer to the screen. Then he clicked off the set and the figures on the screen shrank to a small dot. He slipped on his work gloves and called through the screen door. "Did you know you have a gas leak in your stove?" Bobby Joe stepped inside the trailer, sniffing at the air. Cleet drove his fist into Fontenot's stomach, burying it to the wrist so deep he actually felt bone. Then he kicked the wood door shut, flung him headlong into a wall, and pulled a shelf filled with Carnival Midway ceramics down on top of him. He ripped the cassette from the VCR and bounced it off Bobby Joe's face, then rooted in the refrigerator's freezer compartment and pulled out a box of popsicles and threw them in Bobby Joe's face, too. "You get the kids in here with cartoons and ice cream," he said. Bobby Joe tried to raise himself up against the wall, spittle running from the corner of his mouth. "I'm in treatment. That's my P.O., he said hoarsely. Cleet opened and closed his huge hands, breathing hard. His cheeks pooled with color. He lifted Bobby Joe by his shirt and belt and threw him into the narrow bathroom at the back of the trailer. Bobby Joe grabbed the side of the lavatory and tried to raise himself up again, his face bewildered. "What'd your P.O. tell you about putting your hands on little kids, asshole?" Cleet said. "I ain't put—" Cleet locked one hand on the back of Bobby Joe's neck and drove his head down on the toilet bowl. smashing his mouth against the rim, plunging his head into the water, scouring the bottom of the bowl with his face. It should have been enough, but he was beyond controlling it now or even trying. He slammed the toilet seat down on Bobby Joe's neck and head, then grabbed the top of the shower stall and mounted the toilet, crushing the seat down on Bobby Joe's head, tap dancing on it like an elephant on hallucinogens, while Bobby Joe's legs thrashed on the linoleum. Outside, he heard children playing, and through the top of the window he saw a little girl chasing after a frisbee that sailed above her head. And like a man descending from an electrical storm high up on a mountain, he stepped back down on the floor and pulled Bobby Joe from the toilet bowl, dripping with water and blood. He tossed a towel in Bobby Joe's face and leaned back against the wall, out of breath, his fists still knotting. "I'm going to make regular checks on the kid next door," he said. "If I find out you been near him, you'll wish you were a bar of soap back in Gola. The same goes if you dime me. Maybe you think you got a bad deal here today, but pervs don't get slack. You hearing me on this?" "You fat fuck," Bobby Joe said, pressing the towel to the blood that ran off his chin, looking at it in disbelief, his words muffled, his mouth still trembling. "You lack family values? That kid's mother used to be an army whore over by Folk Poke. I'm gonna find out your name. If I ever offend with a kid again, I'm gonna say it each time I poke him. How's that, asshole?" When Cleet got back to the motor court, he stayed under the shower until the hot water tank went empty, burned his clothes in a barbecue pit, drank a quart of whiskey-laced eggnog, and still couldn't feel clean. Chapter 19. Father Jimmy Dolan had done 6 months federal time for demonstrating at the School of the Americas and probably considered himself jail-wise. But in reality, like all people who are intrinsically decent, he was incapable of the cynicism that passes for prison-acquired wisdom. On Thursday morning, he was in Franklin, in black suit and Roman collar, collecting signatures on his petition to ban the sale of mixed drinks from drive-by windows. During 3 hours of approaching people in front of strip malls and grocery stores, he'd amassed a total of 6 signatures, 1 from a retarded man and 2 from people who signed their names with an X. He bought a takeout lunch from a McDonald's and ate it in his car under the trees in a small park, then fell asleep. The day was unseasonably warm, the live oaks flickering with wind. But he dreamed of snowmelt in the Cumberland Mountains, the bright air of early spring, tea-colored streams that leached out of limestone cliffs, dogwood blooming purple and white on a hillside. When he awoke, children were running by the front of his car, kicking a soccer ball in the leaves, the spangled sunlight racing across their bodies. But somehow there was a continuity between the beauty of the Appalachian spring in Jimmy's dream and the joy of the children at play. He got out of his car and began walking toward the public restroom. He had no reason to pay attention to a nervous, agitated, plainclothes detective by the name of Dale Louviere, who was parked in a Ford by the swing sets, the same detective who had investigated the killing of Dr. Parks by Will Guillot and called it an open and shut case of self-defense. Nor did Father Jimmy pay attention to a man known as Cash Money Mouton, standing by the lavatory inside the restroom. Cash Money's last name was French, but he was actually a Peckerwood product of North Louisiana. He used to sell fire and accident and term life insurance from door to door in black and poor white neighborhoods, and was infamous for both his sweaty enthusiasm and his carnival sales rhetoric. He would pull clutches of papers and brochures from a vinyl briefcase, his face bursting with sincerity, tapping his seated listener, usually the man of the house, on the kneecap, saying, "You run your lawnmower over your foot and chop your toes off? I'll give you $1,200 cash money, boy. You stick your hand in your skill saw? I'll pay you $500, that's cash money, for every finger you cut off. Splash muriatic acid in your eyes and go blind. I'm talking 5,000 bananas cash money, boy." Then Cash Money Mouton's uncle became police chief, and Cash Money began a new career. Father Jimmy stood at the urinal and relieved himself. He could feel the man at the lavatory staring at the side of his face. He started to look at him, then thought better of it, and kept his eyes straight ahead. But when he tried to get to the lavatory, the man known as Cash Money stood in his way. "Excuse me," Father Jimmy said. But Cash Money didn't move. He wore sideburns, a Tabasco tie, and American flag in his coat lapel. He smelled of deodorant, hair tonic, and fear. There was almost an iridescent shine on his skin. "Is there some difficulty here that I don't quite grasp?" Father Jimmy asked. "Repeat that?" Cash Money said. "Could I be of some assistance to you?" "That's it," Cash Money said. He stepped into the restroom doorway and waved at the man in the Ford automobile. Father Jimmy rinsed his hands, shook them off, and tried to walk around him. "You're not going anywhere, buddy boy," Cash Money said. "Push me again, and we're both going to regret the next couple of minutes," Father Jimmy said. But Cash Money was looking over his shoulder now and not at Father Jimmy. "He just threatened me," he said to the man approaching the restroom. "What else did he do?" the plainclothes detective named Dale Louvier said. Even in the open air, a gray fog of nicotine and ash seemed to enclose his body. Clusters of veins, like tiny pieces of green string, pulsed in his temples. "He said he wanted to help me. He was fooling with his fly when he said it," Cash Money said. "You're a liar," Father Jimmy said. "We saw you watching those kids, Father," Louvier said. "How would you like to have your teeth knocked down your throat?" Father Jimmy said. "Hook him up," Louvier said. "I ain't putting my hands on him," Cash Money said. His eyes jumped sideways when Father Jimmy looked him directly in the face. At the police station, Father Jimmy was charged with sexual solicitation and threatening a police officer, and locked in an empty holding cell that was in full view of anyone, male or female, in the booking area. He made a pillow out of his coat, pulled off his collar, and lay down on a wood bench. He stared up at the graffiti and scratched drawings of genitalia that covered almost all the painted surfaces in the cell, and remembered the admonition of the blues singer Lazy Lester, "Don't ever write your name on the jailhouse wall." He could see Louvier punching in numbers on a phone, calling up first the local newspaper, then a television station in Lafayette and one in Baton Rouge, the Associated Press in New Orleans, and finally the diocese. Louvier walked to the cell door. "Want your phone call now?" he asked. I'd like to ask you a question first, Father Jimmy replied. Louvier unlocked the door and pulled it open. If you're wondering whether I'm a Catholic, yeah, I am. And it's perverts like you give the church a bad name, he said. Call yourself whatever you wish, but you're not a Catholic. The real issue is whose pad are you on? Who's paying you to do this to other people, sir? What price have you gotten for your soul? Father Jimmy said. I was at the office when Father Jimmy called. How much is your bond? I said. I haven't been arraigned yet, he replied. Why'd you have to take your petition into St. Mary Parish? What's wrong with St. Mary Parish? It's a fiefdom. They think it's the year 1300 down there. I heard him laugh. A fiefdom? With serfs and iron collars? And that sort of thing? That's an interesting observation, I see, he said. No, you don't, Jimmy, I thought. But martyrs and saints fly low with the angels, colliding with telephone poles and the sides of buildings, and consider harm's way their natural environment. Who was I to contend with them? Max Call didn't like gambling. He loved it, and all the adrenaline rush and glittering ambiance that went with it, as passionately as a man could love a woman or a religion. All men had a vice, his father used to say. It was recognition of our moral frailty that allowed us to retain our humanity, he said. The man who wasn't tempted by drink or women or betting the ponies could easily set himself on a level above Christ, and hence become guilty of the most pernicious of the 7 deadly sins, namely arrogance and pride. Max had always remembered his father's words. Drink robbed a man of his intelligence and his organs. Women gave a man satiation for only a little while, and memory of it immediately rekindled lust for and dependence on more of the same. But gambling gave a man control, allowed him to choose his battleground and to make use of his knowledge about both people and mathematics. The losses were only monetary ones, and since gambling was never about money, what difference did the loss make? Particularly for a single fellow whose occupation was a bloody affair that should allow for a sybaritic excursion once in a while. He was discriminating in the games he played. The slots, video poker, and electronic keno were created for natural-born losers. Jai was fun and fast, but what reasonable person would bet on players who all came from the same part of Spain and were related to one another? With the ponies, you could dope out the morning line, study the track conditions and the animals in the paddock, and have a fair chance at the windows. Craps was for showboats, roulette for Côte d'Azur faggots, and dog tracks everywhere strictly for the dogs. Not to say he didn't bet ball games, boxing matches, and national elections. In fact, Max once bet a window washer on the 31st floor of a Chicago hotel that he could climb out on the sill and clean the window faster than the professional washer. He not only won the wager, he enjoyed the experience so much he washed 4 more windows out of goodwill. But the game that got Max in trouble was blackjack. The one game that gave the casino player a running chance at beating the house. Max's memory bank was almost like a computer's, and even when going up against a houseman dealing out of a 5-deck shoe, Max's ability to count cards and to successfully stay pat or risk another hit was uncanny. Max's weakness at the blackjack table was his inability to put principles ahead of personalities. He didn't resent losing to a machine or to corrupt highlight players waiting to keep their family members out of the tomato patch. Max didn't like to lose to individuals, particularly stolid and dispassionate people who were paid by the hour and couldn't wait to get off work. To count cards until his brain was bleeding, then have a joyless clod turn up a blackjack on him out of sheer luck made the scalp recede on his skull. He would retaliate by playing multiple hands, progressively increasing his bets, doubling up on splits until he was broke, exhausted, and depressed. Staring out the window at the ragged edges of dawn in Vegas or Reno or Atlantic City, wondering if he could get the casino manager to open a credit line for him. Max depressed was Max out of control. He would telephone sports books all over the country and lay down $50,000 in bets without blinking an eye. Then he would dress in a pair of pressed pink pajamas and lie spread-eagled on his back in the center of his hotel bed, the world spinning around him, his heartbeat decreasing, a strange serenity washing through him, as though he descended to the bottom of a vortex and was no longer at its mercy or required to control it. Usually his sportsbook binges were harmless, and his wins canceled out his losses. But, contrary to all his wisdom, he went in heavy on an insider tip at the High Life Fronton in Dania and took a bath for 100 large he couldn't pay. Not only was the sports book in Miami unsympathetic with Max's financial situation, they sold his debt to Shylocks, who informed him the vig was $4,000 a week, none of which applied to the principal. Or he could take out a Catholic priest. So he'd come to Louisiana on a gray, rain-swept, cold day, trudging through flooded streets, floating with garbage, himself no different in aspect than a poor sod on his way to work in the peat bogs. But there had been an upside to it all. He found he didn't have it in him to shoot a priest, which meant perhaps part of his soul still intact. Secondly, he'd discovered a new identity and gambling ambiance. Wearing Father Dolan's black suit and rabat and collar, he'd entered a bingo parlor on an Indian reservation in south-central Louisiana and had suddenly found himself a celebrity. People smiled at him, shook his hand, offered him their chairs at the tables, patted him affectionately, brought him beer and sandwiches from the cafe. He began to feel like a mascot being trundled from hand to hand by 500 people. In fact, he was pinched and pulled and squeezed so many times and places he couldn't concentrate on his bingo board and finally gave it up. Then he was asked to stand on the stage and call out the bingo numbers. Why not, he thought. It was a grand evening. The weather had turned balmy again. Palm trees strung with colored lights were rustling in the breeze outside the windows. The faces of the people around him were warm and filled with goodwill. Maybe his clerical role was a bit cosmetic, but it was still a fine way to be. Then at 10 p.m., he went into the bar and ordered a cup of coffee and sat down to watch the nightly news. The lead story was the arrest of one Father James Dolan, charged with sexual solicitation in a public restroom that was located close by a children's playground. The arresting officer, Dale Louviere, was interviewed on camera. We had the area under surveillance because of previous complaints, he said. Regarding the children? The reporter asked. Yes, that's exactly correct, Louviere replied. Regarding this particular suspect? The reporter asked. I'm not at liberty to say that. We're currently involved in a deep background investigation, Louvier replied. If I ever saw a bull carrying around its own china shop, Max thought. Oh well. It was the good father's cross to bear, not Max's. Maybe Father Dolan would have a little more empathy for professional criminals now that he'd gotten himself jammed up by coppers on a pad, Max told himself. He finished his coffee and went back to the bingo game. But the fun was gone, and the clothes on his body suddenly felt foreign on his skin. Superheated, sticky, smelling of the priest. He found himself biting his knuckle, oblivious to the stares around him. What was it that bothered him? The priest was a hardhead, determined to see himself buggered with a posthole digger. Max had nothing to do with it, no obligations to him. Wrong, he thought, lowering his eyes, staring into his lap. He'd set out to murder an innocent, decent man, something he'd prided himself on never having done. In addition, the priest had bested him at every turn. That thought didn't go down well either. In fact, all of Max's thoughts were like thongs on a flagellum, whipping down on his head. It was depressing. He walked outside into the wind and the sweep of stars overhead and the glow of Christmas lights strung around palm trees, and started up his rental Honda. He removed a .45 automatic wrapped in an oily cloth from under the seat and set it beside him. As he drove down the 2-lane road toward the interstate, he rested his right hand on the .45 and felt his heart rate decrease and his breath grow quiet in his chest. Then he looked up through the windshield at the stars, and for the first time in years found himself addressing an ancient deity with whom he'd once had a relationship. Sir, if you're going to drop problems of conscience on a man like me at this time in his career, he prayed, would you mind doing so in a gentler manner, so I don't have to feel I'm being crunched inside the Iron Maiden? I would very much appreciate it. Thank you. Amen. It rained the next morning, and Jimmy Dolan was still in jail, waiting to be arraigned at 11 a.m. I had just sat down at my desk when I saw an unmarked vehicle of the kind used by NOPD pull to the curb, and Clotilde Arsenault, wearing Levi's, a knit sweater, and a blue jean jacket, get out and run through the rain to the courthouse entrance, her hand raised in front of her brow. She came into my office, out of breath, her denim jacket streaked with rainwater. She sat down without being invited and said, "Wow, you are a hard man to catch." "I don't follow you," I said. "I left 3 messages yesterday afternoon," she said. "I was in Franklin. Father Dolan is in jail," I replied. "Yeah, I know all about it. God really walks into wrecking balls, doesn't he? Look, what do you got on the death of Sammy Figurelli?" "Nothing." "Nothing. He was killed with a .22. He probably knew the shooter. That's about it," I said. I could see her anger at losing months of work rekindling itself in her face. She bit a thumbnail and looked at the rain hitting on the window, then looked back at me. "I came here for another reason as well. In fact, I'm off work today," she said. "What is it?" You already have breakfast? She said. No, I lied. It's on me, she said. Your accent seems to come and go. See? I knew you were a smart man. She smiled, her mouth pressed into a small flower. We got a takeout order at Victor's Cafeteria on Main and drove across the bayou to a giant crab boil pavilion next to an exhibition hall where, believe it or not, Harry James, Buddy Rich, Willie Smith, and Duke Ellington's arranger Juan Tizol performed during the 1950s. The camellias along the bayou were in bloom and looked like red paper flowers inside the grayness of the day. And a tug was moving a huge iron barge loaded with dredged mud through the drawbridge up by Burke Street. So what's the haps? I said. I came down on you pretty hard when you and Purcell scared Fat Sammy out of town, she replied. Your feelings were understandable. There was a fried egg and ham sandwich on French bread in her styrofoam container, but she hadn't touched it. I talked to Purcell. He told me about your wife's death, she said. I raised my chin to straighten my collar and looked at the tug moving the barge down the bayou. So what I'm saying is, got it. You don't need to explain. How about shutting up a minute? My husband was killed in Iraq in 91. He was in a tank. The army said he died instantly, but I don't believe him, she said. I'm sorry. For a long time, I thought I saw him at a football game, in a bar, or in a crowd at a department store. That ever happened to you? No. You're lucky. What I'm saying, Robichaud, is I think you're a good cop, and you don't need another cop yelling at you. She picked up her sandwich and took a bite out of it. I heard the tug blowing its whistle at the next drawbridge. It's Friday. You want to hang around town? Maybe catch dinner and go to a movie? I said. What's playing? She asked. Really hadn't checked it out. Father Dolan's being arraigned at 11, she said. I thought you'd cut loose of Father Jimmy's problems. A girl's got to do something for kicks, she said, and watched me over the top of her cup while she drank her coffee. Dale Louviere liked being a city police officer, especially since he'd been promoted to plainclothes and given his own office, a travel account, and membership in 2 civic clubs. The pay was nothing to brag about, but good things happened if a man did his job and accorded people respect and made sure he was available to serve in whatever capacity was needed. Anything wrong with that? He asked himself. He lived a bachelor's life in a freshly painted bungalow out in the country, enclosed by sugarcane fields, cedar trees, flower beds, and vegetable gardens, tended by a trustee from the parish stockade. The radical priest's accusation that he was on a pad still rankled him. Dale Louviere never accepted a bribe from anyone. He didn't have to. He took care of his own side of the street, and other things took care of themselves. A mortgage or car loan was approved upon application. His drinks were put on a tab at local bars, but he wasn't expected to ever pay the tab. A land developer gave him 40-yard line tickets to LSU's home games whenever he wanted them. And at Christmas time, cellophane-wrapped baskets of candy, fruit, and wine were delivered to his door. The people who owned the sugar mills, drilled the oil wells, and governed the parish's affairs paid most of the taxes, didn't they? They gave other people jobs. The parish would be a giant rural slum without them. So a civil servant had to pay attention to the needs of rich people who could locate elsewhere anytime they chose. Anything wrong with that? Early the same morning Father Jimmy Dolan was to be arraigned. Dale Louvier rose at first light, put on his warm-up suit and drank coffee and smoked a cigarette at the kitchen table, waiting for the chill to go out of the room. Through the front window he saw a Honda pass on the state road, then return, going in the opposite direction. He washed his cup and saucer in the sink, put his spare set of house and car keys around his neck on a braided lanyard, and began his early morning aerobic walk down the state road. 200 yards from his bungalow, he crossed a wood bridge over a coulee and entered a long, cleared slash between two unharvested cane fields. The rain had quit temporarily, but fog hung like smoke in the cane, and the thatch under his feet was sodden and mud-coated, squishing each time he took a step, soaking the bottoms of his sweatpants. One of his shoes went down ankle-deep in water. Bad day for aerobics, he thought. He heard a car stop on the road. When he looked behind him, he saw the Honda again, and a priest with a map spread across his steering wheel, rolling down his window now, his face expressing his obvious need for directions. But secretly, Dale Louvier never liked nor trusted the clergy, and off the clock he gave them no time. He pretended to tie his shoe until he heard the sound of the Honda's engine thinning in the distance. It started to sprinkle again, and Dale Louvier headed home, walking fast along the edge of the road through ground fog that welled out of the ditches, his arms pumping the way he learned in an aerobics class. He wondered if he would ever successfully quit smoking. He'd tried many times, but within 3 days he would be so irritable and agitated his colleagues would toss cigarettes on his desk blotter by way of suggestion. Now the best he could do was pump the smoke out of his lungs and the nicotine out of his blood with a hard early morning walk that left his head spinning and his nervous system screaming for another cigarette. Fortunately, he'd stuffed a pack in his jacket pocket. Just as he fished one out, he saw the Honda coming in his direction again. The driver pulled alongside Dale Louvier and rolled down the window with the electric motor. He wore a golfer's cap pulled down on one eye and had a tight face and small ears like a fighter who'd spent too many years in the ring. A road map was crumpled on the dashboard. His black suit and rabat were dry, his shoulders narrow, his hands round and pink on the steering wheel. "Could you be directing me back to Highway 90, sir?" the priest said. "Go to the 4 corners and turn left," Louvier said. The priest screwed his head about, his eyebrows raised into half-moons. "That's simple. I must have made a complete circle. I think the bishop served too much of the grog last night." But instead of driving away, he started fiddling with his map, running his finger along a line that marked Highway 90, peering down the road, then through the back window again. Dale Louvier thought he heard a knocking sound in the trunk. "What's that?" he asked. The priest clucked his tongue. "I'm afraid I ran over a dog. I'm taking him to a veterinary if I can find one," he said. "Turn at the crossroads, you see." "Correct. He can't get lost. Got it now?" Louvier said impatiently. He lit a cigarette and drew the smoke lovingly into his lungs. I don't see that on this map, the priest said. Look, it's not that hard. You see the state road here? He held his cigarette to one side and leaned in the window. That was as far as he got. The priest grabbed the lanyard around Louviere's neck and rolled up the window on his throat, trapping his head at the top of the glass like a man caught in an inverted guillotine. He pressed down on the accelerator and drove his car down the road and into Louviere's driveway, while Louviere held onto the door handle and tried to extend his body like a crane's to keep from being decapitated. Be a good fella and toggle along as best you can. We'll have you safe and snug in your digs before you know it, the priest said. Whoops, a little bump there. Hang on. Dale Louviere felt his head being torn loose from his torso as he tripped over his feet, fighting to find purchase. The Honda moved past the side of his house, his gardens and flower beds, and across the thin, wintergreen stretch of grass that comprised his backyard, into a paintless cypress barn left over from an earlier time. The priest lowered the window glass, and Dale Louviere fell backward into a smell of rotted straw, hard-packed damp earth, and horse manure that powdered into dust. The priest cut the engine on the car and got out, a .45 automatic hanging from his right hand. I have nothing against coppers, except those who are no better than me and pretend otherwise. On which side of the line would a fellow like you fall, sir? He said. Again, Dale Louviere heard a kicking sound in the Honda's trunk, but couldn't think of anything except the violent pounding in his own chest. At 10:55 a.m., while Father Jimmy Dolan sat in a St. Mary Parish courtroom, cuffed to a wrist chain with a collection of drunks, pipeheads, prostitutes, and wife-batterers, the prosecutor's office received a call from Dale Louviere. He indicated he was resigning his job and, for personal reasons, moving to an undisclosed city out of state. He also said there was no substance to the charges against Father James Dolan, and that his colleague, Cash Money Mouton, who had made the arrest in the public restroom, would confirm the same, provided he could be found. Clotilde Arsenault, Father Jimmy, and I walked out the front door of the courthouse together. The rain had stopped, and the town looked washed and clean, the trees green against the grayness of the day, the ebb and flow of the traffic on a wet street somehow an indicator of the world's normalcy. What happened in there? Father Jimmy said. I wouldn't worry about it, I said. Max Call is behind this, isn't he said. Who cares? Those guys deserve anything that happens to them, I said. I thought New Orleans was tough. Y'all have death squads over here? Clotilde said. I started to make a flippant reply, but saw the troubled expression on Father Jimmy's face. I have to get my car from the pound, he said. We'll see you at the house. Let it slide, Jimmy, I said. One of those men may be dead, he replied. He walked down the street, his black suit rumpled and stained from sleeping overnight on a cement jailhouse floor. Your friend isn't easily consoled, is he? Clotilde said. Ever hear about the Jewish legend of the 13 just men who suffer for the rest of us? No. What's the point? Some people have to do life in the Garden of Gethsemane, I said. She picked up my left hand and looked at it, her fingers cool on my skin. "This is where those greaseballs put the pliers to you?" she said. "Yes." She patted the top of my hand and released it. "Take care of your own ass for a change," she said. Chapter 20. Father Jimmy hadn't been back at my house 10 minutes when the phone rang in the kitchen. He picked it up, but didn't speak, his breath audible in the silence. "Ah, you're a clairvoyant as well as a spiritual man," the voice on the other end said. "Leave me alone, please," Father Jimmy said. "I gotcha, didn't I?" "What do you mean?" "Oh, you know what I mean, sir. It took a bastard like me with blood on his hands to get you out of the slums. Now it's you who owe me." "What'd you do with those men?" "They're both alive, and probably enjoying a cool drink in a warm climate by now. I think one of them mentioned Ecuador. I have to say, though, I was tempted to release them from their earthly bonds." Father Jimmy sat down in a chair and tried to think. "Perhaps you mean will, but you can't use violence to solve either your problems or mine," he said. "What do you know of violence, sir? What do you fucking know of it?" "You're full of hatred, Max. Get it out of your life. You injure yourself with it more than others." "If I came into your confessional, would you give me absolution?" "Yes." "There are a couple more house calls I'd like to make." "You don't negotiate the terms of forgiveness." "Max? Did you hear me?" But Mac's call had hung up. Father Jimmy leaned his head down on his hand, the stink of the jail still on his clothes, Snugs the cat pacing back and forth on the table, his tail dragging across Father Jimmy's face. He felt more tired than he'd ever been in his life, vain and used up, now sullied by the accusation of molester, even though it was a lie. He knew the rumor would always follow him, regardless of where he went or what he did. A wave of revulsion and anger washed through him and made him clench his fists. Is this what all the years in the seminary, the struggles with celibacy and bigots and dictatorial and obtuse superiors had been about? To end up with his name and life's work soiled by an accusation that made his skin crawl? Why didn't he quit running a game on himself? He posed as the altruist, but other people constantly had to get him out of trouble. If he'd wanted to be a true missionary and take real risks, why hadn't he joined the Maryknolls? He disdained the role of the traditional priest, but in his self-imposed piety, he'd become little more than a noisy gadfly, dedicated to causes Kerry Nation might have supported. He just lectured a tormented man on his violence, although he, Jimmy Dolan, had just profited from it. And if truth be known, he was glad he was on the street, and perhaps secretly glad his false accusers had gotten their just desserts. Better to marry than to burn, St. Paul had said. Better to be a bourbon priest or a diocesan sycophant than a self-canonized fool, Father Jimmy thought. "What do you think, Snugs?" he said. Snugs answered by nudging his head into Father Jimmy's chin. Father Jimmy went into the bedroom, flung his clothes in the corner, and got under the shower. The water coughed in the pipes, then seemed to whisper the word hypocrite in his ear. The South has changed dramatically since the civil rights legislation of the 1960s. Anyone who says otherwise has either not been there or wishes to keep old wounds green and tender as part of a personal agenda. And nowhere has the change been more visible than in the once recalcitrant states of the Deep South. But that evening, when I took Clotilde Arsenault to supper on East Main, I tried to convince myself otherwise. I told myself the furtive glances at our table, the awkwardness of friends who felt they should stop by and say hello, were expressions of narrowness and latent racism to be expected in our culture. The truth was, no one took exception to Clotilde's race, but they did take exception to my being out with another woman in less than a year of Bootsy's death. It had turned cold again when we left the restaurant. Stars were spread across the sky, the horizon flaring with stubble fires, smoke boiling out of the electric lights at the sugar mills. "You a little uncomfortable in there about something?" Clotilde asked. "Not me," I replied. She opened the door to my pickup by herself and got in and closed it behind her, although I tried to help her in. "You're really out of the past, aren't you?" she said. "Probably," I said. She smiled and didn't say anything. We drove toward the drawbridge and the theater complex on the other side of Bayou Teche. She checked into a motel out by the 4-lane that afternoon. We crossed the bayou and turned into the theater parking lot. It was filled with teenagers, long lines of them extending out from the ticket windows. "Friday night is a bad night for the movies here," I said. "We don't need to go," she said, looking straight ahead. I turned around in the parking lot, recrossed the bayou, and drove up East Main without destination. The street seemed strangely empty, the stars shut out by the canopy of oaks overhead. My rented shotgun house dark and blown with unraked leaves. I hesitated, then pulled into my driveway and cut the engine. The ground fog in the trees and bamboo glistened in the lights from City Park across the bayou. "Where's Father Dolan?" she asked. "Staying with friends in Lafayette." "You have a lot of regrets in your life, Robichaud," she said. "All drunks do," I replied. "How do you deal with them?" "I don't labor over them anymore." She still looked straight ahead. "I don't want to be a regret in somebody's life," she said. "Want to meet my cat?" I said. And that's what we did. I introduced her to Snugs, then we ate ice cream in the kitchen, and I drove her to her motel. Afterward, I went to the cemetery in St. Martinville and sat on the steel bench by Bootsy's tomb and watched the moon rise over the old French church on the bayou. That night, I dreamed I was in New Orleans in an earlier era, riding on a streetcar out to Elysian fields. The streets were dark, the palm fronds on the neutral ground yellow with blight. No one else was on the car except the motorman. When he turned and looked back at me, his eyes were empty sockets. The skin on his face dried and shrunken into little more than gauze on his skull. Oftentimes, police cases aren't solved. They simply unravel by chance and accident. With good luck, there will even be an appreciable degree of justice involved, although it often originates from an expected source. Early the next morning, Saturday, My lawn was white with frost, and the bamboo on the side of the house was stiff and hard and rattled like broomsticks in the wind. I put on my sweatsuit, ran 3 miles through City Park, then showered and drove down to Cleet's cottage in the motor court. He sat on the side of his bed in the coldness of the room, sleepy, shivering slightly, wearing only a strap undershirt and pajama bottoms. The wastebasket in his kitchen was stuffed with fast food containers and beer cans. "You want to do what?" he said. "Eat breakfast at McDonald's, then maybe knock down some ducks at Pecan Island," I said. "I'm busy today," he replied. "I see." It was quiet in the room. His eyes lingered on mine. "What's bothering you, big man?" he said. I told him about the dream, the motorman with the skeletal face, the darkness outside the streetcar, the yellowed palm fronds that clattered like bone. "You ever have a dream like that?" I said. "I used to dream I was on a Jolly Green that was going down, but that was in the hospital in Saigon. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a dream." "I can't shake it," I said. He got up from the bed and began dressing. "Turn on the heat, will you? Feels like it's 30 below in here," he said. We ate at the McDonald's on East Main. Outside, the sky was blue, the leaves of the live oak in the adjacent lot flickering in the sunlight. "Can't tempt you into a duck hunting trip?" I said. He wiped his mouth with a crumpled napkin and dropped it onto his plate. "That perv I told you about, Bobby Joe Fontenot, the one in the trailer court, I couldn't stop thinking about what he said to me." "Said what?" "That if he reoffended, he was going to use my name every time he stuck it to a little kid. So I called the first PO. Guess what? The PO is on vacation. So I told the guy handling his case file about the little boy in the trailer next door. He did everything except yawn in my ear." "Call social services," I said. "Already did. I think that kid is sharp, mate." He gathered up the trash from both our meals and stuffed them angrily into a bin. "Take it easy, Cletus," I said. "Screw the ducks. Time to spit in the punch bowl," he said. The mother of the little boy in the trailer court was named Katie Goltz. She sat with us in her tiny living room, still not connecting the reasons we were there, even though Cleet mentioned he'd been chasing down a bail skip who was the fall partner of Bobby Joe Fontenot, a convicted sex predator living next door. She wore no lipstick, old jeans, Indian moccasins, and a colorless pullover. Her hair was cut short and had probably been brown before it was peroxided and waved on one side to resemble a 1940s leading lady. "Where's your son?" Cleet said. "At the strip mall," she replied. Cleet nodded. "He went with some friends?" he asked. "Bobby Joe took him to buy him a comic book for helping clean his trailer," she said. Cleet leaned forward in his chair. "Ma'am, we have a Megan's Law in Louisiana. You must have been notified about Bobby Joe Fontenot's record," he said. "People change," she said. "You listen to me. That guy's a degenerate. You keep your son away from him," Cleet said. She focused her eyes on a neutral space, her hands folded in her lap. Her arms were muscular, as though she'd grown up doing physical work, her complexion clear. Behind her, framed on the wall, was a black and white photograph of her and a man who looked like a power lifter. His hair was shaved on the sides, curly in back, his face impish, like a cartoon drawing of a monkey's. I stood up and looked closer at the picture. It was inscribed, "To Katie G., the girl who made my own screen role a real pleasure. Your pal, Phil." "That's Gunnar Ardwine," I said. "Gunnar is his nickname. Phil is his real name." "You know him?" she said. "He was involved with the beating of a priest in New Orleans." "You made a film with him?" I said. She frowned, unable to process all that she just heard. "I made just one film. My screen name is Katie G. The producer said G looks better than goats on the credits. Phil was my co-star." "What was that about a priest?" she said. "You were in one of Fat Sammy Figueroa's porn films?" Cleet said. "They're art films. They're shown in art theaters." "Listen, nobody's hurt my little boy. I wouldn't let that happen. I have to go to the washateria now," she said. There seemed nothing left to say. Her mindset, formed out of either desperation, ignorance, or just plain stupidity and selfishness, was armor-plated, and in all probability no amount of attrition in her life or her son's would ever change it. Bobby Joe Fontenot pulled up outside, wearing a foam rubber collar, his face marbled with bruises. When the little boy got out of his car, Bobby Joe cocked his index finger at him as though he were pointing a gun and said, "Come on over and watch some TV tonight. I got some popsicles." Cleet and I got up to go, our mission by and large a failure. Her son rushed past us into his bedroom, a new comic book rolled tightly in his hand. Cleet twisted the handle on the front door, then stopped and turned around. "It's not coincidence you let that geek alone with your kid. There's a financial motive here, isn't there?" he said. "Coincidence?" she said. "You got more than a neighborly relationship with that asshole next door. He knows you were working the trade around folk poke," Cleet said, tapping the air with one finger. "Fontenot's in porn films too, isn't he?" "I'm not saying any more. I have to go to the washateria and fix lunch and do all kinds of things I don't get no help with. Why don't y'all just leave now? I didn't do anything to cause this, and you can't say I did," she said. She stared at us indignantly, her arms folded across her breasts, as though the irrefutability of her logic should have been obvious to anyone. Cleet and I crossed the Teche on the drawbridge behind the trailer court and headed toward New Iberia on the back road, past the row of oak-shaded antebellum homes that belonged on a movie set. Then he mashed on the gas, one hand on top of the steering wheel, the sugarcane fields racing past us, a crazy light in his eyes. "What are you thinking about, Cleet?" "Nothing. I'll drop you off," he said. "Cleet, everything is copacetic. Just hang loose. I'll check in with you later," he said. He whistled an aimless tune under his breath. Chapter 21. At 10:15 Monday morning, I received a call from Clotilde Arsenault. "Did you hear from the FBI yet?" she asked. "No," I said. "You will. They just left here. They want to put a net over Mac's call real bad," she said. "A guy crossing state lines to commit a homicide?" I guess they would. No, you got it wrong. It's face-saving time. Because he's IRA, he's on a terrorist watch list. In fact, he's been on one for 3 years, except he's been going back and forth across the Canadian border like a yo-yo, making a lot of people look like shit. That's their problem, I said. You're not hearing me. The feds believe Carl is... She paused, and I heard her shuffling papers around. They say he's a non-pathological, compulsive obsessive with paranoid and antisocial tendencies. Antisocial tendencies? This is the kind of crap that comes out of Quantico. Don't buy into it. Will you shut up? They're saying Carl kills people because he feels he has a right to. He's not a psychopath or a schizophrenic or anything like that. He's just a very angry man. Have I got your attention? Yes, I said. He had a wife and son in Belfast nobody in law enforcement knew about. They used a different name so Carl's enemies wouldn't find him. But about 5 years ago, a Protestant death squad of some kind put a bomb under their car and killed both of them. They were on their way to Mass. The subject wasn't funny anymore. Is there a tap on my home phone? I asked. We're in the George W. Bush era. I'd keep that in mind, she said. 15 minutes later, Helen came into my office, a clutch of fact sheets in her hand. Did you hear anything about an explosion on the drawbridge in Jeanneret? She asked. No, I said. She sat on the corner of my desk and studied the fact sheets in her hand. This is from the St. Mary's Sheriff Office? See what you think, she said. Her jawbone flexed against her cheek. I took the sheets from her hand and read them, trying not to show any expression. The details of the investigator's report were incredible. In the early a.m., someone had evidently Slim Jimmed a wrecker that was parked at a filling station located a half block from the trailer court by the Jeanneret drawbridge. After hot-wiring the ignition, the perpetrator drove the wrecker down to the trailer court, hooked up the winch to a trailer owned by one Bobby Joe Fontenot, and ripped it off its cinder blocks, tearing loose all the plumbing, electrical, phone, and cable connections. According to witnesses, the owner tried to exit the trailer, but discovered the door had been sealed shut with a bonding adhesive used to repair the bodies of wrecked automobiles. The perpetrator skidded the trailer out of the court onto the surfaced road, bouncing it across a drainage ditch, smashing mailboxes and parked cars. When the trailer toppled on its side, witnesses thought they saw the owner trying to climb out of an exposed window, but the driver of the wrecker accelerated, knocking Fontenot, the owner, back inside. The driver then dragged the trailer across the steel grid of the drawbridge, geysering rooster tails of sparks in the darkness. A liquid blue flame enveloped one of the butane tanks on the rear of the trailer. The explosion that ensued blew burning paper, fabric, and particle board all over the bayou. The owner, who by this time had broken out a window and cleaned the glass from the frame with a hammer, barely escaped with his life. The perpetrator abandoned the wrecker and burning trailer, which was tightly wedged between the steel side beams on the bridge, and disappeared into the darkness on the far side of the bayou. A moment later, an ancient Cadillac convertible was seen speeding down the road toward New Iberia, the engine misfiring, leaking oil smoke, the driver wearing a small, short-brim hat perched on the front of his head. Wow. That's something, isn't it? I said, handing the fact sheets back to Helen. "Any idea who could pull a stunt like that?" she said. "Well, there are a lot of old gas guzzlers like that around," I replied, my eyes drifting around the room. "Right," she said. "No mention of the Cadillac's color?" "Nope," she said. "It's not in our jurisdiction anyway. Let St. Mary Parish do some work for a change." "You get Clete Purcell in here right now," she said. But Clete didn't answer his phone. And when I drove by the motor court, the manager told me he hadn't seen Clete's car in the last day or two. I called Clete's office in New Orleans. The temporary secretary he sometimes used was an ex-nun by the name of Alice Warenhouse, who put the fear of God in some of Clete's clients. "You are Mr. Robichaud?" she said. "I was when I got up this morning," I replied, then quickly regretted my mistake in attempting humor with Alice Warenhouse. "Oh, it is you, isn't it? I should have immediately recognized the quick wit at work in your rhetoric," she said. "Mr. Purcell left a message for you. Would you like me to read it to you?" "Yes, that would be very nice, Miss Warenhouse," I replied. It says, "Give Alice a payphone number and a time. Fart, barf, and itch probably have you tapped." "What's going on?" I said. "I suspect that's why he'd like to talk with you, Mr. Robichaud, to explain everything to you. I'm sure by this time you're rather used to that," she said. I walked downtown and got the number off a public telephone and called it back to Alice Warenhouse. "I'll be at this number at 1 p.m., I said. I expected another rejoinder at my expense, but she surprised me. "Mr. Robichaud, be careful. Watch after Mr. Purcell, too. Under all his bluster, he's a vulnerable man," she said. At 1:04 p.m., the payphone across from Victor's Cafeteria on Main Street rang. I picked it up and didn't wait for Clete to speak. "Have you lost your mind?" I said. "About what?" he said. "You stole a tow truck out of a filling station. You almost burned Bobby Joe Fontenot to death in his trailer. The drawbridge in Jeanneret is still closed with the melted wreckage you left on top of it. Boat traffic is backed up 10 miles. "Oh, yeah, that," he replied. "Things got a little out of hand. Look, Big Mon." "No. You look, Clete. Helen wants to feed you into an airplane propeller. She's emotional sometimes. I talked with Clotilde Arsenault. She says your phone is tapped." "I already got that. Listen to me. You think the feds are tapping a cop's phone because they're worried about an Irish button man whacking out a couple of greaseballs? These guys still haven't found Jimmy Hoffa. It's Murchie Flanagan and his wife they're worried about." "You're making no sense. That broad's been giving you a hand job. I did some checking on Murchie's company. He's in line for some big drilling contracts in Iraq after Shrub turns it into an American colony. That means his father-in-law, what's-his-face Castile Lejeune, is probably mixed up in it too. The feds are after Call because he's about to pop somebody with a lot of juice. Not because they're worried about Call trying to kill a Catholic priest or smoking the Della Croce brothers." It was pointless to argue with Clete. He was the best investigative cop I ever knew. his blue-collar instincts for deception and hypocrisy and flim-flam always on target. But his antipathy toward federal law enforcement agencies, particularly the FBI, was unrelenting, and at best he considered them bumbling and inept, and at worst, lazy and arrogant. "Why'd you say Theodosia Flanagan was giving me a hand job?" I asked. "She and her husband are business partners. She set you up to either get drunk or clipped. She didn't care which. Rich broads look after the money first and think about the size of your Johnson second. You think she's going to let a guy like you screw up her family's finances?" "You really know how to say it, Cletus. You won't be a dildo for this broad, that's your choice. She's dirty streak, just like her husband and her old man." "What are you up to?" "I told you before. I'm going to make cripples out of the shitheads who hurt you. Get this. I saw a guy in Franklin who looks just like your description of Mike Call." "Stay away from him, Cleet. Lose a resource like that? By the way, what's the name of that electrician who burned down your house?" I started to give him the name, then refused. "That's all right. I already had a talk with him. He might be contacting your department, but don't believe anything he says." Later, I went into Helen's office. She was on the phone, nodding, while someone on the other end talked, her eyes on mine. "All right, we'll take care of it. I agree with you. Absolutely. This isn't the Wild West. You got it," she said, and hung up. Her face looked scorched. "Who was that?" I asked. "The Lafayette sheriff. An electrical contractor by the name of Herbert Vidrine was pulled out of his house at around 6:30 this morning and worked over in his backyard," she said. She looked down at the yellow legal pad on her desk, widening her eyes as though she couldn't quite assimilate what she'd just heard and written down. "By pulled out, I mean just that. His attacker was wearing work gloves of some kind and grabbed Vidrine by the mouth like he was picking up a bowling ball," she said. "He swung him around in a circle and threw him into the side of a garbage truck. Vidrine is in Our Lady of Lourdes now. A neighbor got the tag number of the attacker's car, a lavender Cadillac convertible. Guess who it belongs to?" I just talked to Cleet on the phone. "He's not coming in," I said. "The electrical contractor's too scared to file charges, but Cleet's not going to use Iberia Parish as his safe house while he goes around kicking people's asses." I nodded. The heat went out of her face. "What's the score on this electrical contractor?" she said. "He's the guy who installed bad wiring in my house. He works for Will Guillot." "I'm fed up with the stuff, Dave. Clean it up, or you and Cleet can start making your own plans," she said. I took the old highway through Broussard into Lafayette and hit a rainstorm just outside of town. By the time I got to Our Lady of Lourdes Hospital, the streets were flooding. I ran past a row of blooming camellia bushes into the side entrance of the hospital and asked at the nurse's station on the second floor for directions to Herbert Vidrine's room. 3 rooms past the elevator on your left," the nurse said. I thanked her and started down the hall. Then I stopped and went back to the station. I opened my badge holder. "How's Mr. Vidrine doing?" I asked. "A concussion and a broken arm, but he's doing all right," the nurse replied. She was young and had clean features and brown hair that was clipped on her neck. "Has anyone else been in to see him?" "Not since I've been here. I came on at 8 a.m., she said. "Could I use your typewriter?" I said. I'd taken a fiction writing course when I was an English education major at Southwestern Louisiana Institute. I hoped my old prof, Lyle Williams, would be proud of the letter I was now composing. I typed rather than signed a name at the bottom, folded and put the letter in an envelope the nurse gave me, then printed Herbert Vidrine's name on the outside. "Would you wait 10 minutes, then deliver this to Mr. Vidrine's room?" I said. "I don't know if I should get involved in this," she replied. I placed the envelope on her desk. "You'd be helping out the good guys," I said. Vidrine was sitting up in bed when I entered his room, one arm in a cast, easing a teaspoon of Jell-O past a severely swollen bottom lip. "How are you, Herbert?" I said. He put his spoon back in a bowl that rested on his bed tray. "You're Berea Parish. What are you doing here?" "We're looking for the guy who hurt you, but on different charges," I said, laying my raincoat and hat on a chair. "Maybe you're here to rub salt in a wound, too," he said. "You burned my house down, partner. But I'm like you. I'm a drunk. I can't carry resentments." "Did you ever go back to meetings?" His eyes left mine. Even though he was a hard-bodied man, he looked small in the bed, his spoon clutched in a childlike fashion. "I never had that big a drinking problem. It was just when I was married," he said. "The man who attacked you didn't have the right to do what he did," I said. He frowned and ran his tongue over the swelling in his bottom lip. "Just leave me alone," he said. "One day you're going to have to do a fifth step on the injury you caused me and my family. My father built that house in the Depression with his own hands. My second wife was murdered in it. Her blood was in the wood," I said. "I'm sorry." "Maybe you are," I said. I put my business card on his nightstand. "I think you have a lot of information about the dealings of some bad people, Herbert. Why take their bounce?" "I haven't done anything wrong," he replied. I drummed my fingers on top of the chair where my raincoat rested and looked out the window at an oak tree whipping in the wind, its leaves shredding high in the air. Then I picked up my raincoat and left, just as the nurse entered with the letter I'd typed at the nurse's station. "This was left for you, Mr. Vidrine," I heard her say behind me. I waited 5 minutes, then re-entered Vidrine's room. "I forgot my hat," I said, picking it up from the chair. The letter I'd written lay unfolded on top of his bed tray. He was staring into space, his expression disjointed, like a man at a bus stop who's watched the bus's doors close in his face and the bus drive away without him. The letter I'd typed at the nurse's station read as follows. "Herbert, sorry you got your ass stomped by that queerbait we had trouble with at the cafe in Jeanneret. But if you can't deal with a fat shit like that, I don't need you on the job. Take this as your official notice of termination. Also, be advised you are forfeiting all fees due on uncompleted work. Will Guillot. Something wrong? I asked. Yeah, there is. You want to know about Sun-Built Construction? Yeah. What's up with these guys? They got connections with gangsters in New Orleans. That's not real specific. Maybe they're selling dope. I'm not sure. But Will Guillot is going to take over the company. He's got something on the old man. Elysian? Yeah, him. The war hero. What does Guillot have on him? I don't know. I asked him once. All he said was, I finally got the goods on both him and that cunt. I asked him which cunt he meant. He told me it wasn't my business. Ever hear the name of Junior Crudup? I said. No, he said. It had stopped raining outside. The sky was gray, the sun buried in a cloud like a wet flame, the hospital lawn blown with camellia petals. That's all you got for me, Herbert? It's not too much, I said. I'm an electrician. People don't confess their sins to me. See you around, I said. One time, I told Will Fox Run was a beautiful place. He said, don't let it fool you. All these places got a nigger in the woodpile. I wasn't sure what he meant, though. He tilted his head inquisitively, waiting for me to speak, as if somehow we were old friends. So Vadrine repeated a racist remark that confirms what you already knew, Helen said in her office an hour later. Maybe a convict was killed on the Elysian plantation 50 years ago. Or maybe not. We didn't find a body, Buona. That's the point, I said. How could Will Guillot be blackmailing Elysian about the death of Junior Crudup? Guillot has something else on him. I'm glad we cleared that up. Now get out of here, she replied. I couldn't blame Helen for her feelings. The real issues were the murders of the daiquiri store operator and Fat Sammy Figarelli, and both instances had no viable suspects. In the meantime, I'd gotten myself abducted, gotten deeply involved in a murder case from a half-century ago, and had helped bring Max Call to our community. As a member of Alcoholics Anonymous, the axiom, keep it simple, was supposed to guide my daily life. What a joke. But Helen herself had said the real problem lay in the fact we were dealing with Dagwood and Blondie. Amateurs hide in plain sight. They also don't feel guilty about the misdeeds they commit. They attend church, Kiwanis meetings, belong to the Better Business Bureau, support every self-righteous moral cause imaginable, and float like helium balloons right over whole armies of cops looking for miscreants in off-track betting parlors, XXX motels, and crack houses. The word criminal is more an emotional than legal term. Go to any U.S. post office and view the faces on the wanted posters. Like Dick Tracy caricatures, they stare out of the black and white photographs often taken in late-night booking rooms, unshaved, pig-snouted, rodent-eyed, hair-lipped, reassuring us that human evil is always recognizable and that consequently we will never be its victim. But every long-time cop will tell you that the criminals who scared him most were the ones who looked and talked like the rest of us, and committed deeds that no one, absolutely no one, ever wants to have knowledge of. 5 or 6 years ago, Helen and I had to fly to Deer Lodge, Montana, and question a kid whose execution was scheduled in 3 days. We weren't prepared for what we saw when he was brought into the interview room in a short-sleeve orange jumpsuit and leg and waist chains. His first name was Kerry, and the softness in his name was like both his features and his North Carolinian accent. He had no cigarette odor, no tattoos, no needle tracks. His auburn hair was shampooed, clipped on the ends, and kept falling across his glasses so that he constantly twitched his head to shake a loose strand out of his vision. While we questioned him about a murder in Iberia Parish, his large glasses wobbled with reflected light, and a strange, almost self-effacing smile never left his mouth. If he bore anger or resentment toward anyone, I couldn't detect it. He'd been sentenced to death for tying a rancher and his wife to chairs in their kitchen and butchering them alive. While on death row, he helped organize a riot that resulted in the convict takeover of the entire maximum security area. Kerry also was a chief participant in the fate of 5 snitches who were pulled out of protection cells, tortured, and lynched with wire loops from the second tier of a lockdown section. He said he knew nothing of the homicide in Iberia Parish. Your fingerprints at the murder scene indicate otherwise. Maybe the victim had it coming. Why not get your interpretation of events on the books? I said. He flipped his head to clear a strand of hair from his glasses and smiled at a joke that only he seemed to understand. We gave it up. But before we left the interview room, I had to ask him another question. What do you think lies on the other side, Gary? I said. He had a slight cold and couldn't wipe his nose because his hands were manacled at the waist, so he huffed air out of his nostrils before he answered. You just move on to another plane of existence, he said. The afternoon of his injection, he had to be awakened from a sound sleep. Minutes later, the death warrant was read, and he was videotaped by a member of the medical examiner's office on the way to the execution chamber. He grinned at the camera and said, "Hi, Mom," and jiggled all over with laughter. Chapter 22. I went to bed early that night and listened to the rain hitting the tin roof of my rented house. The fog was white in the trees, a lighted tugboat out on the Teche, its gunnels hung with rubber tires, glistening inside the rain. I slept the sleep of the dead. The time on my alarm clock was 4:16 a.m. when I heard the unmistakable sound of Cleet's automobile engine dying in my driveway. A moment later, he tapped softly on the front door. He was wearing gloves and a beat-up leather bomber jacket. The jacket was unzipped, and I could see his nylon shoulder holster and his blue-black pearl-handled .38 revolver inside it. "Where have you been?" I said. "At a fish camp on Lake Fosse Point." "Get dressed, I know where Mac's call is," he said. "No more cowboy stuff, Cleet." "Me?" he said. "Where is he?" I said. Cleet stepped inside the living room and started to explain, looking back over his shoulder at the street, then got vexed at being conciliatory. "You want in on this or not?" he said. I left a note on the kitchen counter for Father Jimmy. Then Cleet and I headed out in the pre-dawn wetness for New Orleans. A thermos of coffee and a box of beignets on the seat between us. The old homes along East Main were still dark, the live oaks dripping on the sidewalks. I was still not quite awake. "Run it by me again," I said. "Janet Gish is trying to get off the nose candy without a program. So she spends most of the night at Harris. She says a guy with a Mick accent was in the casino until early Saturday morning, then he left just before 7. He came back at 8:30, ate a plate of steak and eggs, played some more blackjack, and drove off in a Honda." "Why was she paying so much attention to a guy with an accent?" I asked. "One, I'd already described called to her, and two, she still hooks a little on the side and thought he'd be an easy trick. Here's the rest of it. He had on black dress pants, like a priest might wear." It was raining and still dark when we crossed the high bridge over the Atchafalaya at Morgan City. Down below, I could see shrimp boats in their berths, the red-tiled roofs of the town, and the great cypress-dotted expanse of the wetlands in the south, all of which were being eaten away by saltwater intrusion at a rate of hundreds of square miles a year. "Doesn't your heater work?" I said. "It's full blast, Mon." Cleet's cell phone rang. He answered it, listened, then said thanks to someone, and clicked it shut again. "That's Janet. The guy who looks like Call is still there. By the way, she's got a porn lead for us, too," he said. We crossed the wide sweep of the Mississippi just as the first cold band of light, like the blunt edge of a sword, appeared on the eastern horizon. Then we were rolling down I-10 past the northern shore of Lake Pontchartrain into the heart of the city. The welfare projects, the cemeteries where the dead were entombed in white brick, the homeless and the hopelessly addicted gathered around fires next to the cement pillars that supported the elevated highway. At the head of Canal Street stood the casino, the royal palms at the entrance beaded with rainwater in the graying of the dawn. The gamblers inside weren't a group that took note of changes in either weather or clocks. The rain might beat against the windows and lightning flicker on the streets outside, but the blacks and Hispanics and blue-collar whites who crowded the tables or fed the endless banks of slot machines were committed to their own form of solipsism, one in which the amounts that were lost or gained were far less important than the gambler's desire to stay in the game, to be a part of the action, at the table or in front of the machine, until they were physically and emotionally sated in a way no sexual or narcotic experience can equal. Janet Gish was at the bar, a scotch and milk in front of her. Her hair was currently orange, stiff with spray, the tops of both breasts tattooed with a blood-red star, her skin rough-grained, freckled, layered with makeup. But in spite of all the cosmetics and chemicals she used on herself, she had one natural gift that was unimpaired by the life she lived. Her eyes were like a doll's with weighted lids that clicked open suddenly, so that she always seemed surprised, somehow still vulnerable. She turned on the stool, drew in on her cigarette, and looked at us without expression. "Lend me $20, Streak," she said. I took out my wallet and found 15. She took it and slipped it under her glass. "I gotta get out of this shit. I just dropped 300 in a half hour. How about lunch at Galatoire's?" "God, I hate this place," she said, although I had no idea which place she meant. "On the clock today. You know how it is," I said. She was obviously stoned or drunk or both, staying off coke with booze and baccarat, paying the rent with $50 tricks, starting her daily routine at 4 p.m. with eye wash, 30-minute hot showers, and white speed on the half-shell. Anyone who thinks prostitution is a victimless crime needs his head drilled with a brace and bit. "Where's our Irish friend?" I asked. "Just went out the door like voom," she replied. Cleet's face reddened with exasperation. "Why didn't you call?" he said. "It's been a long night. I don't need criticism right now. I just don't need that kind of unjustified negativity in my morning," she said, a thin wire quivering in her throat. "Right," he said, glancing up and down the bar. "Because if that's why you two are here, I'll just go back to the tables," she said. She gestured at the bartender. "This milk is curdled. Give me a tequila sunrise." "We appreciate everything you've done for us, Janet." "How long has our man been gone?" I said. 10 minutes, she said. "You saw him drive away?" I asked. "No, he was walking. Right up canal like he was in a hurry," she said. "When he left Saturday morning for an hour or so, did he walk or drive?" I asked. She thought about it. "He walked down canal just like this morning," she replied. "Stay here, Cletus," I said. "Oh, I got it. I just drive people around, then turn into an ashtray. I'm glad I'm your friend, Dave, because otherwise I don't think you'd have any," he said, screwing an unlit Lucky into his mouth. I didn't try to explain. I hurried down canal, past smoking sewer grates and gutters dark with rainwater, to the side street that led into the dilapidated downtown area where Father Jimmy Dolan's church was located, like a 15th century fortress inside which its inhabitants refused to accept a tidal wave of ecclesiastical change. The early morning Latin Mass had already begun when I entered the vestibule and dipped my hand in the holy water fount. In a back pew, hard by a marble pillar, I saw the diminutive form of Max Call, next to a group of elderly, head-covered women, all of whom had rosary beads threaded through their fingers. He wore black trousers and a puffy tan down jacket that was zipped halfway up his chest. My cell phone was in my pocket, my .45 automatic in a clip-on holster attached to my belt. I started to punch in a 911 call on the phone, then thought better of it, and instead genuflected at the end of the pew and knelt down next to Max Call. "Walk out of here with me," I whispered. He glanced at me and showed no sign of either recognition or alarm. "Bugger off," he said. "No one needs to get hurt here," I said. He ignored me and concentrated on the missile in his hands. "I know some evil men killed not only your natal family, but your wife and son as well," I said. "Both my mother and my second wife died at the hands of murderers. I can understand the feelings you've had to deal with over the years. I think many of the people you killed were bastards and deserved what they got. But it's time to give it up. Take a walk with me, Max. You know it's the right thing to do." Other people were beginning to look at us. "You are disturbing the mass, Mr. Robichaud. Now show some respect and shut your hole," he replied. Parishioners who'd come in late, one of them weighing at least 300 pounds, began bottling up the open end of the pew. I was trapped with Max Call. I thought I might have a chance at him during communion, but as soon as the communicants began filing toward the front of the church, Max helped an elderly woman into a wheelchair and pushed her to the altar. I stayed right behind them, received the host myself, which he didn't, and followed them back into the pew. Through the concluding prayers, he kept his eyes straight ahead, one thumb hooked inside his half-zipped jacket. Just as the priest gave the final blessing to the congregation, Max turned to me and calmly whispered, "Got a Beretta, 9mm, 14 rounds in the mag, all tucked nicely under me armpit. Try to take me, and house of the Lord or not, I'll leave here on the walls." With that, he wheeled the elderly woman down the center of the aisle and through a crowd in the vestibule like a mummy wrapped in black cloth being trundled along a cobbled street. He and 2 other men lifted her down the steps and fitted her chair into a waiting van. Then suddenly Mac's call leaped into the traffic. I went after him, my shield held up above my head, a wall of water from a passing truck striking me full in the face, horns blowing, a taxi missing me by inches. Somewhere on the edge of my vision, 2 vehicles crashed into each other. Max was now somewhere on the opposite side of the traffic, hidden behind a city bus or a Mayflower van or a refrigerator truck, all of which were moving through the intersection. I reached the opposite sidewalk and looked in both directions. No Max call. I saw the bus stop briefly on the next block, then turn a corner and head in the direction of Lee's Circle. I started running, threading my way through pedestrians, truck drivers offloading food for restaurants, winos sitting in doorways with their legs outstretched on the sidewalk. I turned the corner and saw the bus at the curb in the middle of the block. The door opened to allow a passenger to exit. I ran toward it, breathless, waving my arms at the driver. As the bus pulled away from the curb, I struck the side with my fists. Behind the elongated glass windows in the back door, I saw Max Call standing in the aisle, holding a support strap with one hand. He grinned, unzipped his jacket, and pulled out the sides to show me he had no weapon on his person. The bus sped through the next intersection and disappeared down the street. I reached for my cell phone to punch in a 911 call, then remembered hearing it clatter across the sidewalk 2 blocks behind me. I stopped in the men's room at the casino and tried to dry off with paper towels before I went in search of Janet Gish and Clete Purcell. A few minutes later, my clothes glued to my skin, I found the 2 of them eating breakfast in the restaurant, Janet looking half revived by food and coffee. Clete chewed his food thoughtfully, his eyes traveling up and down my person. "I'm not even going to ask," he said. "He was at Mass. He got away," I said. "At Mass? A stone killer?" "I just told you." "So instead of calling the locals, you decided to talk him in?" he said. "Something like that," I replied. "Couldn't have used any backup from me, of course." "Lay off it, Clete," I said. He took a coffee cup and saucer that was set up on an empty table, poured the cup full, and pushed it toward me. "Sit down, Big Mon, and let Janet tell you how Fat Sammy was shipping porn out in Crystal Inn," he said. "It all had to do with those Mid-Eastern degenerates," she said. "Those what?" I said. "Those Muslim lame brains or whatever who crashed the planes into the towers. Sammy Figg said he was going to round them up for the FBI," Janet said. I gave Clete a look. "You're going to love this, Streak. Sammy, straightening out, fart, barf, and itch, he said. It seemed a grandiose and bizarre tale, but in truth no more peculiar than many in New Orleans' long history of political intrigue, from William Walker's military adventurism into Nicaragua during the 1850s to Lee Harvey Oswald's involvement in the city with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. According to Janet Gish, Fat Sammy felt tainted by a past association with a mobster who'd been an enforcer in Brooklyn and later one of the Watergate plumbers. The mobster was part of a blackmail sting involving Cuban prostitutes in Miami, and just before Kennedy's visit to Dallas on November 22, 1963, the mobster showed up in New Orleans with a hooker and stayed at a motel owned by Sammy's uncle. As soon as Sammy heard John Kennedy had been shot, he was convinced New Orleans had been the staging area for the assassination. From that time on, Fat Sammy did everything in his power to demonstrate his patriotism and dissociate himself from the people who he believed had murdered the president. The night before the planes crashed into the towers, these Mideastern guys were in Sammy's club by the airport. They told one of the girls they were pilots, Janet said. Maybe they were, I said. Except they were sweating so bad the janitor had to scrape the B.O. off the furniture. They had another problem, too, like keeping napkins over their boners. Sorry, I'm just not following all this, I said. Sammy calls the FBI. They send some guys out, and Sammy looks at all these photos and says that's not the guys who were in the club. One of the FBI guys says, well, these are the hijackers who died in the planes. Sammy says, yeah, but there must have been other hijackers whose planes got grounded. The guys in my club are the ones who probably never got off the tarmac. Even while he's talking, you can already hear the toilet flushing. 2 weeks go by, and Sammy calls the FBI in Washington. He tells some agent there they're looking in the wrong place for terrorists. He says these guys aren't Muslim revolutionaries. They're degenerates and losers, just like the other jackoffs who come into the club. Sammy says to the FBI agent, use your fucking head. These guys weren't hanging in mosques or living in Nebraska. They were holed up in Miami and Vegas and hanging in dumps like mine 'cause they want to get laid. You want to nail them? Float some coos out on the breeze and see what happens. People at the other tables were turning to stare. Maybe we should move to a quieter spot, I said. Well, excuse me. Here's a briefer version so I don't offend anybody, she said, her eyelids fluttering. The FBI agent blew Sammy off. So he set up an internet site out in Arizona to sell his movies. He was using a PI to run the credit card numbers of anybody with a Mideastern name who bought from the site. Who were his partners? I said. You met a couple of them, she replied. The Della Croces? I said. She raised her eyebrows innocuously. Tell him the rest of it, Janet, Cleet said. Sammy got paid in crystal. It's cooked across the border and comes through Tucson, she said. Then she looked at nothing. The whites of her eyes veined, her facial skin like flesh-colored clay that had been molded on bone. Sammy wasn't a bad guy. He took us all to Disney World once. He wore a Mouseketeer hat on the plane all the way back home. Who popped him, Janet? I said. I don't know. Sammy always said it was the normals you got to watch out for, 'cause they never learn who they really are. She stared through the front windows at the palm trees beating in the wind and the rain slashing on the glass. Chapter 23. It was afternoon when Cleet dropped me off at the house. The sky was a cold blue, dense and flawless in texture and color. The lawns along the street ridged with serpentine lines of leaves where the rainwater had receded into the streets. I shaved, showered, changed clothes, and went to the office. Helen listened quietly while I told her of what had happened in New Orleans, her gaze fixed out the window on the crypts in the old cemetery. "You called NOPD about call?" "Yes." "When?" she said. "When we left town." "I don't think you wanted to arrest him." "Then why would I have chased him across town?" "You should have called NOPD as soon as you saw him inside the church." Picture this scene, Helen. A couple of hot dogs coming through the vestibule with M16s and 12-gauge pumps and max call with a 9mm, I said. "Call saved your life. You think you owe him." I started to speak, but she raised her hand for me to be quiet. "The state attorney's office put us on notice this morning. We're going to be investigated for harassment of Castile Lejeune, destruction of his property, and for deliberately damaging his reputation. What do you think of that?" she said. "You warned me," I replied. "You never understand what I'm saying, Dave. You were right about the murder of Junior Crudup. Lejeune was behind it. He thinks we've got information that in reality we don't. Find out what it is. You're a handful, Buana." She folded her arms on her chest, shaking her head, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. At quitting time, I drove to the home of Murchie and Theodosia Flanagan. It was almost the winter solstice now, and the sepia-tinted light in the trees and on the bayou seemed to emanate from the earth rather than the sky. Murchie greeted me at the door, wearing glasses, a book in his hand, his long hair like white gold against the soft glow of a living-room floor lamp. "She's not here," he said. "It's you I want to talk to," I replied. "Why is it you keep finding reasons to put yourself in my wife's path? Just doing your job?" "You're out of line, Murchie." "Could be. Could also be you'd like to get into Theo's pants. If that's the case, good luck, 'cause she's out drunk somewhere." I cleared my throat and shifted my eyes off his face. His thoroughbreds were nickering inside a pecan orchard beyond a white fence, their bodies barely distinguishable in the shadows. "The murder of Junior Crudup isn't going away. His remains were moved, but eventually we'll find out what happened to them. If I have anything to do with it, your father-in-law is going to have an opportunity for on-the-job training in soybean farming," I said. "So why tell me about it?" "Because I think you wouldn't mind seeing that happen. You want to dip your wick? Go do it. But leave us out of your personal problems. I think Theodosia knows what happened to Junior Crudup's body. My wife is a sick person. That's why she spent $100,000 on psychiatrists and clinics. But I think you like stirring her up. I think you like feeding on our troubles." He started to close the door, but I held it open with one hand. "Your wife is frigid, isn't she?" I said. He released the tension on the door, slipped off his glasses, and dropped them in his shirt pocket. "If you weren't already an object of pity and public ridicule, I'd splatter your nose all over your face. Now go home, he said. The door clicked shut. I stared at it stupidly, my ears ringing in the silence. Early the next morning, Cleet picked me up for breakfast, cheerful, wearing his utility cap low on his brow, a Hawaiian shirt under his bomber jacket, driving with one hand down East Main toward Victor's cafeteria. "You moved back into the motor court?" I said. "Yeah, why not?" "You burned a guy's trailer. You assaulted a man in Lafayette. They're not filing charges. Not if they want to stay on the planet. So I don't see the big deal. Things get out of control sometimes. I'm cool with it," he said, fiddling with the radio. Cleet was Cleet, a human moving violation, out of sync with both lawful and criminal society, no more capable of changing his course than a steel wrecking ball can alter its direction after it's been set in motion. Why did I constantly contend with him? I asked myself. But I knew the answer, and it wasn't a comforting one. We were opposite sides of the same coin. I told him about my visit to Murchie Flanagan's house. "That punk said that to you?" he asked. "I got a little personal about his wife," I replied. "That's another question I have. You actually asked him if his wife wouldn't come across?" "I guess that sums it up." "I can see that might piss him off, particularly when he knows you bopped her. Can't you show some subtlety, just a little, once in a while? You bump uglies with a guy's wife, then tell him she's an ice cube. But it's me who's got a problem with language?" "She was drunk. We both were. Stop harping on it." He looked at me, then turned into the parking lot across from Victor's. The old convent across the bayou was still in shadow, the live oaks speckled with frost. "Why get into Flanagan's face about his wife's sex life?" he said. "A psychiatrist would probably say she has trouble with intimacy, so she gets it on when she's drunk, usually with strangers or people she doesn't care about. It's characteristic of women who were molested as children," I replied. "You're really going to hang Legion's cojones over a fire, aren't you?" "You better believe it," I said. Later, I signed out a cruiser and drove to the Lafayette Police Department to see my old friend Joe Dupree, the homicide cop and airborne veteran who had investigated the gunshot death of Theo Flanagan's psychiatrist. While I talked, he sat behind his desk, picking one aspirin, then another, then a third out of a tin container, swallowing them with water he drank from a cone-shaped paper cup. His tie was configured to the shape of his pot stomach, his hair combed like strands of wire across the bald spot on top of his head. "So you think this guy Will Guillot is blackmailing Castile Lejeune, and that it has something to do with Legion's daughter?" he said. "Right." "About what?" "Molestation." Joe leaned back in his chair and rubbed his mouth. Through the window I could see a chained-up line of black men in orange jumpsuits being placed in a jail van. "Well, Miss Flanagan's file was missing from Dr. Bernstein's office, but I found out several other files were missing too. Maybe Bernstein took them home and they got lost somehow. Or somebody could have stolen several files to throw off the investigation. Anyway, it's been a dead-end case, he said. You checked out the secretaries? Any reports of forced entry? I said. If Bernstein was burglarized, he didn't report it. The alarm company never had to do a 911 either. The secretary is a church-going family woman with no reason to steal files from her employer. How long was she there? He looked down at the torn notebook pages that were clipped inside a case folder. 7 months, he said. Who was the secretary before this one? I asked. He looked again at his notes. A woman named Gretchen Peltier. But she quit before Miss Flanagan started seeing Bernstein. What was that name again? I drove to the alarm company that had serviced Dr. Bernstein's office. Like most alarm companies, it was an electronic shell that didn't provide security, but instead relayed distress signals to the fire department or a law enforcement agency. In other words, the chief expense of home security was passed on to the taxpayers, and the alarm company was able to maintain its entire system, which monitored several parishes, with no more than a half-dozen technicians and sales and clerical employees. But the assistant director of the company, a black woman named Dautrive, who'd been an elementary school teacher, did her best to help me. A computer record of all electronic warning signals originating during the last year at Dr. Bernstein's office was laid out on the desk. See, there were a number of power failures. Those were either during an electrical storm or when a power line was knocked down. These other dates are the times the customer didn't disarm the system fast enough. The dispatcher had to call and get the password. She was heavy-set and wore glasses and a pink suit with a small corsage on the lapel. She glanced at her watch. Am I taking up too much time? I asked. Oh, no. It's my anniversary. My husband's meeting me for lunch, she replied. Who's the dispatcher? We use the Acadiana ambulance service. When they receive an emergency signal, they call the residence or the business and clear it up, or they notify the appropriate response service, she replied. When was the last time you received an alarm that could have indicated an unauthorized entry? I asked. Here, she said, and tapped her finger on the computer printout. The date was 1 day after the gunshot death of the psychiatrist Dr. Bernstein. But the dispatcher called and got the password. I ran my finger up the column on the printout to a billing notation for July and a description of services that amounted to $2,000. What's this? I asked. It looked like the customer changed out the system. If I remember correctly, a power surge fried the main panel, and the customer decided to use the opportunity to upgrade. I was getting nowhere. Let me think about this stuff and come back, I said. I don't know if this is of any help to you, but the customer changed his keypad code when he got his new system. See? She said and tapped the notation again. Yes. He didn't change his password. Sometimes people don't like to change the password, particularly if it's a pet name or part of a private joke in the family, she said. She looked me flatly in the face. That's a hole in the dike, isn't it? I said. You might say that, she replied. Did you say today was your anniversary? I asked. That's correct. our 27th. Have a great anniversary, Mrs. Dauterive. I headed straight for Abbeville, 20 miles south on the Vermilion River, and the insurance company that employed Gretchen Peltier, the woman who had given Will Guillot his alibi for the night the drive-by daiquiri shop operator was murdered, and who had also turned out to be a former employee of the slain psychiatrist. She was terrified. Like most people who lead ordinary lives and stray across a line, usually in concert with someone far more devious than themselves, she could neither defend herself nor lie convincingly. Instead, she began to perspire and swallow like someone in an elevator hearing steel cables snap a strand at a time. I don't think you're a bad person, Mrs. Peltier, but you're taking the weight for a bad guy, I said. Taking the weight? She said, more confused and frightened than ever now, her eyes flicking to the open door of her employer's office. You're about to take Will Guillot's fall. That means you'll go to prison. You'll live behind razor wire and cell with murderers and sexual deviants of every stripe. Snitch one of them off, and you get glass put in your food. That's where Will Guillot has taken you. My rhetoric was cruel. She was a sad woman, her eyes etched with mascara, her clothes obviously bought at a discount store. I could only guess at the means of seduction Will Guillot had used to entice her into cooperating with the systematic destruction of her own life. I knew the code numbers to the alarm system in Dr. Bernstein's office, she said. Dr. Bernstein had shot himself in the park. I gave the numbers to Will because he said his wife, the one he's divorcing, told Dr. Bernstein a lot of lies that were going to be used in court against him. I gave him the password, too. How did he get into the building? I said. A man who works for him, an electrician, opened the door, but the numbers on the keypad had been changed. The alarm went off. If Will hadn't had the password, the cops would have come out. Her eyes were wet. She rested her forehead on the heel of her hand. You told me Guillot was with you the night the daiquiri store operator was killed. Was that a lie? No. You sure? I said, looking down into her face. I thought I was helping Will. Why have you done this to me? She replied. She found a handkerchief in her purse and pressed it against her eyes. What's going on out here? Her employer said, standing in the doorway of his office, his tie printed with hundreds of tiny blue stars against a red background, a small American flag pinned on the lapel of his suit. I walked to my cruiser, which was parked on Abbeville's town square. The sun was already deep in the west, the light thin and brittle on the old brick cathedral in the square and the cemetery behind it, where the bodies of Confederate dead from Shiloh and Port Hudson lay in crypts stained with lichen and split with fissures, as though the earth were determined to absorb them and their contents back into itself. I could hear traffic crossing the steel bridge over the Vermilion River and smell the odors of diesel oil and water and shrimp husks piled behind a restaurant. And as I looked at the bare limbs of the willows along the river, I was suddenly filled with the sense that the sun wasn't simply completing part of its cycle across the sky. It was about to descend over the rim of the earth for the last time. In psychoanalysis, it's called a world destruction fantasy. Were my irrational feelings connected to the fact that I just helped dismantle a woman's life? Or were the rat's nests of rags and bones in those crypts reminders that Shiloh wasn't a grand moment in history, but a 3-day meat cutter that soaked the hills with the blood of farm boys, most of whom never owned a slave or knew anything about the economics of northern textile mills? Or was the sum total of my own life finally being made apparent to me? The streets were almost empty, swirling with dust and pieces of newspaper, the water oaks bare of leaves, many of the old stores permanently closed. The world in which I'd grown up was gone. I wanted to pretend otherwise, to find excuses for the decay, the strip malls, the trash strewn along the roadways, the century-old live oaks that developers lopped into stumps with almost patriotic pride. In my vanity, I wanted to believe that I and others could turn it around. But it was not going to happen. Not in my lifetime, nor in my child's. It was 4:45 when I got back to the department, and rain had begun falling in big fat drops on the sidewalk that led into the courthouse. I pulled my mail out of my pigeonhole and went into my office. A few minutes later, Helen came in. "So what happened today?" she asked. I told her. "Will Guillot creeped the psychiatrist's office and stole Theo Flanagan's file so he could blackmail Castile Lejeune?" she said. "It's more serious than that. I think he murdered the psychiatrist on orders from Castile Lejeune. He was probably supposed to deliver the file back to Lejeune, but he either didn't do that or he Xeroxed it and is using it to take over the old man's business." Through the window, I saw a hearse pass on its way to the funeral home on St. Peter Street. I got up from my desk and let down the Venetian blinds. My office suddenly seemed hermetically sealed, artificially lit, shut off from the rest of the world. "You unhappy about something?" Helen said. "No, everything is fine." She looked somberly at my face. "Have dinner with me, Pops," she said. "Why not?" I said. Chapter 24. That evening I walked into the kitchen while Father Jimmy was on the phone. Unconsciously, he turned his back to me, rounding his shoulders, as though somehow creating a shell around his conversation. "I'll believe you, but we'll do this on my terms." "No, you have my word. I'll be there. Now goodbye," he said. After he hung up, he turned around and grinned sheepishly. "I get calls from a neurotic parishioner once in a while," he said. "Was that one of them?" I asked. "Let's don't clutter up the evening, Dave." "You're meeting Max Cole?" "He's ready to change his way. I can't deny him reconciliation or communion." "Cole is planning to kill somebody. But you're supposed to repair his soul so he can sneak into heaven through a side window?" "That last sentence describes 2/3 of my constituency," he said. He picked up Snugs and a box of cat food and went out on the back steps to feed him. "I already fed him," I said. "He's a warrior. He needs extra rations," Father Jimmy replied. There was no moon that night. Screech owls were screaming in the trees, and the humidity was so thick I could hear moisture ticking in the leaves on the ground. Father Jimmy had gone out, although I had no idea where. I went into the small office I'd created in my rented house and sat at the desk and began writing a letter to Alifair. Dear Alf, we're going to have a swell time at Christmas. Cleet's in town and is anxious to see you, as of course I am. How's your novel going? I bet it's going to be a fine one. Hope you're through exams by now. Don't be too worried about grades. You always did well in school, and college is not going to be any different. Would you like to take a ride out on the salt if the weather permits? Baptiste says he's found a new spot for redfish by Southwest Pass. The images out of the past, created by my own words, made my eyes film. I saw Bootsy, Alifair, and me in the stern of our boat, with Baptiste at the wheel, the throttle full out, slapping across West Cote Blanche Bay at sunrise, the salt spray like a wet kiss on a spring morning. I put aside the letter and stared at the guns mounted on the gun rack I'd screwed into the wall. An AR-15, a sporterized .03 Springfield, and my old Remington 12-gauge, the barrel sawed off even with the pump, the sportsman's plug long ago removed from the magazine. I knew what had been on my mind all afternoon and evening. Since I'd interviewed Gretchen Peltier at the insurance office in Abbeville, I'd had little doubt about Will Gio's involvement in the burglary of Dr. Bernstein's office and Bernstein's death by gunshot in Lafayette's Girard Park. I also had no doubt he was mixed up in pornography and narcotics and the blackmail of Castile-Lejeune. The problem was his crimes had all been committed in other parishes, and there was no way to hang the killing of either Sammy Figarelli or the drive-by daiquiri store operator in New Iberia on him. In order to get at him, and subsequently Castile-Lejeune, I would have to work with at least 3 other law enforcement agencies. Then the legal processes of indictment and prosecution would be turned entirely over to others, perhaps in a parish Castile-Lejeune controlled. I turned off the light and sat in the darkness with the 12-gauge across my lap. The steel and the wood of the stock felt cool against my palms. I opened the breech and smelled the odor of the machine oil I'd used to clean the chamber and the magazine, then set the stock butt down between my legs, moving my thumb along the edges of the barrel where I'd sawed it off and sanded it smooth with emery paper. I thought about my dead wife, Bootsy, and the systemic corruption of the place I loved, and the inhumanity and cruelty that had been visited upon a great blues artist like Junior Crudup. I removed a box of double-aught buckshot from my closet shelf and began pressing a handful of shells one at a time into the magazine of my Remington. I sat in the darkness a long time, the gun resting on my knees, my mind free of all thought, a strange numbness in my body. Then I ejected the shells and replaced them one by one in their box, set the shotgun back in the rack, took a walk down by the drawbridge. A lighted tug was waiting for the bridge tender to raise the bridge. I waved at him in the pilot house, and he waved back at me. Then I walked back home and went to bed, with Snugs sleeping at the foot. The next day, Friday, I contacted Joe Dupree in Lafayette, and we went to work on getting a search warrant on Will Gio's home and place of business. but it was going to be a long haul. The warrant request was based on statements made by Gretchen Peltier, the psychiatrist's former secretary, about a break-in committed in Lafayette by a man who lived in Franklin. Also, Will Guillot was probably many things, but stupid wasn't one of them. It was highly unlikely he would keep the stolen case file, which he was using to blackmail Castile Lejeune, in either his home or office. There are days in law enforcement, just like those at the craps table, when you think the dice have no combinations on them except trays and boxcars, then suddenly they magically bounce off the backboard all 11s and 7s. Just before quitting time, Helen opened my door and leaned inside. "The sheriff in St. Mary just called. Will Guillot made a prowler report last night. The city cops who responded told him there'd been a peeping Tom in the neighborhood, but Guillot seemed to think it was someone else." "Who?" "He was walking around in the yard with a gun and not saying." "Thanks for passing it on," I said. I continued with the paperwork I was doing, my expression flat. I thought she was about to close the door and go back to her office, but instead she approached my desk, her eyes on mine. "My words don't have much influence on you, but be careful, Dave. Don't give power to a guy like Castile Lejeune," she said. "I hear you," I said. "Yeah," she said. At 5 p.m., I went home, reloaded my cut-down 12-gauge, locked it in the steel box that was welded to the bed of my pickup truck, and drove to Cleet's cottage at the motor court. He was outside, grilling a chicken, drinking from a quart bottle of beer, his eyes watering in the smoke, the collar of his jacket pulled up around his neck, his utility cap cocked sideways. "What's shaking, Big Mon?" he said. "Think the Bobbsey twins from Homicide should make a house call down in Franklin?" I said. "Oh my, yes indeedy," he replied, as though the statement were one word. The shrubs and gazebo and wide gallery of Will Guillot's house were threaded with Christmas lights, and sequined cutouts of reindeer with tinted flood lamps aimed at them were spiked into the lawn. We pulled into the driveway and parked just inches from where Dr. Parks had bled to death on the cement. I unlocked the steel box in the truck bed, removed my cut-down 12-gauge, and tossed it to Cleet. He went into the shrubbery with it, deliberately silhouetting against the Christmas lights and tinted flood lamps, the barrel held at an upward angle. As I walked up on the gallery, I saw Will Guillot pull aside a curtain on a tall window and look outside. I hung my badge holder on the breast pocket of my sports coat and banged hard on the door with the flat of my fist. Everything I did in the next few minutes would be based on my belief that Gretchen Peltier had truly been sickened by her experience with Will Guillot and hadn't gone back to him or confessed she'd given him up. He jerked open the door and stared into my face. He wore a burgundy corduroy shirt and gray slacks and loafers, and in the dim light the birthmark on his face looked like a scar from a hot iron. Behind him I saw a woman get up from the couch and go into the back of the house. "Do I need to call the cops?" he said. "I'm the least of your troubles, Mr. Guillot." "I think your electrician wants to park one in your brain pan," I said. "What?" he said, his eyes shifting from me to Cleet, who had just walked out of the yard, stepping up on the gallery with the 12-gauge resting in the crook of his arm. "It's clear," Cleet said to me. "What's clear?" "Why are you walking around in my yard with that shotgun?" Gio said. "Your electrician, Herbert Vadreen, gave you up. But I guess that wasn't enough for him. Evidently he hates your guts." "What'd you do to the poor guy?" I said. "I already found out about that letter you or somebody else sent him with my name on it. It didn't work," Gio said, his eyes flicking from me to Cleet and the shotgun again. "Try this. You got Herbert Vadreen to help you break into Dr. Samuel Bernstein's office the same weekend Bernstein took 2 .25 caliber rounds in the head. You set off the alarm, then found out you had the wrong code numbers for the keypad. But fortunately for you, somebody had given you the password, and you were able to give it to the alarm service when they called." Gio tried to let my words slide off his face, biting down with his back molars so his jaw didn't sag. "Then arrest me, so I can sue you into the next dimension," he said. "You think this is about some pissant B&E?" Cleet said. "Who is this guy?" Gio said to me. "There's my buzzer," Cleet said, opening his PI badge, then flipping it closed again before Gio could look at it carefully. "The G doesn't spend its time on nickel-and-dime farts who make dirty movies. But unlucky for you, a guy we do care about, a psychopath named Max Call, is in the neighborhood, and it's got something to do with you and the cocksucker you work for." Gio looked behind him, as though he didn't want our words heard by the woman who had gone into the back of the house. If he had closed the door in our faces and called his attorney, it would have been over. But Cleet had set the hook, and Gio couldn't pull it out. He stepped out on the porch with us and pulled the door shut behind him, shivering slightly in the cold. "What's the deal on this guy you mentioned? What's his name?" "This guy Call," he said. "He blows heads for the IRA or the mob, or just because he can't get it up in the morning," Cleet said. "He's here in Franklin," Gio said to Cleet. "You tell us," Cleet said. Gio looked out into the darkness as though trying to see beyond the Christmas lights that partly illuminated his yard. "None of this has anything to do with me," he said. "Let me ask you this question. When the warrants are cut, or if Max Call is in town looking for the people who put the whack on him, whose grits are going into the fire? Yours or Castile Legion's?" I said. Cleet pumped a shell out of the shotgun's chamber and dropped it into Gio's shirt pocket. 12-gauge double-aught box. Load up your birdbuster and stick it under your bed. Better'n a warm glass of milk. You'll sleep like a baby, I guarantee it," he said, and gave Gio the thumbs-up sign. 10 minutes later, we turned into Fox Run and drove down the long, oak-lined driveway to Castile Legion's front entrance. Almost the entire house was scrolled with white Christmas lights, so that the house glowed like a 19th century paddle wheeler inside a fog bank on the Mississippi. My guess was that Will Gio had called Lejeune as soon as we'd left his house, and I hoped, in an undeniably mean-spirited fashion, that for the first time in his life, Castile Lejeune was genuinely afraid. I parked at the end of the drive and cut the headlights on my truck. A solitary shadow moved across the windows in the living room. I started to get out, but Cleet hadn't moved, the shotgun propped at an angle between his legs, the chamber open. "Dave, Gio's a sex freak and a lowlife and dirty up to his elbows. I'm not so sure about the guy in that house. he said. I looked at him. All this crap isn't adding up for me, he said. The war hero didn't pop the drive-by daiquiri guy, and neither did Gaillot, not if you buy his alibi. But for one reason or another, we keep looking at the war hero. No matter what happens, there's always a war hero. Meanwhile, Merchant Flanagan's old lady gets a free pass, the same broad who got you kidnapped. Theodosia is South Louisiana's answer to Bonnie Parker, I said. Be a wise ass if you want. You hate the guy in that house and the class of people he comes from. I do. You've been at war with these people all your life. He took off his utility cap, looked at it as though he'd never seen it before, then refitted it on his head. He really bagged bed check Charlie? He asked. That's the story. I'd like to get his autograph. Hey, I'm serious, he said. He got out of the truck, trying to suppress his grin, and followed me onto the porch. A white-jacketed black house man answered the door, a broom and dustpan in his hands. Is Mr. Lejeune home? I said. Took his guests to the country club a half hour ago. I'm still cleaning up, the houseman said. I opened my badge. Did you receive a phone call in the last 10 minutes? I said. Yes, sir, I sure did, he answered. From whom? My wife. She told me to bring home a loaf of bread. On the way to the country club, Cleet was still grinning. Why is all this funny? I said. I miss the mob. Shaking up a bunch of Kiwanians just doesn't cut it. You're too much, Cletus. In that mood, we pulled into the tree-bowered entrance of a small tennis and golf club outside the city limits. It wasn't hard to find Castile Lejeune. He and his friends were having drinks under a pavilion and driving golf balls on a lighted practice range dotted in the distance with moss-hung live oaks that smoked in the mist. The range looked hand-clipped, immaculate, with neither a leaf nor wind-blown scrap of paper on it. The pavilion seemed as isolated and disconnected from the outside world as the golf range was from the trash-strewn roads beyond the hedges that bordered the club. Deferential black waiters brought Lejeune and his friends their buttered rum drinks on silver trays. A Wurlitzer jukebox next to the bar played Glenn Miller and Tommy Dorsey recordings. A rotund, cherry-cheeked man was speaking affectionately about an old nigger who had worked for his family, as though the waiters would take no offense at his language. We locked the truck with the 12-gauge inside and walked past the clay tennis courts, all of them deserted, the wind screens rattling in the breeze, just as Castile Lejeune whacked the ball off a tee and sent it downrange in a high, beautiful arc. The people at the tables, or teeing up from wire buckets filled with golf balls, showed no recognition of our presence. Lejeune positioned himself, swung his driver back, and once again lifted the ball surgically off the tee, high into the darkness, a testimony to his health, the power in his wrists and shoulders, and the maturity and skill he brought to his game. Cleet used a toothpick to spear a peeled shrimp from a large bowl of crushed ice on the bar, dipping it in hot sauce, inserting it in his mouth. His badge holder was stuck in his belt, mine in the breast pocket of my sports coat. But still, no one looked at us. Give me a Jack straight up with a beer back, he said to the bartender. Right away, sir, the bartender replied. That's a joke, Cleet said. Lejeune's friends weren't people who had to contend with the world. They may not have owned it, nor would they take any part of it through the grave. But while they were alive, they could lay rental claims on a very large portion of it. Mr. Lejeune, we'd like for you to come with us to the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department, I said. Why should I do that, Mr. Robichaud? He replied, addressing the ball on his tee, his feet spread, his thighs flexed tightly. We need you to answer some questions about the murder of Dr. Samuel Bernstein and the fact Will Guillot has been blackmailing you about your molestation of your daughter when she was a child, I said. In the silence, I could hear leaves scraping across the surface of the tennis court. Lejeune seemed to gaze at an isolated thought in the center of his mind. Then he sighted downrange and smacked the ball in a straight line like a rifle shot, so that it didn't strike earth again until it was almost to the oak trees, smoking in the electric lights. You need to talk to my attorney, Mr. Robichaud. Not to me, he said. Did you hear what I said? We're investigating a homicide. The second one that happens to be connected with your name. We don't call attorneys to make appointments, I said. He turned and dropped his driver in an upended leather golf bag. He wore a silk scarf around his neck as an aviator might, the ends tucked inside a sweater with small brown buttons on it. In the corner of my eye, I saw 2 security guards walking from the club's main building and a man at the bar punching in numbers on a cell phone. Lejeune began chatting with a woman seated at a table as though I weren't there. Then I started to lose it. You had Junior Crudup beaten to death, I said. You turned your daughter's childhood into a sexual nightmare. You sell liquor to drunk drivers and probably dope and porn in New Orleans. You think you're going to walk away from all this? Mr. Robichaud, I don't know if you're a vindictive man or simply well-meaning and incompetent. The truth is probably somewhere in between. But you need to leave, sir, to let this thing go and give yourself some peace, he replied. His detachment and his pose as a chivalric and charitable patriarch were magnificent. As Cleet had always said, some people have no handles on them. Castile Lejeune was obviously one of them, and I felt like a fool. Then Cleet, who all night had been the advocate of reason and restraint, stepped forward, his thick arm and shoulder knocking against mine. You were a fighter pilot in the crotch, he said. In the what? Lejeune said. I was in the Corps too, sonny. NAM, class of 69, smoking grass and stomping ass with Mother Green's mean machine. See? He removed his utility cap and pointed to the globe and anchor emblem inked on the cloth. We used to have a bed check, Charlie, but here's a guy who'd start lobbing Blucher rounds in on us at about 0200 so nobody could get any sleep. Do you have any autograph photos? No shit, it'd mean a lot. Sir, I don't ask this for myself, but there are ladies present. Let's don't have this kind of scene here, Lejeune said. I can dig it, Cleet said, putting his cap back on, his eyes cocked up in his head as though he were meditating upon a metaphysical consideration. The problem is, some greaseballs kidnapped and tortured a police officer and pissed all over his face while he was blindfolded. So how about taking the cornbread out of your mouth? It's getting to be a real drag. I apologize for any offense I may have given you, Lejeune said. Tell me something. That badge you have hanging from your belt, I have the feeling you're not a police officer. I could see the heat climbing into Cleet's face. Dave, hook up this prick. Work out the legal stuff later, he said. The situation was deteriorating rapidly now. 2 security guards had just walked into the pavilion and were standing behind us, awkward, unsure what they should do next. I turned so they could see my badge. It's all right. Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department, I said. They tried to be polite, their eyes avoiding mine. I felt sorry for them. They made little more than minimum wage, paid for their own uniforms, and possessed no legal powers. They waited for Castile-Lejeune to tell them what to do. But I raised my finger before he could speak. We're leaving, I said. Screw that, Cleet said. 2 cruisers from the St. Mary Parish Sheriff's Office had pulled into the parking lot, and 3 uniformed deputies, 1 black, 2 white, were walking toward us, their faces filled with purpose. I slipped my hand around the thickness of Cleet's arm and tightened my grip. We're done here, I said. But it was too late. The 3 deputies went straight for Cleet, with the collective instinct of pack-hounds who had just gotten a sniff of a feral hog. At first, he didn't resist. When they walked him toward a cruiser, he was seemingly in control of himself again, grinning, full of fun, back in his familiar role of irreverent trickster, ready to let it all play out. Maybe I should have stayed out of it, but I didn't. Let's slow it down a little bit, I said to the black deputy, a towering man with lieutenant's bars on his collar. Best let us do our job, Robshaw, he replied. What's the beef? I said. Impersonating a police officer, he replied. That's bogus. He never claimed to be a police officer. Work it out at the jail. We just delivered a freight, he said. It should have all ended there, a routine roust to appease a rich man, a discussion down at the sheriff's department, maybe a few hours in a holding cell, at worst an appearance in morning court where the charge would be kicked. But one of the white deputies, an angry man with corded veins in his neck who'd been fired in another parish for abusing a prisoner, had pushed Cleet into a search position against the hood of the cruiser and was running his hands down Cleet's left leg. Ease up, my man, Cleet said. Close your mouth, the deputy said. That's the slapjack in my right-hand pocket. I'm not carrying, Cleet said, twisting around. I told you to shut up, the deputy said, and slapped Cleet's utility cap off his head. Cleet ripped his elbow into the deputy's face, breaking his nose, then caught him in the jaw with a right hook that lifted him off the ground and knocked him the full length of the cruiser. Ouch, he said, trying to shake the pain out of his hand, trying to step back from his own misdeed. Then they were on him. Chapter 25. It rained at sunrise and kept raining through the morning. Cleet was in jail and Father Jimmy hadn't returned to the house. Because it was Saturday, Helen was at home. I called her and told her how it had gone south at Castile-Legion's Golf and Tennis Club. What'd you plan to accomplish over there? She said. Not sure. I am. You wanted to provoke a confrontation and blow pieces of Castile-Lejeune all over the golf tee. That's a little strong. I thought she was going to give it to me, but she didn't. As far as you know, Guillaume didn't try to call Lejeune after you went to Guillaume's house? She said. When we went to Lejeune's house, the man cleaning up said nobody had called except his wife. She wanted him to pick up a loaf of bread. Maybe Lejeune is not the guy we should be after. He's the guy. I think I'm going to do something more rewarding today. Like have a conversation with a pile of bricks, she said. Did you just hear something on the line? Hear what? A friend in New Orleans said I probably have a federal tap on my phone. Have a nice weekend, Dave. Cleet was in serious trouble and wouldn't be able to bond out of jail until he was arraigned Monday morning. The impersonation beef was a gray area. A person doesn't have to specifically claim to be a police officer in order to be guilty of impersonating one. He simply has to give the impression of being one. But Cleet had licensed PI status and, ironically, as an employee of a bail bond service, possessed legal powers that no law officer did. Namely, he could cross state lines and even break into residences without a warrant to arrest a bail skip who was a fugitive from a court proceeding. The assault and battery beef was another matter. With luck and some finesse, an expensive, politically connected lawyer could probably get the charge kicked down to resisting. But it wasn't going to be easy. Cleet's reputation for violence, destruction of property, and general anarchy was scorched into the landscape all the way across southern Louisiana. His enemies had longed for the day he would load the gun for them. Now I had helped him do it. I went to Barron's Health Club, worked out with free weights, then sat for a half hour in the steam room. When I came back outside, it was still raining, harder than before, the litter floating in the ditches that bordered the streets. I went to an afternoon AA meeting above the Methodist church by the railroad tracks and listened to a man talk about nightmares he still had from the Vietnam War. His face was seamed, unshaved, his body flaccid, his clothes mismatched. He'd been 86 out of every bar in the parish, and he'd been put out of 2 VA alcoholic treatment programs. He began to talk about a massacre of innocent persons inside a free fire zone. I couldn't listen to it. I left the meeting and drove home. When I pulled into the driveway, my yard was flooded halfway to the gallery, and Theodosia Flanagan was waiting for me by the door, a rain-spotted scarf tied on her head, her face filled with consternation. Snuggs was turning in circles around her ankles. I know all about last night, she said. Not a good day for it, Theo, I said, unlocking the door. I went in the house without inviting her inside, but she followed me anyway, Snuggs racing past us toward the food bowl in the kitchen. My father didn't molest me. It was a black man. That's why I was seeing Dr. Bernstein, she said. Don't do this, Theo. When I was a little girl, a black convict got in our house and hurt me. He was killed running down toward the bayou. Killed by whom? A prison guard. He worked at the labor camp. He and the other guards buried him in back. I saw the bones when the fish pond was dug. They were sticking out of the dirt in a front end loader. You've been fed a lie. It's the truth. I went over every detail of it with my father. Bernstein told you your father raped or molested you, didn't he? It doesn't matter. I know what happened. When you first told me about Bernstein's death, you said you thought you had something to do with it. I was confused. I know the truth now. I gave up. Through the kitchen window, I could see steam rising off the bayou in the rain. Theodosia picked up Snugs, set him on the counter, and rubbed her hand down his back. Murchie is leaving me, she said. That's too bad. We're not good for each other. We never were. I'm too messed up, and he's too ambitious. I have some things to do today, Theo. I can hear an oak branch slapping against the side of the house, water rushing out of a gutter into the drive. We had fun together, didn't we? She said. Yeah, sure, I replied. Know why we're alike? No. We both live in the cities of the dead. We don't belong with other people. That's not true. Why did you use that term? I said, my heart quickening. But she didn't answer. She lifted up Snugs and set him back down on the floor, then touched me on both cheeks and kissed me on the mouth. So long, baby. I never told you this, but you're the only man I ever slept with and dreamed about later, she said. She went out the front door, letting the screen slam behind her, then ran for her car. I had to force myself not to go after her. I lay down on my bedspread with my arm across my eyes and listened to the rain on the roof. I drifted off to sleep and suddenly saw an image out of my past, one that had no catalyst other than perhaps the story told by the war veteran at the noon AA meeting. I saw the members of my platoon marching at night through a rainforest that had been denuded by napalm. Their faces and uniforms and steel pots, even the green sweat towels draped over their heads like monks' cowls, were gray with ash. They cast no shadows and made no sound as they marched, and their eyes were all possessed by the strange, non-human look that soldiers call the 1,000-yard stare. I sat straight up in my bed, my throat choking. The phone was ringing in the kitchen. I went to the counter and picked it up, the dream still more real than the world around me. Hello, I said. Is Father Dolan there? Call? Sorry to be a nuisance, Mr. Robichaud. I just wanted to pass on something to Father Dolan. My mind began to race. Castile-Le-Jeune had remained untouchable and was about to skate. Will Guillot could probably not be charged with any crime more serious than breaking and entering, and the evidence against him was problematic and subject to easy dissection by a defense attorney. I owe you one, Max. That means I don't want to see you taken off the board by a couple of local scumwads, I said. Could you be speaking a little more plainly, sir? He replied. My pulse was beating in my wrists, the veins dilating in my scalp. I think the clip on you came down from a couple of homegrown characters in the porn and meth trade. Maybe you should stay out of Franklin, Louisiana, and spend more time at Biscayne Dog Track, I said. A couple of local fellas, you say? Now that's interesting, because I'd come to a very different conclusion. I thought the porn connection was the woman, the screenwriter, Mrs. Flanagan. She's the brains in the family, not her father. The colored people hereabouts say he may have had his way with her when she was a child. This fellow Guillaume is trying to take over the business. So, Miss Flanagan does the daiquiri fella, draws a lot of attention to her father's selling grog to teenagers and drunk drivers, and uses Guillaume's gun to do it. Perfect way to screw both her daddy and her business rival. Why would Theo Flanagan be the porn connection? I'm ashamed to say I'm well acquainted with a number of lowlifes in the underworld who say Sammy Figarelli's films were successful because they were written by a famous woman author. It's not a big reach to figure out who that might be. Hello? Are you there? Yes, I said weakly. I've never harmed a woman, sir, so I let the matter go. But I'll be reamed up the bunghole with a spiked telephone pole if you haven't made me reconsider the Lejeune and Guillaume fellas. Hold on, Call. No, you've done me a favor. I've got to cancel my flight reservations and give it all a good think. Tell Father Dolan thanks for his help. Tip of the hat to yourself as well. The line went dead. I replaced the receiver and wiped my face with a dish towel. I tried to sort through the conversation I just had with Max Call. My head was a basket of snakes, my mouth dry, my thoughts suddenly centered on a jigger of beam poured into an iced mug of draft beer inside a Saturday afternoon bar that was only 2 blocks up the street. Father Jimmy Dolan's car pulled into the driveway, pushing a wave of water onto the house. When he entered the front door, he was smiling, his tan, wide-brim hat dripping. "Any calls for me?" he asked. I drove downtown to the restaurant that used to be Provost's pool room. It was warm and cheerful and crowded inside, and I sat at the hand-carved mahogany bar and looked out the window at the wetness of the day and the traffic passing in the street. As a boy, I used to come to the pool room on Saturday afternoons with my father, Big Aldous, in an era when the plank floors were strewn with football betting cards and green sawdust, and the owner served free robin gumbo out of big pots that he set on an oilcloth-covered pool table. The stamped tin ceilings and mahogany bar and old brick walls still remained, but the building was an upscale restaurant now that catered to tourists who came to see a world that no longer existed. The bartender wore his hair slicked back and black pants and a white jacket and black tie. "You just gonna have coffee, sir?" he asked. "How about I buy you a drink?" I said. "Sir?" It's not a complicated question. It sounded bad, but I grinned when I said it. He shrugged. "I get off in an hour," he said. I put several $1 bills on the bar. "Make sure it's Beam or Jack," I said. "You got it," he said, scooping up the bills. Then I drove back home and went into the kitchen, where Father Jimmy was reading the newspaper. He lowered the paper, then looked curiously at my face. "It can't be that bad, can it?" he said. So I told him how bad it was, or at least how bad I thought it was. But I was to learn my education about my own obtrusiveness was ongoing. After I finished, he sat for a long time without speaking. His gaze turned inward, unable to conceal his disappointment at either me or his own missionary failure or the world as it really is. I suspect I wanted absolution, like a child going to confession on a Saturday afternoon, leaving behind his imaginary sins bounding down the street as though a stricken world has just been made whole again. But that wasn't to be. Father Jimmy had a look of sadness in his eyes that I can't adequately describe. "You don't know what you've done," he said. "Maybe I have at least a fair idea," I replied. "Max met with me outside Franklin. He expressed what I think was genuine remorse for the evil he's done in his life. I gave him absolution. But you hung the bait in his face and energized him. My God, man, we're talking about his soul." I felt lightheaded, as though I were coming down with the flu. When I tried to speak, I couldn't clear the obstruction in my throat. Father Jimmy filled a glass with water, but didn't hand it to me. "Listen, Cole changed his direction because he didn't want to kill a woman," I said. "It makes no difference." "It does. I never thought about Theo being involved, even though Cleet kept warning me. I never thought about Theo." Father Jimmy realized I'd already moved on from my own irresponsibility and was now concentrating on another matter, one that showed a degree of obsession beyond his grasp. He set down the glass and turned on me. I saw his right hand close. His next words were spoken through his teeth. "Don't deceive yourself. You're a violent and driven man, Dave, just like Max Call." His eyelids were stitched to his brows, his throat bladed with anger and rebuke. That evening, the sky was as dark as I'd ever seen it. Lightning rippled like quicksilver across the thunderheads in the south, and the sugar cane in the field along the road to St. Martinville thrashed and flickered in the wind and rain, the oak canopy blowing leaves that stuck like leeches on my windshield. I went to Mass in the old French church on the square in St. Martinville. Then, when the church was empty, put $5 in the poor box and removed an unlit votive candle in a red glass receptacle and took it with me down to the cemetery on the bayou. It was a foolish thing to do, I suspect, but I'd long ago come to view the world as an unreasonable place, not to be contended with, better left to pragmatists and the mercantile who view the imagination and the unseen as their enemy. I parked under the streetlight, opened an umbrella, and walked between the crypts toward Bootsy's tomb. A generic compact car passed behind me, turned at the corner, and disappeared down a side street. The bayou was high, dented with rain rings, yellow in the lights from the drawbridge. I placed the votive candle next to the marble tablet on Bootsy's tomb, wedged the umbrella so that it sheltered the candle from the rain and wind, then lit the wick. The same compact car came out of the square and crossed the drawbridge, but I paid little attention to it. An event I'd never seen in my life was taking place in front of me. 2 huge brown pelicans drifted out from under the bridge, floating south on the tidal current, their wings folded tightly against the wind, their long yellow bills tucked down on their chests. I'd never seen pelicans this far inland and had no explanation for their presence. Then I did something that made me wonder about the level of my sanity. I rose from the steel bench I was sitting on, pointing at the 2 birds, and said, "Take a look, Boots. These guys were almost extinct a few years ago. They're beautiful." Then I sat down and folded my arms on my chest, the rain clicking on my coat. That's when I saw the compact in plain relief against the streetlight at the corner. It was pulled into a careless position at the curb, steam rising from the hood, the driver moving around in silhouette as though he were having trouble with his safety belt. "Dave," a voice said, as audibly as a voice speaking to you on the edge of sleep, as defined as a stick snapping inside the eardrum. I rose from the bench just as the streetlight glinted on the lens of a telescopic sight and the muzzle flash of a rifle splintered from the passenger window of the compact car. The bullet wanged off the steel bench and blew pieces off a statue of Jesus' mother. I ducked down between the crypts and pulled my .45 from my belt holster and sighted with two hands on the compact. But there were houses on the far side of the street and I couldn't fire. I started running toward the compact, the .45 held at an upward angle, zigzagging between the crypts, my eyes locked on the driver, who was fighting to straighten the car's wheels so he wouldn't hit the curb. He pulled around a parked pickup truck and floored the compact down the street. In seconds, he would be beyond any safe angle of fire that I would have. I left the sidewalk and ran toward the corner of the cemetery, jumped on top of a crypt, and went over the chain-link fence into the street. The compact was 25 to 30 yards away, headed down the bayou in the direction of the church, the license plate patented with mud. I stood in the center of the street, both arms extended, and aimed low on the trunk. I squeezed off 3 rounds, the recoil knocking my forearms upward, the muzzle throwing sparks into the darkness, the spent shells tinkling on the pavement. I don't know what I hit inside the compact, but I heard the hard slap of all 3 hollow points bite into metal. The compact swerved around a corner and disappeared down a tree-lined street that looked like an illustration clipped from a 1940 issue of the Saturday Evening Post. I went back to my truck and used my cell phone to punch in a 911 on the compact, then walked to Bootsy's tomb, my ears still ringing from the explosions of the .45. The umbrella hadn't been disturbed by the wind, and the candle was burning brightly inside its red receptacle. But the pelicans had flown or drifted southward on the current. "I heard your voice," I said. But there was no reply. "I don't care who else knows it either." "That was your voice, Boots," I said. Then I said a prayer for her and one for me, and headed back for the truck, wishing the pelicans hadn't gone. "Don't worry. They'll be back. One of these days when you least expect it. You'll see them on Bayou Teche," she said. I turned around, my jaw hanging, the clouds blooming with electricity that made no sound. Chapter 26. I rose before dawn Sunday morning and ate a breakfast of grape nuts and coffee and hot milk in the kitchen. When I opened the front door to leave, I saw an envelope on the porch with a footprint stenciled across it, and realized it must have fallen out of the door jamb the previous night and been stepped on by either me or Father Jimmy. The letter inside was handwritten and read, "Dear Mr. Robichaud, I must talk to you. I don't know why all this is happening. We moved here to live in a decent environment, and look what everyone has done to us. I also do not understand this new development. Nobody will answer my questions. I think all of you people suck. Call me at home. Do it right now. Donna Parks." In my memory, I saw a stump of a woman with dyed red hair and perfume that was like a chemical assault on the senses, a ring of fat under her chin. She was the mother of Lori Parks, the teenage girl who had died with two others inside their burning automobile on Lauraville Road. I didn't look forward to seeing Mrs. Parks again. I put away her note and drove to Franklin. The parking compound for Sunbelt Construction was located behind a house trailer that served as a company office. In the lot were trucks of every kind, front-end loaders, bulldozers, and grading machines, but no compact car that resembled the shooters. I drove back to New Iberia and parked in Murchie and Theodosia Flanagan's driveway. Their faux medieval home was shrouded in fog, puffing off the bayou, their horses nickering and blowing inside the pecan orchard. The morning newspaper was still inside the metal cylinder at the foot of the drive, but wood smoke was rising from a living room fireplace. There was no compact car anywhere in sight, but I didn't expect to see one. In fact, I didn't know why I'd come to the Flanagans' home. Perhaps it was to prove somehow that Theo wasn't involved with a criminal enterprise, that she was a victim herself and not capable of setting me up to be kidnapped and tortured by the Della Croce brothers. Maybe I just wanted to believe the world was a more innocent place than it is. I got out of the truck and rested my hands on the top rail of the white fence that bordered the pecan orchard, and watched the Flanagans' thoroughbreds moving about in the fog. I could hear their hooves thudding on the soft earth, smell the fecund odor of the bayou, like the smell of humus and fish roe, and the pecan husks and blackened leaves that had been trodden into pulp in the trees. And I wondered how it was that a place this beautiful wouldn't be enough for anyone. Why each morning wouldn't come to the owner like a blessing extended by a divine hand. Theodosia opened the front door and walked down the drive in her bathrobe and slippers, her hair black and shiny in the grayness of the morning. "What are you doing out here?" she asked. "How bad would you be willing to screw an old friend?" I said. "It's pretty early in the morning for your craziness, Dave. Your novels were nominated twice for Edgars, but they didn't win. If your script writing career was on track, I think you'd be out in Hollywood Hills, not on the bayou. Maybe Fat Sammy Figurelli's skin films were a shortcut to being back on the big screen." "You're sickening," she said. "Somebody shot at me last night." "I can't imagine why." "Did you set me up with the Della Croces?" She walked past me and pulled the morning paper from the metal delivery receptacle, then started back up the drive toward her house. "Too bad it's Sunday," she said. "Why's that?" "The state mental hygiene unit in Lafayette's closed. But if I were you, I'd jump right on it first thing in the morning," she said, opening the paper, not bothering to even glance at me as she spoke. When I got back home, Father Jimmy was gone, his closet empty. He'd left a recording for me on my message machine, its brevity like a shard of glass. "So long, Dave. Thanks for your hospitality. Hope everything works out for you." There was also a voice message from Donna Parks. "Why don't you answer my goddamn letter, you callous fuck?" It was going to be a long day. I tried to eat lunch, but had no appetite. As I washed my dishes and put away my uneaten food, I looked through a window and saw Helen Swallow pull into the driveway. She got out of the cruiser and walked to the gallery wearing faded jeans, boots, and a mackinaw, her jaw set. I opened the door before she could knock. "I was out of town, so I just got a report on the car sniper," she said, walking past me into the warmth of the living room. "Go over it for me." I went over each detail with her and also told her I'd been to Franklin that morning to look for the compact car I'd put 3 rounds in. "Anybody from St. Mary Parish contact you?" she asked. "No," I said. "Yesterday, somebody got past the alarm system at both Castile Lejeune's and Will Guillau's house in the middle of the afternoon. A real pro. Know who it might be?" "Max Call," I said. "What was he looking for?" "Evidence they put a hit on him." "I hate to even ask this question. How would you know this?" "He called here yesterday. I more or less told him there were 2 local guys behind the contract on him, and they lived in Franklin." She stood at the ceiling-high living room window and stared out at the street and at the rain dripping through the canopy of live oaks that arched over it, her fists propped on her hips. "Want to tell me your motivation for doing that?" she said. I owed him one. "We don't owe criminals. We break their wheels and put them out of business. We don't make individual judgments on the people we need to arrest." "I don't see it that way." "There are a lot of things you don't see," she replied, turning to look directly at me. "I'm pulling your shield, Juana." I nodded, my expression flat. "It's been that kind of day," I said. I slipped my badge holder out of my pocket and handed it to her. "Call thinks Theo Flanagan may have been the porn connection to Sammy Figarelli. Maybe she was the shooter in the daiquiri drive-by. In case you want to follow that up." Helen flipped my badge holder back and forth in her hand while she listened, then tucked it into her pocket. "Sometimes you break my heart," she said. I had been suspended before, put on a desk, investigated by Internal Affairs, locked up on at least 3 occasions, and years ago fired by NOPD. But this time was different. The suspension came not from a career administrator, but from my old partner. A woman who'd been excoriated as a lesbian and who'd never allowed the taunts and odium heaped upon her to diminish either her integrity or the dignity and courage that obviously governed her life. The fact that it was she who'd pulled my plug made me wonder if indeed I hadn't gone way beyond the envelope and become one of those jaundiced and embittered law officers whose careers don't end but flame out in a curlicue of dirty smoke that forever obscures the clarity of their moral vision. But that kind of thinking is what we call in AA the paralysis of analysis. In terms of worth, it shares commonalities with masturbation, asking a rageaholic for advice on spiritual serenity, or listening to your own thoughts while trapped by yourself between floors in a stalled elevator. I went into the kitchen and called Donna Parks at her home. There was no answer. I left a message on her machine and drove to Franklin to visit Clete Purcell in jail. A turnkey walked me down a corridor to an isolation cell, one with horizontal bars flat cross plates, and an iron food slit in the door, but with nothing inside except a stainless steel toilet and a metal bench bolted to the floor. Cleet was sitting on the bench, still in his street clothes, his wrists locked to his hips with a waist chain, another chain locked between his ankles. His right eye was swollen into a puffed knot, his forehead and chin scraped raw. The cement floor outside the cell door was splattered with red beans, rice, 2 pieces of white bread, and coffee from a broken styrofoam cup. "Who did that to his face?" I said. "It come in like that," the turnkey said. "That's a lie," I said. "He wouldn't put on his jumpsuit. He threw his tray at a deputy. You got issues with it, talk to the boss. I just clean up the mess," the turnkey said, and walked away. I hung my hands through the bars. "How you doing, Cletus?" I said. He stood up from the bench and shuffled toward me, his chains clinking on the cement. "I'm going to look up a couple of these guys when I get out of here," he said. "Why do you have to provoke them?" "It's fun." "I'm suspended. I don't have any clout to help you." "What'd you do?" Fired up Mac's call and pointed him at Lejeune and Guillaume. "I figured my line was tapped and I might get the feds in here." "I keep telling you, it's the broad." "Maybe it is." Then his eyes went away from mine and looked into space. "Nig and Wee Willie won't go bail," he said. "Why not?" "They're pissed because that dinner I charged on their card at Galatoire's. Plus 2 of the girls skipped their court appearances, and Nig's putting it on me." "What kind of bail are we talking about?" I asked. "A screw tried to do an anal search on me. He's going to need some dental work. So I got 2 separate A&Bs on a law officer." I touched my forehead against the bars and closed my eyes. Cleet kicked the door with the point of his shoe, rattling it in the jamb. "Listen up, Dave. We're the good guys. The problem is nobody else knows it. But that's their problem, not ours," he said. I left the jail and parked my truck on an oyster shell road down by Bayou Teche, just outside the Franklin city limits. Rain was falling on the trees around my truck, and across the bayou were a cow pasture, a collapsed red barn, and a solitary black man in a straw hat sitting on an inverted bucket, cane pole fishing under a live oak. I got out of the truck, tossed a pine cone into the current, and watched it float southward toward the Gulf. Cleet had made a point, one which I don't think was either vituperative or vain. Legal definitions had little to do with morality. It was legal to systemically poison the earth and sell arms to third-world lunatics. Politicians, who themselves had avoided active service and never had listened to the sounds of flamethrower extracted from its victims or zipped-up body bags on the faces of their best friends, clamored for war and stood proudly in front of the flag while they sent others off to fight it. The polluters and the war advocates are always legal men, as the Prince of Darkness is always a gentleman. The John Gottis of the world make good entertainment. The polluters and the war advocates can be seen at prayer on camera in the National Cathedral. Unlike John Gotti, they're not very interesting, but they cause infinitely more damage. The chances were I would never take down Castillo Lejeune for the murder of Junior Crudup. Nor did it look like I would solve the shooting of the drive-by daiquiri store operator or Fat Sammy Figarelli. The people who had committed these crimes didn't have patterns, and to one degree or another operated with public sanction. They might go down for an ancillary offense, but at worst they would do minimum time, if not get probation. But regardless of what occurred in the lives of others, I was going to clear my conscience of a problem I'd created because of my desire to control a situation in which I'd failed. I drove through the wet streets of Franklin out to Fox Run and lifted the false knocker on the front door that activated the chimes deep inside the house. A moment later, Castile Lejeune answered the door, dressed in sweat clothes, a towel twisted around his throat, surprisingly pleasant. His face ruddy from riding an exercise bike in the sunroom that gave onto the back patio, the same patio where Junior Crudup had entertained him and his wife 50 years ago. "Come in, sir," he said, opening the door wider. "I don't know if you'll want me in your house after you hear what I have to say," I said. He laughed and closed the door behind me. "Go ahead. I know a determined man when I see one. But excuse me just a minute. I have to use the bathroom," he said. He went into a hallway and closed the door behind him. Then I heard him urinating into a toilet bowl. Through the French doors I could see the long slope of his backyard tapering down to the bayou. A yellow bulldozer parked by the area we'd excavated during our search for Junior Crudup's remains. Much of the dirt had been filled in, smoothed and tamped down, so that the lawn was now a mottled brown and green in patterns like camouflage. I heard Lejeune washing his hands, then he came back into the living room. "I couldn't stick you with Junior Crudup's death, so I tried to sick a psychological nightmare by the name of Max Call on you," I said. "Ah, a mea culpa because you put me at risk. Let me clarify something for you. If I can finish, please. Using Call was a gutless act on my part. If I'd wanted you smoked, I should have done it myself instead of exploiting a head case. I admire your candor, Mr. O'Shaw, but I'm not bothered by Call's presence in the community. I walked in on him, and he fled. If this fella is indeed a soldier for the IRA, which is what I've been told, then I understand why the British are still in control of Northern Ireland." "Wait a minute. You saw Call?" "I just told you that." He stared at me, his eyes probing mine. "Was he armed?" "He might have been. It's hard to say. I didn't bother to ask." "Where'd he go?" "Out the back door. I have reported all this. You might drop by the church today and light a candle. Maybe offer a prayer of thanks that a guy like Father Jimmy Dolan is a minister in the Catholic Church," I said. "As always with you, Mr. Overshaw, I have no idea what you're talking about. But if this man Call comes back around, he'll rue the day he left his little shanty back in the peat bogs, or wherever it comes from. Am I losing your attention?" "Hubris has always been my undoing, Mr. Lejeune. Maybe it'll be different with you. Anyway, my badge has been pulled and I'm done. Run your happy warrior act on somebody else," I said. When I got back home, I put on sweatpants and a hooded jersey, tied on my running shoes, and jogged down East Main, past the Shadows and the plantation caretaker's house across the street, which now served as a bed and breakfast, and crossed the drawbridge into City Park. I ran along the winding paved road through the live oak trees, my clothes soggy with mist, then cut across the closely clipped grass and ran along the edge of the bayou. In our area, the sugar mills are fired up 24 hours a day during the cane grinding season, and in the distance I could see a huge red glow on the horizon, like fire trapped inside a thunderhead, and I could hear the heavy thumping sound of the machines, like the reverberation of giant feet stamping upon the earth. There wasn't another soul inside the park, and for just a moment my heart quickened, and I felt more alone than I'd ever felt in my life. I sat down on a bench, my palms propped on my thighs, my breath coming hard in my throat. What was it Theodosia had said? We were alike because we both lived in the cities of the dead? I wiped the sweat off my face with my jersey and fought to get my breath back, widening my eyes, concentrating on the details around me as though my ability to remain among the quick depended on my perception of them. Is this the way it comes? I thought. Not with a clicking sound and a brilliant flash of light on a night trail in Vietnam, or with a high-powered round fired by a sniper in a compact automobile, but instead with a racing of the heart and a shortening of the breath in a black-green deserted park smudged by mist and threaded by a tidal stream. My head hammered with a sound that was like helicopter blades thropping overhead, and for just a moment I was back on a slick piled with wounded and dying grunts, AK-47 rounds vectoring out of the jungle canopy down below, the inside of the airframe crawling with smoke. I put my head down between my knees, my hands on the pavement, the world spinning around me. I looked up and saw from out of the mist a pink Cadillac convertible headed toward me, one with wire wheels, tail fins, Frenched headlights, and grillwork that was like a chromium smile, the radio blaring with 1950s Jerry Lee Lewis rock and roll. The Cadillac passed me, and behind the wheel I saw a man with an impish face, the features cartoon-like, as though they'd been sketched with a charcoal pencil, the hair shaved on the sides and left long and curly on the neck. "Gunner?" I said out loud. But the driver didn't hear me, and the Cadillac wound its way out of the park, the only piece of bright color inside the failing light. Gunner Ardouin in New Iberia? I asked myself. No, I'd let my imagination run away with itself. The year was 2002, not 1957, and the rock and roll days of pink Cadillacs, drive-in movies, Jerry Lee Lewis, and American Innocence were over. At 10 p.m., I turned on the local news. The lead story involved a homicide inside a Franklin residence. The television camera panned on a tree-lined street and a Victorian home where paramedics were exiting a side door with a gurney on which a figure inside a body bag was strapped down. The reporter at the scene said the victim had been shot once in the temple and once in the mouth, and according to the coroner, had been dead approximately 12 hours. The victim's name was William Raymond Guillot. Chapter 27. It was still raining Monday morning, the air cold, the fog heavy among the crypts in St. Peter's Cemetery as I pulled into the parking lot of the courthouse. Wally, our Leviathan dispatcher, made a face when he saw me come through the front door. "Dave, you ain't supposed to be here," he said. "Pretend I'm not," I said. "Don't jam me up there. I'm your friend, remember?" "Is anybody working the Gio homicide?" I said. "I didn't even hear you say that. I'm deaf and dumb here." "Go home," he replied. Helen's door was ajar. I went inside without knocking. "What's happening in Franklin with the Gio shooting?" I said. "None of your business," she said. "They made Max call for the hit?" "One in the temple, one down the throat. Signature of a pro," she said. "I don't buy it." "What you need to buy is a hearing aid. You were suspended as of yesterday. Now haul your ass out of here." "I talked with Elysian late yesterday afternoon. He says he walked in on Call while Call was creeping his house. If Call was going to pop anybody, he would have done it then." "You went out to Legion's after I pulled your badge?" I told him I was suspended. It was a personal visit. She shook her head, nonplussed. "We have an attorney in lawyer jail right now. I'm about to put you in there with him," she said. "Call isn't the shooter. Don't be on the premises when I get back." She walked down the hall and into the women's restroom, glancing back at me just before she pushed open the door, as though my argument for Call's innocence had just sunk a hook on the edge of her mouth. Louisiana is a small state with a comparatively small population. In the year 2002, over 950 people were killed and 55,000 injured on our state highways. Booze was a major factor in most of the fatalities. Hence, the presence of a drunk person behind the wheel of an automobile in Louisiana is hardly an anomaly. So I had no reason to be surprised when I picked up the phone in my kitchen and heard a woman's voice say, "Why don't you do something about this goddamn traffic light out here on the 4-lane? "Who is this?" I asked. "Donna Parks. Who's it sound like? The man in front of me is driving a shitbox that's smoking up the whole town. He won't turn left because there's no arrow on the traffic light. Not to breathe his goddamn exhaust fumes." For just a moment, I had the uncharitable thought that her husband, Dr. Parks, was better off dead. "What could I do for you, Miss Parks?" "I want to file rape charges." "You've been sexually assaulted?" "Like my deceased husband said, you people are really dumb. I'll come over there and explain it to you. Where are you?" Since you dialed me at my home number, I think we should both conclude I'm at home." She belched softly. Then I heard what was probably her car horn blowing just before the line went dead. With luck, she'd have an accident before she got to my house, I thought. I looked at my watch. Cleet's arraignment was at 11 a.m. I wrote a note for Donna Parks, included my cell phone number on it, and stuck the note inside the grill on the front screen. Eventually, I'd have to deal with her, but it would be easier to do it by phone than in person. I put Snugs on the back porch, slipped my checkbook in my pocket, and started out the door, just as Murchie Flanagan pulled into the driveway, blocking my truck. He worked his way around the puddles in the yard and stepped up on the gallery, raking back his long white gold hair with his fingers. "Hang on, old buddy. Need to clear up my remarks to you when you came by the house," he said. "I'm in a hurry, Murchie," I said. "Let's face it, I was jealous. Theo and I haven't had the best marriage. You said I was out of line. You were right." He extended his hand, his jaw square, like an imitation of an athletic, educated country club millionaire, one he'd probably seen on a movie screen as a child and had spent a lifetime trying to become. I didn't take his hand. "I think you're here covering your wife's ass. Will Guillot got popped, and the cops are going to be taking a hard look at his enterprises. I believe Theo is part of a porn operation in New Orleans," I said. The smile died on his face. "You're actually serious? You believe Theo is involved with pornography?" he said. "The word is she wrote scripts for Fat Sammy Figarelli." "Where was she the night the daiquiri store operator got shot?" He slipped his hands into his pockets and looked at the rain falling through the live oaks onto the street, as though any conversation with me was useless and the problem was mine, not his. "Theo and I are taking a cruise to the islands. I came by here to do the right thing, but I can say it was a mistake." "Where did it go wrong for you, partner?" "Wrong about what?" he said. "You were jumping Murchie Flanagan, a stand-up kid from the Iberville who did the crime and stacked the time. Why'd you become a hump for a bum like Castile Lejeune?" The skin of his face seemed to crinkle like a sheet of yellow paper held against a hot light bulb. He raked his hair back over his head again and started to speak, his eyes tangled with thoughts I could only guess at, then stepped off the gallery and walked through a water puddle to his Mercedes. I headed down the 4-lane toward Franklin, and 5 miles outside New Iberia felt a front tire on my pickup go soft and begin to wobble. I pulled to the shoulder and changed the tire in the rain. It was almost 11:30 when I got to the St. Mary Parish Courthouse. Across the street, I saw the restored pink Cadillac I'd seen in City Park the previous night. A curious black man holding an umbrella was bent down by the driver's window, admiring the interior. "Do you know who owns this?" I asked. "A man who got a lot of money," he replied. I went inside the courthouse and peeled off my raincoat in front of a coffee stand run by a blind man. I had no way of knowing the amount of Cleet's bail, but obviously it would be high, and the 10% bondsman's fee would probably clean out my checking account and part of my savings. Of course, my paying a bondsman's fee was predicated on the assumption a local bondsman would be willing to write a bond on Cleet, whose past record included fleeing the United States on a murder warrant. "You want a cup of coffee, Dave?" the blind man behind the counter said. "Yeah, sure, Walter," I said, distracted by a brown-haired little girl no older than 6 or 7, sitting on a bench by the courtroom entrance. A small teddy bear, a red ribbon with a silver bell on it tied around the neck, was perched on her lap. Where had I seen her before? Then I remembered, with a rush of shame. It had been at Gunner Ardoin's house on the morning I'd rousted him last fall. Chambering around in the 45, sticking it in his face, causing him to soil himself while his little girl watched. I walked up to her, my raincoat slung over my arm. "Is your daddy here?" I asked. "He's inside the big room," she replied. "What's he doing there?" "Helping Cleet." "You remember me?" I asked. "You're the man who pointed a gun at my daddy." I went inside the courtroom just as the morning's proceedings were breaking up. Cleet was talking to a local attorney while a deputy put cuffs on him for his trip back to jail. The judge left the room for his chambers, and among the people filing out in the corridor, I saw Gunner Ardoin. "Cleet's going back to lockup?" I said. "Just till he bonds out," Gunner said. "How much is his bond?" $50 grand, he said. "How'd he put it up?" "He didn't. I did." "You went a $50,000 bond? You don't watch the news? I hit the Powerball last week. $3 million bucks. I bought him that pink caddy out front, too." I looked at him, stupefied. He walked past me and took his little girl by the hand. "Want something to eat? Cleet's going to meet us outside in a few minutes," he said. "Why not?" I replied. A half hour later, the 4 of us were eating gumbo at a checkered cloth-covered table inside a cafe 1 block from the courthouse. The pink Cadillac convertible was parked outside, rainwater standing up in beads as big as marbles on the waxed surface. "I appreciate it, Gunner, but I can't accept it," Cleet said. "The title's already in your name, man," Gunner said. "We'll have to change that," Cleet said. Gunner looked at a spot on the far wall of the cafe. "There's something I didn't mention. A couple of guys I was inside with needed a place to crash. Remember Flip Raguzzi? Used to run a chop shop for the Chicanos over in Algiers? He started a grease fire on the stove. It sort of changed the way your kitchen and the ceiling look. You let Flip Raguzzi stay in my place? This guy has diseases assigned to 7-pound names for," Cleet said. "What's he talking about, Daddy?" the little girl asked. Cleet shut his eyes, then opened them. "Give me the keys," he said. One of my favorite lines of all time, one excerpted from a 1940s song understood readily by all those who experienced the human and economic realities of the Depression and war years, goes as follows. "You don't get no bread with 1 meatball." "What's funny?" Gunner said. "Nothing," I said. "Take a walk with me, will you?" We went outside and stood under a canvas awning, the mist blowing in our faces. "That's a decent thing you did for Cleet, Gunner," I said. "I don't use that name anymore," he said. How about Father Jimmy? You do the right thing by him too? I said. Matter of fact, I did. But that's my business. I respect that, Phil. But I need your help too. Know a woman named Theo Flanagan? Jumpin' Murchie's old lady? I know who she is, but I don't know her personally. Was she writing scripts for Fat Sammy Figarelli? He shook his head. No, but you might as well have. Her books were lying around the set. The director had lifted the dialogue from the love scenes in her books. So a bunch of degenerates, that includes me, were doing 69s on each other and talking like Shakespeare. Why would the director pick her work to steal from? I asked. A guy named Ray was involved. His girlfriend was my co-star. I never saw him, but I think he was the same guy who'd call me and tell me where to pick up my meth delivery to the projects. Ray? Why hadn't I seen it? William Ray Guillot. Lately of Franklin, Louisiana, now having his blood drained and replaced with formaldehyde. You sure Theo wasn't part of Fat Sammy's action? I said. Ever see one of Fat Sammy's films? No, he don't want to, he said. Let's go inside. Cleet needs to drive me and my daughter to the airport in Lafayette. I'm buying a Mexican restaurant in San Antonio. You get to town, have a free dinner on me. You're a stand-up guy, Phil. I'm out of the life. I'm a millionaire. What's a few bucks to show some gratitude? I started to say something else, but he cut me off. I got your drift. Give it a rest, he said. I drove back to my house on East Main and tried to put the Elysian family and Junior Crudup out of my mind, but I couldn't rest. I didn't believe Max Call killed Will Guillot, and I couldn't shake the feeling that Castile Lejeune had been unduly happy when I went to his home, as though with a broad sweep of a broom he'd gotten rid of a large problem in his life. In fact, I believed Castile Lejeune was about to get away with at least one, if not two, additional homicides. And I also felt I had a problem of conscience about Theo Flanagan. I'd falsely accused her of involvement in the shooting of the daiquiri store operator and the production of pornographic films. In fact, I rued the day I'd ever heard of the Lejeunes or Junior Crudup. On top of my more elevated level of problems, Baptiste stopped by the house with another one, namely Tripod, Alifair's three-legged raccoon, whom Baptiste carried up on the gallery inside Tripod's wood-frame hutch. Can't keep him at my house no more, he said. Why can't you? I asked, looking down at Tripod, who was standing up in the hutch, his claws hooked on the wire screen, his whiskered snout pointed at me. He's old, like me. He went to the bathroom on the kitchen floor, Baptiste said. Thanks, Baptiste. You're welcome, he replied, and drove off. I opened the wire door on Tripod's hutch, and he stepped out on the floor and looked up at me. How's it hanging, Pod? I said. He responded by running into the kitchen and eating Snug's food out of the pet bowl. But I couldn't distract myself from my problems with the world of play and innocence represented by animals. I wanted to believe I'd been dealt a bad hand. There was even some truth in my self-serving conclusion, But unfortunately, I dealt the hand to myself, beginning with the day I stepped into the unsolved disappearance of Junior Crudup, a man who had probably sought self-immolation all his life. I called Theo at her house and apologized for my accusation. "Drunks are always sorry, but they do it over and over again," she said. "Can you define it, please?" "Acting like an asshole." "I see. Have you apologized to my father?" she asked. "Are you serious?" I said. She hung up. I called Helen Swallow at the department and told her I'd been wrong about Theo. "How'd you clear her?" she asked. "A porn actor told me a guy named Ray, as in William Raymond Guillot, was responsible for lifting material from Theo's books for Sammy Figurelli's movies. Theo had nothing to do with it." "Thanks for telling me. Can you get another warrant to search Elysian's property?" "No." "I want to resign from the department, Helen. I'll have a formal letter on your desk by tomorrow." "That's the way you want it?" "Absolutely." "I love you, Buana, but I don't trust you. And what? I want to kill you sometimes." I got in my truck and backed into East Main. The bamboo and gardens in front of the shadows breathed with mist that blew into the street. And as I looked at the old massive brick post office on the corner, where a Creole man sold snowballs and chunks of sugar cane off a canopy-shaded wagon when I was a kid, and as I watched the traffic turn at the next light onto the drawbridge, just past the Evangeline Theater, where my father, mother, and I went to see cowboy movies in the 1940s, I had the feeling, not imagined, not emotional in nature, that I would never see any of these places or things again. Chapter 28. As I approached Fox Run, I could see sleet marching across the barren cane fields on the far side of the Teche, the same fields where Junior and Woodrow Reed labored a half-century ago under the watchful eyes of Boss Posey and the other mounted gun bulls, all of them one way or another controlled by the man who lived across the bayou in the great white house that resembled a Mississippi paddle-wheeler. I parked by the carriage house. The automobiles were gone, and even though the sky was dark, no lights burned inside the main house. I dropped my cell phone in the pocket of my raincoat and walked down the slope toward the bayou where the yellow bulldozer sat, huge, mud-smeared, and clicking with soft white hail. Helen had said we were looking for Dagwood and Blondie, whose advantage was they didn't feel guilty and hence hid in plain sight. But amateur criminals have another kind of problem, one that professionals don't. They're arrogant and they presume. They're psychologically incapable of believing the system wasn't constructed to benefit them, and consequently they can't imagine themselves standing in front of a law and order judge who can send them away for decades. The bulldozer blade was partially raised, the tractor treads pressed deeply into the earth, fanning back off the rear of the dozer in patterns like horsetails, as though the operator had been involved intensely with one particular area of repair rather than the entire environment. The keys were hanging from the ignition. I turned over the engine, revved the gas once, and clanked the transmission into reverse. As I backed up the dozer, a different kind of topography began to emerge from under the suspended blade. An unevenly filled depression. One that hadn't been graded and tamped down so that the surface was spiked with severed tree roots and ground-up divots of grass. I dropped the blade, shifted into forward gear, and raked off the top layer of the depression, then backed up again so I could see where the blade had cut. The dirt was loose, sinking where there were air pockets, water oozing from the subsoil that had been compressed by the weight of the tractor treads. I dropped the blade lower, this time cutting much deeper into the hole, trundling up a huge curled pile of mud, blue clay, and feeder roots that looked like torn cobweb. But this time, when I backed off the hole, I saw something I hoped I wouldn't find. I cut the engine, pulled loose a shovel that was behind the seat, and walked around the front of the blade to a spot where a human arm, shoulder, and the curved back of a hand protruded from the soil, the hail rolling down the sides of the depression, pooling around them. I pushed the shovel under the back of the person and wedged the torso and the face free from the soil. The skin had turned a bluish gray, either because of the water or because of the clay in the alluvial fan of the bayou. But his eyes were open and still emerald green, his small ears tight against the scalp, his shoulders somehow far too narrow for the violent and dangerous man he'd once been. There were entrance wounds in his face, under one arm, and in his left temple. I speared the shovel blade into the clay and reached for the cell phone in my raincoat pocket just as the cell phone began ringing. I flipped it open and placed it against my ear. "Dave Robichaux," I said. "Are you trying to avoid me?" a woman's voice said. The hail was hitting hard on my hat and the steel frame of the bulldozer, and I could hardly hear her. "Miss Parks, I'm no longer with the sheriff's department. You need to call. I found a diary under Laurie's mattress. There were hearts all over the last page and drawings of a man's face. It wasn't some kid's face either. There was a phone number, too." Her voice was starting to crack. "You know who that number belongs to?" "No, I don't." "A pipeline company in Lafayette. It's owned by that man who lives in that phony piece of medieval shit across from the junkyard." "Say his name, Miss Parks." "Flanagan. Murchie Flanagan. I'm filing charges for statutory rape." "Miss Parks, Laurie might have known someone who simply worked at the pipeline company." "This number goes into Flanagan's office. It's his extension. Why are you covering up for him?" "I hate you people," she said. She was obviously still drunk, but I couldn't fault her for her rage. Her daughter had burned to death in an automobile after being sold liquor illegally, and her husband, who'd survived a tour as a combat medic, had been killed with impunity by Will Guillot, the investigation written off by a cop on a pad. But family survivors of homicide victims are seldom mentioned in follow-up news stories, even though the grief they carry is like the daily theft of sunlight from their lives. The window on my cell phone cleared. Donna Parks was off the line now, but either because of the weather or my location, I was losing service as I tried to punch in the 911 call. I heard someone's feet crunch on the hailstones behind me. You must have been a Marine, Mr. Robichaud. I think you're the most determined man I've ever met. I turned and looked into the face of Castile Lejeune. He wore a silver shooting jacket, one with ammunition loops sewn on the sleeves, a flat-brimmed pearl-gray Stetson hat, and khaki trousers tucked inside fur-lined half-topped boots. In his right hand he held a blue-black revolver with walnut grips. But he didn't point it at me. Up on the slope by the carriage house, I could see Murchy Flanagan's Mercedes. You got the jump on me, Mr. Lejeune. You and your son-in-law just pull in? I said. The question is, what do I do with you, Mr. Robichaud? You didn't just pop old Max, did you? You executed him. Could I see your search warrant? Don't happen to have it with me. Ah. Murchy has been screwing both you and your daughter, Mr. Lejeune. He stole a single-action Army Colt from Will Guillot and used it to kill the daiquiri store operator. Then he threw the gun down so we'd put it on Guillot and by extension on you and your enterprises. Why would he kill a liquor salesman? Murchy was banging a 17-year-old girl by the name of Laurie Parks. She died in a car wreck after she bought booze from a drive-by store you own. I could see the connections coming together in Lejeune's eyes. Behind him, Murchy Flanagan was walking down the slope, his hands in the pockets of his jacket, his shoulders hunched under an Australian flop hat. Lejeune glanced over his shoulder, then focused on my face again. You uncovered evidence in a homicide without a warrant, which destroys the probative value of the discovery, he said. But you're not a stupid man. Something else is going on here. You quit the sheriff's department, didn't you? I shrugged my shoulders. We've got your ass in the bear trap, Mr. Lejeune. How's it feel? I said, and actually laughed. Up on the slope, I saw Theodosia Flanagan park her Lexus and walk into the front of the house, carrying a guitar case. Open your coat, Lejeune said, raising his pistol toward my chest. Use your left hand, unsnap the strap on your sidearm, and drop it on the ground. Nope, I said. Say again. A police officer never surrenders his weapon. You're not a police officer anymore. Old habits die hard. I'd like to say my behavior was brave, my principles inviolate, but in reality I didn't feel personally threatened by Castile Lejeune. He didn't care enough about me or the social class I represented to hate or fear me, and in all probability he still retained some of the fatalistic views that had allowed him to survive the Korean War as a decorated combat pilot. The system had served him for a lifetime. Why should it fail him now? But on another level, I misjudged him. He could abide a professional enemy such as myself, but treachery inside the castle walls was another matter. He pulled back my coat, removed my .45 from the clip-on holster I wore, and tossed it in the mud. Murchy Flanagan was standing now on the rim of the depression. His face disjointed, he stared down at the half-exhumed body of Max Call. Who's this dead guy? What's happening here? He said. You were having an affair with a 17-year-old girl? Lejeune said. "Hold on there, Castile," Murchie said. "I always told Theo you were trash, with your blow-dried hair and thesaurus vocabulary. You shot my salesperson at the drive-by window? I think I'm going to boogie and let you and Dave work it out. Maybe y'all can tell each other war stories, but I'd say from the look of things here, you're genuinely fucked, Castile," Murchie said, and began walking back up the slope. The temperature had dropped, and the air was bitter like the taste of copper coins, the tin roofs of the old convict cabins speckled with frost. I could see a lump of cartilage working in Lejeune's jaw. Murchie was halfway up the slope when Lejeune raised the revolver and fired 3 times. Pop, pop, pop. Either his hand shook from cold or anger, or he was simply not a good shot, because he missed with all 3 rounds, and I heard the bullets break glass in the French doors that gave onto his patio. Murchie ran past the carriage house and down the drive, hunkered low, the brim of his Australian flop hat angled down over his neck. I walked up behind Lejeune, slipped my hand down his forearm, removing the revolver from his grasp. "You killed Will Guillot, and we're going to put it on Mac's call," I said. "I have nothing more to say," he replied. "Guillot killed both Bernstein and Sammy Figarelli and took a shot at me, didn't he?" "Can't help you, sir," he replied. Up at the house, there was no sound or any movement behind a window or the French doors. I snicked open the cylinder on Lejeune's revolver, ejected all the shells into my palm, then retrieved my .45 from the mud. "My vision isn't very good anymore. You know, I tied Ted Williams' gunnery record. Highest ever set by a Marine or Navy aviator. That's God's honest truth," he said. "I believe you." "Better take a walk with me," I said, punching in 911 on my cell with my thumb. "Of course. We're going up to my house. I'll fix coffee for us. I have no personal feelings about this." He walked up the slope beside me, his chin lifted, his hands stuck in the pockets of his silver shooting jacket, his nostrils flaring as he breathed in the fresh coldness of the afternoon. I studied the back of the house, but still there was no movement inside. I felt Lejeune's attention suddenly refocus itself on the side of my face. "Why are you so somber, Mr. Robichaud? It should be a red-letter day for you," he said. "My father taught me to hunt, Mr. Lejeune. He used to say, 'Don't be shooting at nothing you can't see the other side of, no.' He was a simple man, but I always admired his humanity and remembered his words. As always, your second meaning eludes me." "Is that Theo's car in the driveway?" He stared at the rear end of the Lexus that protruded just past the edge of the carriage house. His eyes began to water, and he rushed across the patio through a cluster of winter-killed potted plants and tore open the French doors. Theodosia Flanagan sat in an antique chair with a crimson pad inset in the back, her guitar perched on her lap, her trimmed fingernails like shavings from seashell, her knees close together at a slight ladylike angle, her mouth parted in mild surprise, a hole with a tiny trickle running from it in the center of her forehead. Through the front window, I saw a half-dozen emergency vehicles turn off the state road and come roaring up the drive through the long tunnel of live oaks. their flashers beating with light and color, the sirens muted, as though the drivers were afraid they might wake the dead. Epilogue. My daughter Alifair and I flew to Key West for Christmas and hired a charter boat I could scarcely afford and scuba dived 7 Mile Reef. The water was green like lime jello, with patches of hot blue floating in it, the reef swarming with bait fish and the barracuda that fed off them. At sundown we set the outriggers and trolled for a stray marlin or wahoo as we headed back into port, the gulls wheeling and squeaking over our wake, the sun blood-red as it descended into the Gulf. Alifair looked beautiful in her wetsuit, her body as sleek and hard and tapered as a seal's, her Indian black hair flecked with seaweed. As she stood in the stern watching our baited hooks skip over our wake, she reminded me of Theo Flanagan and all the innocent victims of violence everywhere. Here in this country, where friends clasped hands and leaped from flaming windows into the bottomless canyons of New York City, or in the Mideast, where a storm of ballistic missiles and guided bombs would rain down upon people little different from you and me. But it was the season of Christ's birthday, and I didn't want to dwell upon all the corporate greed and theological fanaticism that had rooted itself in the modern world. We attended Mass in a church James Audubon had sat in, strolled Duval Street among revelers with New York accents, ate dinner at a Cuban cafe by the water under a ficus tree threaded with Christmas lights, and visited the home of Ernest Hemingway down on Whitehead Street. The sun was gone, the sky full of light, the incoming tide wine dark against the horizon, and bottle rockets fired from Mallory Square were popping in pink fountains high above the waves. How had Hemingway put it? The world was a fine place and well worth the fighting for. As Alifair and I walked back toward the happy throng on Duval Street, the yards around us blooming with flowers, the air touched with salt and the smell of firecrackers, I thought perhaps the world was more than just a fine place, that perhaps it was a domed cathedral, and we only had to recognize and accept that simple fact to enjoy all the gifts of both heaven and earth. Castile Lejeune was sentenced to Angola prison for manslaughter in the shooting of Max Call and for first-degree homicide in the death of Will Guillot. Because of his age, he was transferred to an honor farm where he did clerical work in an office. The correctional officers at the farm admired him for his genteel manners and military bearing and his fastidiousness about his dress. In fact, they came to call him Mr. Lejeune, and often sought his advice about financial matters. But a visiting prison psychologist put an evaluation in his jacket that indicated Lejeune was not only experiencing depression and self-loathing over the death of his daughter, but perhaps intense levels of guilt, characteristic of a father who has sexually molested his daughter. An inmate's jacket is confidential only until the first trusty clerk reads it. Castile Lejeune became what is known as a short eyes in the prison population. Other inmates shunned him. The correctional officers became distant and formal in their dealings with him. He was transferred back to Angola after he bit into pieces of broken glass that had been mixed into his food. Ironically, he was placed in a segregated unit within viewing distance of the levee built by the Red Hat Gang on which Junior Crudup had pulled what Leadbelly called his great long time. We couldn't make our homicide case against Murchie Flanagan, and he got away with the murder of the daiquiri store operator. At least legally, he did. But Castile-Lejeune nailed him from jail by having his lawyers file a wrongful death suit against him, freezing his personal and corporate accounts, then using Donna Parks to bring statutory rape charges against him. Murchie's reputation was ruined, and its pipeline business went bust. For a while he ran a welding service, then began hanging out at a bar frequented by Teamsters in Baton Rouge. I ran into him one day by the Capitol building where Huey Long was shot down in 1935. "Hey, Dave. No hard feelings, huh?" he said. "Not on my part," I replied. He smelled of cigarettes and was fat and puffy, sporting a mustache and goatee, driving a junker car that was parked at the curb. A young girl in the passenger seat. "That's my niece," he said. "Right," I said. "Putting together a drilling deal in Iran, can you believe it?" "That's great, Murch." "Good seeing you, Dave." "I mean that," he said, taking my hand, trying as hard as he could to hold my eyes without averting his. The girl tossed a beer can out of the window as they drove away. Father Jimmy and I and 2 employees of a funeral home made up the entire retinue at the graveside ritual for Max Call in a Catholic cemetery outside Franklin. I felt partly responsible for his death, but had he not died, Castile-Lejeune wouldn't have gone down, nor would Castile-Lejeune have utilized an opportunity to take Will Guillot off the board. Ultimately, I came to think of Max Call in another fashion. In his way, he was a brave man who made his own choices. And it was an arrogance on my part and a disservice to him for me to pretend that somehow I was the designer of his fate. Father Jimmy went back to his conservative parish in New Orleans and worked as a chaplain at Central Lockup. After Alifair returned to college in Portland, I invited both him and Clotilde Arsenault to dinner at a Mexican restaurant off the upper end of St. Charles. "Pretty slick how you took down Lejeune, searching his property without a warrant," she said. "It was dumb," I said. "You never flinched, even though Lejeune had a pistol on you and you thought you didn't have backup," she said. "Say that again." "I watched you through a pair of field glasses. An FBI sharpshooter watched Lejeune through a scope on a rifle." She put a forkful of food in her mouth and raised her eyebrows at me. "Y'all were using me as bait?" "Got a job for you with the state if you want to start putting away bad guys again." "I'm out." She placed her foot on mine under the table and squeezed. "Come see me sometime and we'll talk about it," she said. "Am I missing something here?" Father Jimmy said. "Dave likes to pretend he can stop being a police officer." "Make him go to confession, Father," she replied. Clete Purcell spent 3 months in the St. Mary Parish prison, paid $20,000 in damages to the sheriff's deputies he'd busted up with his fists, and upon his discharge moved in with me, saying he was going to start up another PI office in New Iberia. We fished for sac-a-lait and bass at Henderson Swamp and Bayou Benoit, and Clete tried to appear lighthearted and unaffected by his time in jail. But I knew better. Clete was a natural-born cop and despised the new breed of criminals and literally washed himself in the shower with peroxide when he got out of the bag. But out on Bayou Benoit, with the spring breezes up and the bream spawning back in the bays, the levee sprinkled with buttercups. We didn't talk about the bad times of the past or the present. I'd never looked to the skies for great miracles. And as St. Augustine once indicated, to watch a vineyard soak up the water in a plowed row and produce a grape that could be translated into wine was all the proof we needed of higher realities. But when Clete and I were deep in the swamp, the lacy green branches of the cypress trees shifting back and forth across the sun, I fell prey to a new temptation as well as hope. I waited to see a pair of pelicans drift down off the windstream, their wings extended and pouched beaks bulging, their improbable presence a harbinger of better times. I waited for them daily, and sometimes in the flapping of wings overhead, I thought I heard Bootsy's voice, reminding me of her promise about the pelicans, only to discover that a white crane or blue heron had been frightened by our outboard and had flown through the cypress trees back onto open water. But I'm sure one fine day, when I least expect it, the pelicans will return to Bayou Teche. And in the meantime, I share my thoughts about them with no one, except perhaps Snugs and Tripod, who, like me, sleep little and wake before first light.
The end. You've been listening to Last Car to Elysian Fields by James Lee Burke, narrated by Mark Hammer. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, you'll find a wide selection of titles in the Clipper catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So to order another Clipper audiobook, or for a copy of our latest listings, please call us using the telephone number on the back of this book. Clipper Audio is also represented on the World Wide Web at wfhowes.co.uk. That's www.wfhowes.co.uk. Here you can browse the catalog, hear about the latest releases, place orders, or read narrator profiles and author interviews. And thank you for listening to Clipper Audiobooks.